I was for some odd reason, I was just. Hey, hello, everyone. It is, of course, the day in the UK, well, across the world, really, the NFL draft. And we've got the usual menagerie joining us, as well as the living legend and phenomenal scouting brain of the great and powerful Will McClay. How are we doing, sir?
I'm doing great, guys. Thank you for having me on.
No, I'm just straight up. Obviously, this being the busiest time of the year for you, needless to say, right now, and you're giving us your time, so thank you. We appreciate that a lot. First question, we'll go around the horn and we'll let everyone answer a question, and then we'll let you get on with your day. But first of all, first question straight out of the gate: how do you think the first round went?
I thought it went great because it's this year it's kind of a unique year because you talk about the draft and the strength of the draft, and usually quarterbacks go, and usually you kind of know what's going to happen. This year there was the uncertainty, so we built a board, we stuck with the board. There were conversations about moving up, moving back, doing those things, and but feel good about it because actually there was an opportunity for a trade with a team, and you go back and forth, and then come to find out that the team that we wanted to trade with, they probably would have taken our guy.
Mm. Yeah. But I mean, one thing that is definite for sure, that I think anyone would agree, the offensive line for the Cowboys was a particular need, definitely met. And I'll let Brian take the next question, and they'll go around, and then I'll finish with a final question to leave you go. So hit it off, Brian.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, well, we saw a lot of movement with the offensive line, and we saw pre-draft there were concerns about Kenyon Green's knees, Zion Johnson, and then you guys said that Tyler was number 16 on your board. Can you give us a bit of insight into what went into making that decision that he was your top rank guard over the other two guys?
Well, it was when you go through the board and you put it together, there's a number of things that you put into the equation of evaluation. It's the ability, it's age, it's health, it's all of those things. Number one thing is the tape, but when you threw all of those things together, and then the opportunity to get a versatile player that could play guard on either side, that could play tackle on either side, and then the upside and development, being as young as he was, and then the kind of kid he is, to put him in the room with Tyron Smith and with Zach Martin kind of, you start to think about passing the torch and learning from those guys. It's very, very important. And he has the physical upside and temperament to be able to do that.
Yeah, go on then, Paul. You can hit the next one.
Yeah, sure. Thanks again for coming on. Well, we really, like Mike and Brian says, we really appreciate the time. Just out of curiosity, like from an international point of view, because obviously we like to kind of dub the Dallas Cowboys as the world's team. So, what is and this is kind of taken away from the draft, so to speak, but it's more a scouting question. What's the process when you're looking outside of the US? Do you have anything in place for scouting players outside of America or anything like that?
Well, the NFL is doing a great job of trying to go to different countries and kind of establish programs where we get to introduce the game of football but you also get to evaluate and kind of find out where different guys are. It was, F.A. Obata, we have.
We know F.A., yeah.
We have Adnan Durde here, who it started when we went over to play in London. I met Adnan and F.A. through our efforts to try and expand the international deal, from the Cowboys perspective. And then we brought F.A. in here, and then, the whole thing started. And now there's the international program. But football players can come anywhere and from anywhere and everywhere. And you look into the colleges, there's a number of players. Jobo is from I think he's from England. Raymond is from Austria. So
a jab was from Scotland. I don't want
Scotland.
You kind of just mentioned something about Obada there. Because back then, him and Adam were part of the London Warriors program back in the local scene here, and they're quite well known and like regards to England and all across the UK. So that's great. So, and that kind of leads to, well, it's kind of more of a follow-up. And I think, Graham, you want to ask this next question?
Yeah. Feel free to leave anything out that you're not comfortable telling us. But what's it like trying to organise individual player visits and get everybody into a certain amount of time? Is it a complete nightmare, or is it relatively straightforward?
We've been doing it for a while, so it's relatively straightforward. I mean, every team does it. You have 30 players that you can bring in and visit with. And, it's kind of a mix of, we try and mix it up by positions and by rounds so we can get some exposure to that player. The unique thing about the NFL is we don't have a farm system. So we're getting ready to give these guys a lot of money and invest in them. And what we're doing is asking coaches and trainers and school people and all that stuff about them. We're getting their opinion of them. Now, the 30 visits, the in-person visits are important for us to get our feeling on who they are. And then, kind of double check some information, get guys in to see our doctor. So it's a process that we're used to, but then it's trying to make sure that you can schedule the guys, after the combine, after their pro day, before they go to other teams. So our people do a great job of coordinating that. And then the other thing that we do is our area scouts spend a lot of time with the players in their area. So, we tell a guy, like, if he's the Southeast scout and we have draftable players on the board, you spend time with them. We interview them. We do things to try and dig and get more information on them as well, because we can't get to all of them. We want to get to the ones we like, physically, and then find out about them. And then that kind of helps us fix our board too.
All right. Yeah, we'd like it. And then, as I say, we don't want to take up too much of your time right now. So we'll let you crack on with the rest of your day over there.
Jamie did. Sorry, Jamie didn't get.
I forgot Jamie. What's going on?
The Godfather.
Jamie, what did Mike do to you? What?
It's just become standard now. When it's just one of them, just puts you in the corner and just forgets about it, doesn't it?
But I do apologise.
No, but just to echo the fan base over here, thank you for giving up your time tonight. We know it's busy, but just a quick one in terms of if we can just kind of go back maybe 2 years, just to kind of try and get into the mind of the war room at the time. So going back to when we drafted CeeDee Lamb, and the front office openly admitted that at the time, we got to our pick for CeeDee Lamb, he was the top player available on the board that you guys had drafted up. So what happens in terms of that? So do you kind of sit there and you're all dancing around the room and be like, yes, or do you kind of take a collective breath and say, right, we're on the clock. The guy who's at the top of our body's there. Let's just assess this again and make sure that this is the pick we want. Or do you kind of just go, right, yeah, the card goes in without even any second thought?
No, there's a lot of discussion that goes into it. It's called the war room because we fight in that room to try and get it right. What happened in that instance, and it's just like last night, is you put your board up and people talk about best player available or position of need. When you put your board up regardless of the position. That's how you see the players in the ranking. And that particular year with CD, we might have had other needs, but those other needs were ranked lower on our board. And there was so much so that, well, okay, you don't need a receiver, whatever. What we say, you're never one player away. And when you say you don't need something, then normally the next year, then you need that. So it was just, we call it a blinking light. So you're looking at a board, imagine looking at the board. We got all these guys here that may have been second round guys or whatever. And we felt like just the value of CD at that point was too good to pass up on. And it's the same thing as last year. We had, everybody thought we needed a corner. We needed a corner, but the corners that we really liked that were first round grades. And then there's Superman sitting there and we decided to go get Superman.
All right, and we'll ask you this question. We've got two, but we'll ask you this very quick one: is do you have and most people tell us that they do, but we'll find out what yours is. Do you have a draft day ritual or a pre-draft ritual at all?
Yeah, my pre-draft ritual is to get as much sleep the night before.
well, I'll say this. It's like you're talking to the guys who've got sleeping bags underneath their eyes right now.
Yeah. Because from January, after the season ends and when the Senior Bowl and the All-Star games start and all this stuff, well, you're trying to get as much information and stuff as you possibly can to, find out more about the players. And then you have a month of meetings leading up to the draft and you don't get much sleep. So I get home. Whenever I get home, I try and get a little bit of sleep.
Yeah. The only other one that I wanted to ask then is it's up to you. You can if you want or not. But is there a fact that you can give us about Will McClay that we don't know? It's an open question for you.
I played American football abroad one year. After I had played arena football, I played over in Barcelona, Spain. It was
the Barcelona Dragons.
No, it wasn't the Dragons. It wasn't the Dragons. It was when I was playing arena football, one of my coaches had gotten a job to go coach and teach American football to adults, and they were and each team was, and it was in Spain, and each team was allowed to have 3 Americans. And it was one of the greatest times of my life going over there. I knew American Spanish or Mexican Spanish, however you want to say it. Then you go over to Spain and it's Catalan and but played over there for a year. And something that people don't know is one of my teammates there was a rapper and he wrote the fight song for the Barcelona Dragons. So he had a CD or an album, whatever it was back then. It was far, far long ago, but he needed a backup dancer, and he had 2 lovely Spanish young ladies that were his backup dancers. And so I just, I took a bullet and I became a dancer, but there's no footage of it. But I got all over Spain.
Thank God there was no time for social media back then.
Thank God.
I suppose I've just got one wee sneaky thing.
Go on.
It's like, obviously, with Jacksonville coming to London, there's a lot of speculation. Is there any chance you can give us maybe a wee insight of you guys maybe coming to London?
I asked last night if we were going to be on the docket to go over to London, and it doesn't look like it this year, but I'm not sure.
You've broken our hearts over here, Will. There's hoping to maybe
go to Dallas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I was gonna say. You have to
we
come
just all
down
have to
for
go.
it.
Yep,
Yeah.
that's it. Well,
Load
that's
up
me.
the
I
plane
stick
and bring some people from London over here, and we'll have the London section.
Yeah.
well, that's me definitely coming back to Texas this year. That's for sure.
Oh yeah. But Will, we appreciate your time, mate. Love what you do, the work that you do. I'm a big college fan and scout. Love scouting myself. So to get the opportunity to speak to you, pick your brains for a minute or two is fantastic. So thank you very much, and good luck for day 2 and day 3 as well, of course.
Thank you guys very much. Awesome. Great to be with you guys. Thanks.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much,
Will.
Will. See you again.
Appreciate your
Take care,
time.
man.
There we go. The great Will McClay with us, and look,
And with that, Mike, we have the great Mickey.
Yeah.
I mean, I gotta follow Will McClay. What are you guys doing to me?
Come on, man.
Yeah. We've gone up a run of the ladder by getting you back. Mickey.
Oh,
Come on,
okay.
it's not that
All
way
right.
around.
Well, that's
Come
good.
on.
You got to get Will, but I hated hearing him say that about not coming to London. I need one more trip. I need one more trip before they kick me out of this place.
Well, if they ever come back to London, just so we can all have a whiskey with you, we will purposely come to Dallas, kidnap you, and bring you over. How does
And
that
bring
sound?
me back. Okay.
I'm not sure about bringing you back, but we'll definitely bring you over.
I think my wife would be okay with that.
How are you doing anyway, Mickey? How are you doing?
I'm good. Kind of anxiously awaiting the start of the second round.
Yeah.
And see where this takes us. It was kind of an interesting first round, I thought, not from just the Cowboys standpoint, but the league standpoint on all the different things that took place. And, a lot of good players went off the board right away. And then it seemed like the barrel just kind of dried up all of a sudden. And you had to kind of just make do. And I think that's kind of the position the Cowboys were in.
Yeah. Definitely interesting. We had a couple of Heckma came on yesterday with us, and we had Ari Tyson as well. We were just like going through as the draft was happening. It just seemed to be very early. It was just like a nightmare situation. It seemed to get better as the draft went on for the Cowboys, but that early chunk, the early, if you like, first third of that draft was just like a complete nightmare draft scenario for the Cowboys.
Yeah, and the tough part is this is the way and it's kind of what I just got done finishing my column on the first round. This is kind of the situation the NFL creates. This is life in the NFL, right? The good teams, the bad teams get to go first, and the good teams have to go last, and that's how they create parity, right? As I say, the meek shall inherit in the NFL. And that's why, I know everybody's sitting there and go, oh, gosh, Philadelphia got better and Washington got better and the Giants got better. Well, yeah, they're supposed to get better. They were terrible. And they get to go first and get the pick of the litter, as Jerry likes to say. And then you're there left over when you're at 24 or below. You kind of make do. I mean, that's the way the system's set up. And that's one of the penalties for the Cowboys having a good season, 12-5, and not making it pay off in the playoffs. It's almost like double jeopardy. You had your chance, you didn't take advantage of it, and then you had to pay the price in the draft by going so late in a draft that just didn't have a lot of high profile players, if you will. I mean, think about it, and no offense to you guys if you do mock drafts or whatever, but those mock drafts had 4 quarterbacks going in the first round. One win, right? And then all 6 wide receivers go. And there was really never anything in the first round to happen that you said, oh, gosh, why'd they take that guy? That would have pushed people down towards the Cowboys. So, it was just unfortunate that, those big highlight players weren't available. All the wide receivers were off the board by 18, and nothing really happened to stuff better players back towards the Cowboys. Because I'll guarantee you, if it broke White, if there was a wide receiver there, they might have taken the wide receiver instead of the offensive lineman.
I agree.
What happened was it was like, okay, now we're in this area where everybody's grades are about the same. Which need do we need to satisfy the most? And they decided to go with an offensive lineman. I'm guessing a lot of people might not have heard about, and that offends them because the Cowboys took somebody that maybe they didn't expect them to take.
Yeah, and here's the thing, and I might be wrong or I might be right, whatever. But I just think the Cowboys, for me, have deserved the benefit of the doubt when you look at the past history of Cowboys drafting offensive linemen in the first round. You just go back to the last three and you go, oh, Pro Bowler, Pro Bowler, Pro Bowler. And then you go, well, maybe we could have waited till the second round. And then you go, but what in recent draft history says to you the draft, because they draft Pro Bowl caliber offensive linemen in the first round. The second round, they seem to struggle to hit on.
That's because they take chances in the second round.
Yeah, exactly. You can say what you want about Kelvin Joseph. I mean, okay. Trayvon Diggs, obviously, we still need time to look into that. But you just go through it. Like you say, they take chances. Randy Gregory, Jalen Smith. You could even say LVE, although he's a first rounder. He came with a question mark with injuries. But when you go through the entire history of their second round pick, you just go, well, they all come with question marks.
Well, and we've witnessed one of those rarities, not maybe in the last 10 years, but this is only the seventh offensive lineman they've ever drafted in the first round.
Yeah.
And when we go back to the first was John Nyland. So, and he was only one of two guards they've ever drafted in the first round, with Zach Martin being the second. So it was a rarity for this organization to take a guard, just a true guard in the first round. And my feeling on it was, if you're going to take an offensive lineman, I want a tackle who can play guard and then transition back to tackle when the need is for him to play tackle. So we'll see if this guy can do that. But for you guys, and you were probably on the air working or whatever, doing your podcast, but just about an hour and a half ago, we got done with the interview with Tyler Smith. You guys are, if nothing else, you're going to love his personality. Okay. He's going to get a pass on that at the beginning. He's quite, he's a funny guy. He's a very, I think, serious guy. He looks really young. I mean, he just turned 21.
21, yeah.
And that's another thing, I think, that to his advantage, right?
Yeah.
He only played 2 years of college ball. And he could have gone back, but he felt like it was time to go. And, he's in here with his mom, who, as he pointed out, has 3 degrees and was a middle school teacher. And so, yeah, he's an interesting personality.
Yeah, I mean, that was a question I was going to ask Will, but I don't think it got approved. So
yeah, we had to be quite selective what we were allowed to ask.
But you can just throw anything at myself and Brad, right?
Yeah.
And saying that, we didn't even our apologies. The great and wonderful Brad Sham, everyone.
The voice of Dallas Cowboys.
Yes.
Cheers.
God,
Brad?
You're looking beautiful, Brad.
No, you're a liar, but.
Well, I mean, Mickey was just giving us his take on Tyler Smith, the first round pick. What do you think? For me, he's ticking boxes.
I haven't seen him play, so like a lot of people, you're relying on the opinions of people who have seen him. So some of those people were adamant that this was too high to take him. Some of those people were just as adamant that they thought this was exactly where it was right for him to go. And I know that the next 3 players taken, I really felt good about as football players. If they're right about this guy, then he'll fill a very clear need.
Yeah.
And I wasn't at the press conference, but what the things that Mick was just saying are being echoed almost universally on social media by other people who were. That he is outspoken. He won the press conference. No doubt about that. The fandom is loath anymore to let a player grow and become whatever it is he's going to become.
Mm-hmm.
They want immediate results.
Yeah.
And there will be, I'll guarantee you, in 2 weeks, Mick knows this better than I do. In 2 weeks, they're going to have a rookie mini camp, and Mickey's going to be doing podcasts where people are going to be calling saying, well, is he any good? How do he look?
Without having pads on.
Without having pads. And then we're all going to go to Oxnard, and he's going to put pads on, and he's going to look however he's going to look. And he's not going to be a finished product. Tyron Smith was a right tackle his first year. Flozell Adams was a guard his first year. Larry Allen played all over the place.
Yes.
So you're going to have to let him grow into what he's going to be.
Mm-hmm.
I think you hope that he is the recipient of really good, solid coaching, because it sounds like that's what he needs. His personal story is very appealing. His personality appears to be tremendously winning. If he's, and there's no indication that he's not. If he'll attach himself to Tyron and Zach Martin and learn from those guys, it'll enhance his learning curve. And so we'll see. I mean, I'm sure. Mick, has anybody found out what they didn't like about Jermaine Johnson?
No. I think what happened, and a lot of it had to do with Steven said prior to the draft in that pre-draft press conference when they got down to that spot, and he goes, if you have like 4 guys you like, he goes, that's when you sit there and go, okay, the grades are about the same within a point or two. And he goes, and that's when you say, okay, now let me scratch my itch, like scratch my need.
My need, yeah.
And I think that's probably, they decided the offensive line was a bigger priority than the defensive end spot. And they're still the second and third round. For
there's the whole draft, but
right.
You know, like I know that I really like Devin Lloyd as a football player.
I did too.
I think
we all did. Yeah.
I think my 2 favorite players in the draft might have been Jordan Davis and Lloyd. And I'm pretty clear that Lloyd wasn't that. I mean, that was fairly quick that they weren't going to be able to move up to get Davis.
Right.
And so now they get to play him twice a year. And you can make a very clear case that Lloyd was not what they needed. And my response is easy to make from my vantage point, which is I don't care if he's clearly the best football player, put him on the field with Parsons.
Yeah.
And now I've got I just saw enough of that guy to think that he can really play. He's a difference-making player. Now, is Tyler Smith also a difference-making player? I don't know. And we're going to find out. But if he turns out to be what they believe he is, then he will be a difference-making player.
And you know what I think people need to understand? This wasn't like they got to 24 and it was a panic pick. Like, oh, no, what do we do? I didn't know much about this guy. And then all of a sudden I started hearing his name, right? And it's like, so they knew about, they had a private workout with him. So they knew something about him. And the bottom line is the 2 teams below him were trying to trade up and get him.
And get it, right. By the way, the fact that Steven said, or I guess it was Jerry who said last night, we had him ranked ahead of Zion Johnson and Green. don't forget they had Micah Parsons ahead of both of the cornerbacks last year, and
Right.
they would have taken either cornerback if he'd been
Yes.
That's true. Yeah.
there. So
And
what
let me
we-
point this out about Green too. They had him medically red flagged.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was the big. I think
They
we were all in the
worried
same boat for
about the
that.
longevity after he had lateral meniscus knee surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was either before or right after the combine when they found out, and they just didn't like the way it looked. So Green was off the books, and then Zion Johnson left; he was gone, and the 6 wide receivers were gone, and
Right.
cornerbacks were gone, and
Don't you think, Mick, that they might have had Burks from Arkansas, the wide receiver?
Yes.
They might have taken
Well,
him.
yeah.
Oh, I don't think you would have passed on that speed,
Yeah.
Right.
right? Yeah.
So they took
But
the guy.
that's the way the NFL's built, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
So they took
Yeah.
they took the player they thought at the time. I mean, they said it last night. Fans around here are just tired of their feeling of entitlement not being fed, and so they don't want to believe anything anybody says, and they'll jump to whatever bad conclusion they want to jump to. And I would imagine that whatever the Cowboys do tonight and tomorrow and in free agency and however training camp goes, more negativity from Cowboy fans on Twitter and around here that you would think that they were 4-12.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we're going to hear.
To be fair, Brad, like I was one of those people at first. Like initially, I was quite upset about the pick because of what the options were there available. I feel as though the pick was too soon for him, but based on the reasons, I get the reason behind it. But I'm kind of now looking back to when we drafted Travis Frederick. Not one single person in Cowboys was Cowboys Nation was giving Frederick a chance, and look how it turned up. I'm not going to say he's going to be Travis Frederick 2.0, but
history tells you that.
Here's what I'm going to say, Paul. Like I felt real strongly about Parsons because I'd seen him play.
Yeah.
I love Devin Lloyd because I'd seen him play. Most of these guys I haven't seen play, and 95% of the experts on social media who we're all quoting have not seen him play live. They've looked at some film clips, and there's a prominent radio host in town here who also writes for an online publication who put up 2 clips of Smith getting just embarrassed at some point during the year.
I saw that.
And he ignored the other, however many there were, where he's stoning his guy.
Yeah.
My feeling is they spend a lot of money paying scouts and coaches, and they go out on the road and they look at every play the guy has played in his life. If they don't know when they sit down in that room, if they don't know more than I do, then we got so many problems we shouldn't even be sitting here talking about it. So if I haven't seen the guy and they've seen him and they like him, then I'm just going to trust that until I see that he can't play. And sometimes they make a mistake, and sometimes they make a brilliant choice. And you just got to think about what if in your line of work, someone who didn't really know how to evaluate what you do for a living decided to go in a public forum as you entered the workforce for the first time and passed judgment on who you were and what you'd be like.
Yeah.
And they might not know anything about what you do. So, and now you have to outlive that. I mean, it's just, I'm anxious to see the young man getting pads. I'm anxious to see him play. I'm anxious to see and be patient. I'm willing to be patient. But I know,
Brad, you know what? You're going to be anxious to see him because when he was going to the press conference, I'm walking behind him.
Yeah.
He's a big man.
Oh yeah, no.
I mean, I think they list him at 6'3", 322,
Yeah.
but he is big. Let me tell you. The other thing you're going to like about him is, so he grew up in the area, right?
Right.
Yeah, that's right.
He knows the Cowboys' history. So when you mentioned, he'll get around Tyron Smith and get around Zach Martin, he mentioned those guys several times. If anybody's listening to us, go to DallasCowboys.com, because I'm sure the press conference is up by now. It's amazing, I thought. And he knew the history. They gave him number 73.
Yeah, that says something,
right? And evidently Larry Allen would have said, no, you can't do that, right? Larry Allen was good with it, I heard. But he understood the responsibility of wearing 73. Look, he's 21. He just turned 21.
right?
Larry Allen finished when this kid was 4 years old, probably, right?
Yeah.
But he knew that Larry Allen went to Sonoma State. He knew that Larry Allen had to overcome a lot of adversity to get where he got, right? He knew the history. And I was like, okay, because most guys, especially when you're in high school, you're in your own little world, right?
Yeah.
This other stuff, I don't care if you're living in Dallas, you don't know much about the pro game, right?
Right.
He knew it. So I'm saying from the start, he's got a little bit of an advantage when he says, I know I got to get to where I want to go. And I just like the way he handled everything. And he even, when they were asked him something about maybe the criticism that people don't know who he is. And this is great. He busted up the room. He goes, well, yeah, he goes, but you know what? He goes, opinions. He goes, everybody's got a butthole. He goes, opinions.
It's true.
That's actually pretty.
He said butthole because when I first learned the thing, it wasn't butthole. Okay,
No, right. One of the things that I like about his reputation is that he's a mauler, because I think one of the things Lyle Collins has some of that.
Yeah,
and Mark Colombo had a lot of that, and Eric Williams was all about that. And you got to have somebody somewhere on that line who is just a little nasty, and right to the edge and just into the gray area beyond it. And if he's that guy, now he can't commit penalties. I will say this: it's not on him that he led the league in penalties. That's on them. That's not even on Connor Williams. That's on the coaching staff.
Yeah.
And so the coach said, Jamie, what in the bloody hell are you doing with your fingers here?
Sorry, Brad.
I thought there was a tarantula crawling on your screen for a minute.
You get which side the camera's on. I'm flicking from Chrome to laptop.
Fingers are in the way.
What's ironic is his fingers weren't really close to the camera. He's just got really big hands.
Congratulations. But I would say that
this is going south already.
I know. No, I like the fact that he's supposed to be a mauler and that he wants to bring that attitude. And they are going to have to coach the penalties out of him. Yeah. And the fact that they didn't coach the penalties out of anyone last year, that's a coaching failure, in my opinion.
Yes, I agree. I totally agree.
So they've got to show a lot of us a lot in that regard. But I'm certainly willing to give the young man an opportunity to prove himself.
And the weird thing about that is they did something right with Terrence Steele. Because after Terrence Steele's rookie year, I wouldn't have given you a wooden nickel for him, right? And he ended up playing better than, in my opinion, than Lyle Collins last year. So somebody did something right with him.
Yeah, so, I think a lot of that credit is down to Duke Merriweather from his off-season program. He did a lot of work with Terrence Steele during that off-season. I think that he was a lot of credit towards that as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think that was mostly about conditioning. I don't know if that was about technique and stuff so much. I mean, let's not act like Terrence Steele is Tyron Smith either.
No,
I agree. Yeah.
Terrence Steele might be ideally suited to be a backup tackle. So I'm not sure they're done yet. But let's give Steele room to grow too. He had a great offseason a year ago. So we'll see.
Yeah. Have you got a question then, Jay? Because I know. Oh, is he frozen?
No, he's still here.
No,
He's
go on.
moving.
No, I was just going to say, what's probably I don't know if surprise is maybe the right word, but for the first round for you is, I mean, Kyle Hamilton went probably a little lower than everyone expected. Stinger went quite high. N'Kobe Dean fell completely out of the first round. So what would you say is probably the surprise so far for you guys?
I don't know what mine says.
The surprise in the first round?
Yeah. I think we'll all have the same one.
Who? Mine?
I mean,
mine is the same as yours, Paul.
I think there's always some players that this is exactly what I'm talking about. We all read all these mock drafts, and by the way, the team reads them too, and so we read these mock drafts and we get sold on guys being something that the league doesn't think that they were. So there's some guys who fell out. Karlaftis went to Kansas City, and there was times that you saw him up around 15. I saw Jermaine Johnson way up high most of the time in every mock draft that I read. And I think there's some guys, I don't have the whole list of who's still available tonight, but there's clearly some good players. My question would be now, all of this has nothing to do with what Jamie asked, but I'm really good at that. My question would be, they traded up to get DeMarcus Lawrence. And there are a few pass rushers. I think the kid from Penn State comes immediately to mind.
Yes.
But there's a few of them. Mick, do you have any sense that they're interested in paying the price to move up higher in the round tonight, the second round?
We taped the TV show and we had to make our bold prediction. And I basically said, mine is it's time to start using those 5th round picks to move up.
Yeah.
And the 5th's not going to get you up from 24 to 12 in the second, but if it gets you to 24 to 20 to get the guy you want, I think it's time for them to start doing that. And I think they're back in the same boat in the second round because they got to wait if they're not moving. And we can sit here. The guy Brad mentioned what's the Sam Williams?
Sam Williams. Yeah.
Sam Williams is another one. Yeah.
Yeah. Other teams know about these guys, right? So it's not like they're going to be sitting there waiting for the Cowboys. I think the good thing is there's some wide receivers in the second that maybe absolutely towards them.
My pet cat is in the second.
Who's your
What's
pet
that?
Christian Watson.
Yes, my guy Christian Watson. Although I heard they don't have a real high grade on him. I'm not sure why. I want to know who's doing that grading, right? I watched his highlights and I'm sold on him. I think he's got something.
Well, wait till I tell you this, Mikey, that my pet cat was actually Cole Strange. That was my pet cat. And
no way. You knew about Cole Strange?
No, I didn't know he was going to the Patriots in the first round.
No, but I knew you knew the guy existed.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
I freaking love Cole Strange. I tried to get him on the World's Team podcast, but he was just so busy. So I'm just like, I had him potentially late second round, early third round, but I had no idea he was going to go into the first. I was just completely shocked.
That was going to be my answer to Jamie's question. Whenever I was surprised in the first round, and I was going to say Cole Strange.
Yeah, I think that's he's a good player. Thing. Yeah.
Hey, Joe just changed. I see he typed in the question. I like the tight end from Colorado State, and he's got something there. But there's another tight end, the Dulcich guy.
Greg Dulcich. Yeah.
He averaged 17 yards a catch. So, but again, when they pick a tight end, the guy's got to be able to block too. Because I thought, Brad, that was one of their shortcomings when they went to their 2 tight end. The second tight end, I don't know how much they got out of him blocking.
Well, I think one of the big differences between them and San Francisco in the playoff game was that San Francisco had a running game that strongly utilized a really good blocking tight end and a really good blocking fullback.
Right.
And Dalton Schultz had a terrific year. I'm glad they tagged him, but he probably had his worst blocking year since he's been a pro.
Right.
And so they need to upgrade it. Now, their tight ends, this is basically the same group that they had last year and won the division and made the playoffs. So you want to be looking to upgrade it. And there's a couple of guys who can do that in different ways, I think. But I would first like to see them. I'd really like to see it. I'll give you all 3 of my 5s and 3 next year to move up high enough to get one of the 2 or 3 top defensive ends. I hate the term edge rusher. I hate that term.
Yeah, I hate it.
Edge rusher forgets about playing the run. And, it's not like you can say, hey, we got our edge rusher in now. You guys don't run over here because we have an edge rusher in.
I'm all on that, Brad.
There's a few defensive
Ebiketie is my pet cat for this draft.
Trade up for.
Yeah.
Right. So
we also welcome in.
Welcome in our guy Nix. How we doing, Bo?
Yeah, from Stargang.
Man, doing pretty good. Happy to be here. Thank you for having me on. And of course, getting ready for this second and third round. And I'm loving what I'm hearing. All them fits, get rid of them. Let's go up the board. Let's go get who we need now. That's where I'm at. I'm ready to see some action.
So I need to ask you next, because we had Brad and Mickey asking that question. I may have stolen Mickey's thunder about the Cole Strange one there, so I do apologize there, Mickey. So what would you say was the biggest surprise in the draft?
Dotson going as high as he did, and I like Jahan Dotson a lot, actually. For Penn State, but for him going as high as he did, I was like, okay. And then of course, everyone heard about Green, right, and from A&M and the knee, and maybe he's going to slide. And then whenever he went 15, I was like, uh-oh. That's why I was like, Zion Johnson's not making it to 24 to the Cowboys now if they're interested in that pick. So how's this thing going to unfold? I kind of feel like they was going to start getting washed a little bit, which happened. But the guy who they wanted, and as Jerry showed us, they had him ranked higher than the other guys that already went. So it's time to roll up the sleeves to see this kid get in here, get to 73. And I think also for him, moving inside is going to help with some of that technique stuff that a lot of people are upset about with him at the edge at times. So, man, I'm excited to see what's going to happen tonight. But, yeah, the Green going to 15 and Dotson going a little high, I was like, oh, a little higher than anticipated for me.
And it's quite ironic because, like, literally before the draft, I was messaging Brian Broder saying, why is the market cooled so much on Dotson? It seems weird that before the combine, Dotson was actually quite high. He was coming in as quite a big receiver. And then all of a sudden it just went flat. It went silent on him. And then he comes in and goes in the first. So
because that's right, because Daniel Jeremiah had his mock draft. We were going to select Dotson as our pick at 24.
And then it just fizzled out.
Yeah, what you guys got to remember, these guys doing mocks, they do like 7 versions.
I know. Yeah.
Always updating it.
Yeah. And nothing against if you guys do mock drafts, but I just saw one that came out Thursday and they went 0 for 32.
There you go.
Do you know what, Mickey? I always love it.
Everyone's guessing.
Yeah.
It's just an endless bit of fun, though, really, isn't it?
No, and here's what guys do. And, I think Brad and I know a guy or so that have done mock drafts in the past that actually talk to personnel people with the teams.
What a shock.
Rick Goslin knew people in the league that he trusted. When he made his mock draft, he did it out of some intel. These guys are just looking at needs and saying, okay, this team needs this. I'm going to give them that guy. And that's all they're doing. And then the next week they change. And then the next week they change again. So if I was a guy that went 0 for 32, I'd have told my boss, I'm out. I ain't doing it. Speaking of that, I have to be out because I've got something to do at 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I'm going to be right behind you. But I just saw a comment. Someone said Quay Walker, the first linebacker, was hilarious to me. There he is. Marcus.
Yes.
Okay. Marcus, have you ever seen Quay Walker play? Could you pick him out of a lineup? If you ran into him in the grocery, would you know it was him? I mean, come on. The guy might how do you know that guy's not going to turn out to be the greatest linebacker that ever played? I'm not saying he is, because I couldn't pick him out of a lineup. But, I mean, the teams spend a lot of time and money preparing for this by studying these players. And every pick is not a good one. But these teams think they know something. And personally, I'm willing to give them all the benefit of the doubt on who they've picked until we see that they made a mistake.
And yesterday, because a lot of people were worried about the Cowboys pick with when they took Smith, and I made a comment earlier, or I made a post about the Cowboys statistics, and when Zeke run to the left guard last season, he averaged for 0.8 yards per carry, the lowest amongst any part of that O-line. And what they've done is they've drafted Smith, who is the highest graded run blocker in the draft.
So, Mike, when you and I'm aware of that statistic. So when you publish that statistic, did you factor in the times that the right tackle pulled and missed his block, and that's why the play went for a 2-yard loss?
Yes, I know where you're going.
How is that on the left guard? It doesn't mean the left guard
was bad. Yeah.
Look, Connor Williams was probably played better than anybody else who played left guard last year. But he had a lot of penalties.
Yeah.
And it was his contract time. And so now you're going to go spend your money on somebody else.
And by the way, he got a contract.
He got a contract.
Yeah.
He sure did. So,
and if I'm going to keep my contract, I got to go.
Yeah, no, Mickey, we'll let you shoot, mate. It's brilliant speaking to you again, Mickey.
Thank you.
Take care.
Yeah,
I'll try to check back if I can. Okay.
I'll see you back in Dallas.
Okay.
See
all right, fellas. Thanks for having me. See you later.
No worries, Brad. It was a pleasure again, mate.
Cheers. Take care,
Brad.
Right.
Take care, man.
And look at that. And now we're back to your guy.
Then there were 6. Then there were 5.
Yeah, but what we've done is we've gone up in stage each time. We start with Will McClay, then we get Mickey and Brad in, and then you get your guy Nixon.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry, you know what it's like. You were coming in, and it's like trying to find an opportunity to bring you in. So I do apologize.
Oh, no, it's no worries. It's no worries.
How you doing, bro?
It was Sham and Mick. It's okay. I can wait.
But here's one for you, right? Because you played linebacker, so. What do you make of the Quay Walker pick?
Man, it kind of goes back to what I was leading up to, like the last 2 weeks that I talked about a lot in like on the Twitter Spaces, and anyone that'll listen as well is depending on. And this was the intriguing thing about this draft. You could pick a position, maybe outside of center and maybe cornerback, and say, "Hey, who's the best guy? Who do you think is the best guy at this position?" You could ask 3 different people. You could get 3 different answers. And that's what made this draft so intriguing this time around. So Quay Walker going before the other guys, while it seems somewhat surprising, that's who they liked more than the other guys. Now, the weird thing for Dean to me was how high he was, and then we got to the measurables, and it seems he's kind of fell down the board some. And there's maybe a knee thing. We get that. Yeah. Lloyd, no, everyone kind of thought that was going to be a shoe-in, right, for the Eagles for the most part, but then they trade a first and get AJ Brown, so they don't take him. So it's just those kind of things, man. And for Quay Walker, there was teams out there, if you were listening, that had him higher than the other 2 guys anyway. So that's just one of the intriguing things about this draft. Again, just depending on who you see and where they went, just let you know how these teams have these guys graded.
I'll be honest, man. I know you're talking about like Walker and stuff. I'm still cannot get over that my pet cat got drafted so high up. I'm still shocked about that.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, man.
Can I just jump in here just on the Quay Walker thing? So, like, to be fair, Mike did highlight this to us earlier in the week in our own group chat, is that there's about Nakobe Dean with his injury history, and people were worried slightly about Devin Lloyd. So I'm not surprised Quay Walker was the first linebacker either.
Yeah. I mean, Nakobe Dean's injury history, because like people, when I put it on, they were like, what the hell are you on? And I was like, no, it's well known. Go have a look. His injury history, it starts with the neck, goes to the shoulder, and all the way down to his ankle. I mean, it's a long list.
Right.
Oh, Mike, don't be doing that, man. Every morning I phoned you, me and you were like, yes, Nakobe Dean. Parsons were like, yeah. Now I feel like you've, I feel like you're that girlfriend that cheated on a boyfriend. You know what I mean? Like you've just You lied to me for all these weeks, and now I'm going to go to bed.
Don't you miss our pattern next? Don't you miss our British humor?
Oh, yeah, it's great. It's fantastic. And here's the thing, and when it comes down to the pick of Smith, I think a lot of fans were is where the board looked and what was available at the board at the time.
That's my main problem.
And to me, it seemed like, hey, maybe it's a prime opportunity if you were going to go Smith, move back to 28 with Green Bay, possibly, or maybe back to 30 with Kansas City. But I mean, they to their credit of what they say is they knew if they moved back, they wouldn't get their guy. So, and that's kind of the tweet I put out back to Mike's part as well of Cowboys football and what Stephen Jones and they believe their front office is running the football. Then when you looked up and saw the PFF grade had him at a 93% run grade for the 21 season for Smith, it kind of makes, the things make sense. Again, just the biggest thing for me was what was on the board. And I might have went a different way. Okay. Especially Jermaine Johnson being on the board, the edge. That one, even though I was a Dean guy, but when Jermaine Johnson was on the board there, I was like, oh, well, and if you do want to help the offense, Tyler Linderbaum, I had ranked higher. But I mean, again, they went by their board and, here we are. But yeah, it's just what was on the board, man. And I think that's why a lot of Cowboys Nation might be a little standoffish on this pick because there seemed like they might have had somebody rated higher or the trade back option.
See, it kind of just goes back to what Brad and Mikey were just kind of saying there. Like, it's like everyone has a different opinion in terms of ranking and stuff like that, and not everyone's going to be wrong or right. Like, but at least there's going to be that mutual understanding about a certain player. They might think he might be better at this or worse at that, whatever, and that. And it's kind of more or less towards this way. Tyler Smith, like I generally had him as a second round, we could probably try and get him, but the way how the board was going, I get why we pulled the trigger on it, but again, it's like I'm just kind of like still shocked and taken back with what we had, what was right in front of us. Like we had Devin Lloyd, we had Jermaine Johnson, we had Tyler Linderbaum. I mean, we had George Karlaftis as well. Available as well. Like I would have liked that pick, to be perfectly honest. Like if we were to trade back, but kind of in hindsight, saying that, like it kind of goes back to what it was back in, was it 2013 when we drafted Frederick?
Yeah, 2013.
Yeah, 2013. Like, and I still remember the boos, and I was one of those guys. I was confused as like a center. I was like, but look how that turned out. I'm not going to say that Tyler Smith is going to be a Travis Frederick 2.0, but it's we just need to kind of trust the process and see how things pan out, essentially.
And I mean, that goes back to like what I was saying earlier when Mickey and Brad were on, is that history will tell you that you can give them the benefit of the doubt on this pick because they've proven to you 3 times in the last decade that they can draft Pro Bowl offensive linemen in the first round, whether you agree with it or not. Their second round picks, which because a lot of people are like saying, oh, well, I would have waited till the second round. The second round picks, right? So, I mean, I'll try and get the list of this second round.
In fact, mate, just to back up what you're saying there, mind when it came to Zach Martin, it was like everyone wanted Johnny Manziel. Why the hell do we what? And look what happened. Well, everyone knows what happened after that. We don't Zach Martin. It seemed like a safe pick at the time. Whatever, like some people may have had him graded like a wee bit lower than that, but we still picked him. But again, it's kind of goes back to what you're kind of saying. It's like our history with regards to drafting O-line seems to be
give them the benefit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then you go to their second round picks when people are going on about it, and you go, okay, so what are their second round picks like? You're going to take an offensive guard in the second round, okay? Well, history tells me they'll get a Pro Bowler in the first round. In the second round, they'll bust. Like really bad. Like you go Kelvin Joseph. Okay, so questions on that. Trayvon Diggs. It's unfair to say whether we've hit on him or not. You'd like to say that we are, which is good. And then you just go through once you start going through it, you go Jalen Smith, Randy Gregory. You could go all the way as far back as like Anthony Fasano. Tristan Hill, it's on that. Connor Williams, Chidobe Awuzie. I'm just going through some of them now. Gavin Escobar, okay, all right. Bruce Carter, okay, all right. Yeah, Martellus Bennett.
That was an awkward laughter next.
Yeah, but do you know what I mean? That history will tell you their second round pick will be questionable. Their first round pick on an offensive lineman will be a Pro Bowl. They got 100% record right now of Pro Bowl offensive lineman taken in the first round.
I thought you almost said we almost had Pro Bowl first rounders there for a second. I was like, no, we did not.
No.
The only thing, and going back, to Smith here is, it's just the idea that he's on a clear. And again, when we talk about the other guys on the board, it seems like they were clear cut, have a role. They're going to come in here, and he's going to be working on the left side. And I hate to hear this. He had position flex, as Stephen Jones said, and why they went that way instead of Tyler Lindenbaum. But he's going to be working the left side. So, but I mean, at the tail end of it, we know you're working left side, but you're here to be the starting left guard. Okay. Yeah. And that's what you're here for. And we're here for that power, get that push. Got to work on the penalties, obviously. But the fact that he's somewhat of a project that they took in the first round, I think also is kind of also where people are like, where are we really heading here? And I've had people say, man, are they really worried about this year? They're trying to really get ready for the following season. It's like, let's get off the gas here and trust them a little bit here. Let's get him into camp. Let's see what's going on. I get it. The board is the board, and what happened, but they took the kid. Seems to be very intelligent. I saw the Wonderlic, for what it's worth, scored the highest. I think it was like a 30. You also have, there's traits there that are good. It's up to them to coach him up now. And that's really what we're going to see from building them.
And this kind of goes back to what Brad Sham was saying. It's like, if that's one concern I do have, is Joe Philbin pretty much.
Right.
And when we were talking about Terrence Steele and stuff like that, I personally, for me, I think a lot of the praise should be given to Duke Merriweather, who was his off-season coach, helping him with his technique, helping him with his strength and conditioning.
Cowboys at the top with Brett Sham and yeah. He's like, where'd they go? I was like, I got to talk to him. They had to go.
and another thing as well that you got to think of is when people say, when they complain about the pick and they go, well, the value, etc. Well, that's subjective. Do you know what I mean? When people talk about value, that depends on your board. It's subjective.
Yeah, because myself, Brian, Graham, I think Rich as well. Initially, or I don't know how you guys still feel, but initially I was quite, I was just but now I'm kind of trying to think, just kind of dissect it down. I'm okay with it, if that makes sense. Yes, he needs a lot of work done in terms of his hands, working the penalties, but. Is it going to be an improvement what we've already got at left guard? I would say yes.
Well, where I'm sitting right now, Paul, is basically you guys know how long myself, Rich, yourself, and others have been chiming on about we need offensive line help. We need offensive line help. We need offensive line help. They've obviously got Smith ranked at a certain level where they feel comfortable taking him at 24. Now, I wouldn't be true to myself if I said, don't take the offensive lineman. You get what I mean? So, if they feel that Smith is value for money at 24, go ahead and take him. Because, like yourself, Paul, in 2013, when they announced Travis Frederick, there was an awful lot of uncertainty.
Massive backlash.
Huge amount of uncertainty. And I keep reminding myself that the best player of all time went 199th overall. So,
and it keeps going back to what I keep saying. It's the draft is literally a lottery.
Yeah,
it really is.
Yeah.
I think we touched on it, Ali. It's definitely addressed the need. There was no hiding the fact that offensive line didn't work, and it just keeps going back to the thing on it. And this is where obviously Brad and Mickey will kind of touch on it. That like I say, it's a lottery, but also it's how they make their board. And we looked at it and was like, well, N'Kobe Dean was there, Devin Lloyd was there, Kalafis was still there. clearly we had them ranked higher than what the Cowboys had them, but it's still, like you say, it's getting out of that mindset of saying, look, you know what, we'll see such these good players on. But I suppose in it now, it completely opens the draft up, and like you say, there's still some good pass runs. But we'll go with our best. There's still some really good defensive ends on there. Now we're open to potentially a trade up to get one of these top guys, because a few have dropped, which surprisingly have dropped into the second round.
Yeah, but here's the other thing too. It doesn't mean necessarily they're through it offensive line and going out and getting a guard.
Yeah.
And letting, and with the as they're saying, you're working the left side. Well, they go get another guard. Well, they can sit there and work with Smith, and now he's your swing tackler. Maybe he challenges Steele for the right tackle position. So there's still starting caliber guards available in this draft.
Absolutely.
If they want to go that route, because I do think they're going to double dip. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be here in the second round or anything.
I'd be happy with
Yeah.
that.
But I think they're going to double dip.
I think your point is well made, Nix, in terms I don't think they'll do it in the second or third round. It's probably a later round pick that they'll do double dip.
Yeah.
In terms of, say, a guard or tackle.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
Do you know, you say guard or tackle. There's still a pretty damn good centre available.
Cam
They
Jurgens.
might even completely throw it out and say, like you said, that they're happy we steal it at right tackle. They've now got the guy that's more than likely going to be the starting left guard. Cam Jurgens could be their second, third round. Go address the centre if you're not really happy with the centre.
Well,
I don't think they'll do that.
I will kind of say this. I think, like, from based actually interviewing the guy, I think that, and this could be more of an undrafted signee or like push back into the seventh or something like that, is Dawson Deaton from Texas Tech, because he was one of the guys in the 30-day visit, and it's you see, like, from what he kind of spoke to us about that when he was doing it's not the Senior Bowl, it's a different, I can't remember the other type of bowl, but it's
the Shrine Game.
The Shrine Game, yes, the Shrine Bowl. Thank you, Brian. Thank you for that. They were really like giving him a really good extensive interview, trying to like understand his character. The Cowboys seemed really quite interested in him, even from the initial talks before the 30-day visit. So, and I actually do quite like his footage, but obviously there's a lot of questions. But from when you do look at his film and stuff like that, he would actually quite suit like being that extra body for competition, but also he would be a more better. This is just me kind of spitballing here. I can see him being that more adjustable center for a Kellen Moore type of offense. Like, he can be and believe it or not, he can be a pulling center, which I thought was like, what the hell am I watching here? Especially during the game against Texas.
Gentlemen, I got to step off. I just got a message. I got to take care of some business, so I got to step off. I appreciate y'all as always.
Yep, no
keep
worries,
doing your
man.
thing. I'll be tuning in, watching y'all still as I'm handling some business here and getting set up for our draft coverage here in a little bit.
Yeah, next, I'll give you a message later on, bro. All right.
Yeah, get with me, definitely, brother.
Cheers for joining us. Good luck tonight.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. Thank y'all. Y'all have a great one.
The one and only Mr. Nix. Be sure to go and check out Stargang, guys. Nix and all Spoonie and all that do a great job as well. They always hook up with J Tucker as well, so be sure to go and check them out.
You know, I just realised Mike's not on the feed anymore.
Yeah, is that you just noticed?
Oh, I just noticed. Oh my god!
All right, so
yeah,
while Mike's away, I won't take. I'm not the taking charge type. That should be your role, Brian. To be honest, but
yeah,
I will
absolutely.
I do want to ask this one question though. How do we see second and third round going? Me personally, I would probably look like if Dean's there, or like, you know, like, well, personally, if we end up taking Ojabo, I would not be mad. To be fair, I wouldn't be mad.
Yeah,
that would definitely be a Cowboys pick when it would a Ojabo.
No, it'd just be me because he's Scottish. But my dream scenario, the dream scenario I would like to see is we go wide receiver in the second and go for defensive end in the third. Because I don't like, we were talking about like Sam Williams. if we were to get him the second, I feel as that it's just too much of a stretch. I don't know what you guys think.
Paul, that's been going through my head all day. I'm not going to lie, is that they're going to go with. I agree with you. I think they need to look at to address receiver.
Yep.
Well,
I to be honest, I missed about 50% what you were saying there, Brian, and you're frozen up again. Sorry.
Well, for me, I think they've let the coaches have their say now. I would be amazed if the second pick isn't a wide receiver. I think Jerry will have this. This will be Jerry's moment in the sun. This will be the football card coming out to play. I get. We still have. We could do with a center, maybe do with a swing tackle. We could go edge. We could go linebacker. But I still think Jerry likes Team 40 Burger, and certainly another wide receiver would help you do that.
Do you know? Yeah, definitely. Go on, Jamie.
If we're going to name players, if we came away tonight with
Pickens
somehow getting Ebiketie and then Sakir from Boise State,
Sakir's out the question. Sakir's out.
He's gone.
No, because it's because Jerry and Stephen actually came out and said we're not looking for those type of wide receivers. We're literally looking for it. We're actually looking for that type of pretty much a deep route. Is that correct, Brian? Or
you're looking for a deep threat. Someone who's going to take the top of someone like a Christian Watson.
Yes, because the way how it sounds like they're planning to keep Lamb playing in the slot by the sounds of it.
Well then scrap that with Sakir. I've not seen that one, but yeah. So
yeah, it was.
If we can get an Ebiketie, then I'd be.
Ebiketie would be great.
He's been my pet cat for this in this draft. But then if we don't get him, like I say, we somehow manage to get Nakobe Dean, then yeah, I would either of those two. Then I would be happy tonight. Like I said, and as you get into the third year,
I would.
You kind of thought you're falling out into the draft, but just keeping eyes on Twitter and Phil Dunn.
Just try to catch up with all the comments.
Sky Moore and Sam Williams. If we came away with those two, that wouldn't be a bad day two for us.
Sky Moore doesn't get past the Packers.
Oh no! Like I said this. So my friend Tam, he's actually really happy with the Green Bay Packers picks. He's actually quite happy with the Quay Walker, and again, this is down to personal opinion. So, and again, goes back to what Brad and Mickey were saying earlier. So he's happy with that, and I did say to him, "Is like if you guys end up getting Sky Moore, Aaron Rodgers is going to be laughing his head off, pretty much."
Yeah, and if Christian Watson is that pick first, I'm telling you, you need to remove me off the screen because I'm going to be swearing a lot and being very, very happy with the pick.
I thought you were going to be upset there for a second.
No, that's my pick. I've been really wanting. I'll go and buy his jersey right now. But just a very quick.
So he's your Neville Gallimore then.
Have you not noticed that I keep saying that I really want it? The only thing I did want to say, very briefly, while I was away doing dad duties, went and gone and checked some things. If you want to watch the full interview with Will McClay we had earlier, go and check it on Twitter, because on Facebook we had a technical issue which has been resolved.
Don't forget YouTube.
Yeah, and YouTube. Yeah. And it's on YouTube as well, where you'll get the intro. The intro started. You missed the middle of the interview because we had a technical issue with Facebook, which we fixed. So as you can see, if you're watching on Facebook, you'll know because you're seeing us. But we did have an issue, so go back and check that, and you can watch the full interview with him. So we can only apologize for that. It was something that was actually out of our control. I'm not going to dive too deep into what it was.
Titan won't pay the bill.
It's Elon Musk trying to battle it out.
Yeah, I will put in there. I put it in the chat, and then you'll all go, "Oh, no way."
So can I just jump back in here? Just this has been the chat from a few people. They're saying get Ebiketti and pick up Sky Moore and George Pickens. Sky George Pickens. Okay, so we're not getting both of them.
No.
Yeah, Irish internet connection's failing on us again, my man.
Yeah, get that hamster wheel turning, Bri.
But I'm trying to make it so. What to do, Brian? Just type it in the chat and we'll read it out for you, man.
And you say we need subtitles for me?
No, the subtitles. You know the auto-generated subtitles. They actually don't work for you, Jamie. We've tried it.
That won't surprise me, to be fair.
Yeah, it turns out like huh.
Yeah, yes. Yes.
Do you remember that, Graham?
Yeah.
Do you know what that mic? Do you know what that mic?
Go on,
what song is it? Paul Fish just dropping.
We're not getting Ebiketti and Moore and Pickens. Where receiver would be gone first.
Right. No, the one thing
it wouldn't surprise me. But
the one thing I will say, Cowboys picked 24th, right? We're into the second round. And we're going to see a lot. I'm telling you now, we're going to see a lot of inside offensive linemen, quarterbacks, and running backs go in the second round. So that's good because that means that pass rushers, inside defensive linemen, linebackers and wide receivers are going to come down the board to the Cowboys. It'll be kind of the feeling I get personally. It's going to be the reverse of what happened in the first round. So you're going to get a bit more value in the second round to what we had in the first.
And I don't know if you get this. What would you be your nightmare scenario for the second round?
So nightmare scenario would be
quarterback or running back.
No, they're not going to do that.
Actually, you know what? I'll obviously set them out. We have more quarterback or running back.
I'm saying a nightmare scenario for me would be the pass rushers and linebackers start to come off the board quite quickly because then you're going to see the Cowboys.
You're talking about in the scenario.
Yeah.
So
those guys start coming off the board quickly. So then the Cowboys think they have to trade up to get their guy.
What about for the nightmare, Matt Ariza? the touchback game.
Imagine it. We do a Raiders.
I mean, but Jeff Rainbow was on an hour ago. He thinks Ariza goes today.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Said that to Neil Reynolds. Yeah. He says that Ariza can guarantee a touchback. And that kills a punt return.
Mm. All important field position, isn't it? Sometimes it's overlooked.
Yeah.
With everything that we need right now, some team might do it, but I don't see us doing it.
The Cowboys aren't.
100% agree, Paul. No, definitely not. So. What do you guys think? I mean,
sorry, sorry, Graham. What if it was the Raiders that did it again?
Oh, can you imagine?
Do you imagine?
I had a thought today. Let me try and paint you a scenario. Say, for instance, there's a particularly good guard available. Do they try and play Smith over Steele and take the guard?
Try and play Smith. So
which one are you talking about?
What? I'm not. Anybody off the top of my head? Is there somebody out there where they would consider going, right, we're going to play both Smith at tackle, we're going to let Steele do his thing at swing, and play our second pick day one at left guard? It's
Just while people think that, gee, can you see into the future? Only because,
Jamie, if I could see into the future, I wouldn't be sitting here because I'd be on my private island watching the draft.
Only because I've got NFL Network on, and they've just interviewed here at 4, and the Packers are looking to move up. They're actively looking. He's just confirmed to try and get
they're going for Steinmeier.
That's gotta be Steinmeier.
It's gotta be,
They've got the capital to do it. I think the Packers have got 9 picks left, and 9 players are not going to make the team. So they're going to try and jump up from there, like you say, from there. I think.
Or Pickens.
That's a good show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then Pickens to me, Pickens to me isn't a Packers pick. He's got too many red flags. So Pickens to me is just like Meshy, in a different way, but he has a lot of red flags. So Pickens,
I'll tell you,
So here I'll run down some of the names that are available for wide receivers. So Sty Moore, George Pickens, Jalen Tolbert, John Mechie, Christian Watson, Kyle Phillips, Calvin Austin. They are probably that'll be definitely your day 2 guys going in 2nd and 3rd round. You could maybe say Danny Gray as well from SMU and Alec Pierce as well. In fact, Alec Pierce.
Dave Bell, Wandale Robinson as well. Justin Ross, they've been there.
Do you think we need to come over? They'd all be names.
Yes.
Here's a question: Would the 2nd round? Would you guys be mad if we went tight end?
It's a little early, but I would get the reason. I would get the reason behind it. The sweet spot for me is the 3rd round for tight end.
I would not be mad. I would be fairly content. I'll be quite content. It just depends who.
Yeah, that was what I was going to say. Yeah. It's going to be if you could tell me who was off the board and who it's for, then
if it's either McBride or Jelani Woods, then yes.
My thought on that is that for us, the 2nd round pick has to play over 75% of the snaps, and I don't think he would if he's a tight end.
I think you could get Jelani Woods probably in the 3rd, pushing 4th, wouldn't you? 2nd round, I'd be a bit mad if we took him there, but if he's there in the 3rd or 4th, I'd snap your hands off for. I'd take him in the 3rd or 4th. Definitely.
Yeah.
Have we brought up that comment from DJ Dog?
I don't
get Kennard.
The Kennard.
Yeah, I'm bringing it up now.
Yeah, I'm not up for that now. I'm not up for that.
Not be happy with that. I said a few weeks ago, it wouldn't surprise me if the Cowboys double dipped in the 1st and 2nd round and addressed the defensive line.
It works.
They're not going to double dip. Not now.
I mean, someone just
unless they're wiped out. Unless they're wiped out at say linebacker, corner, defensive end, wide receiver, they're not going to double dip this early on offensive line. I want them to 100%, but they won't.
If it was another way around, if you told me of say, maybe in the 3rd round. And they got Donovan West, for instance, like a center
from Arizona State. Yeah.
Yeah. Now I'm interested.
Mm-hmm.
I know that 3rd round is going to be early for Donovan West, but he's not going to get to by your 4th round pick.
I'm just thinking of who plays against Thibodeau in December when we don't have Tyron Smith.
But
here's sorry, Brian, on you go.
Is a 2nd round guy going to be any better than Tyler Smith? Do you know? Like Tyler Smith is going to have to move out when Tyron is injured.
Well, in December it could be all hands on deck. The best 5 play.
Yeah, you could have gone to McGovern.
I know I like to make a laugh and a joke about Tyron Smith, but I still stand by my.
It's a fact.
No, you're right. You're right.
And you're now talking about Jordan Davis and Thibodeau.
Yeah. But here's the thing, right? As Mike has been saying all week, and he's not the only one who's saying it, you need 2 seats on the plane for Kayvon Thibodeau. One for him, one for Zigo. And he's in New York. His ego is going to explode.
The media market is all on him. And it is.
Watch
and,
with interest.
The comments he makes, he doesn't have a filter. That's his trouble.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about Thibodeau.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Massive. A massive goal on it.
See, I'm not necessarily as worried about Thibodeau. I'm being perfectly honest. I'm more worried about bloody Jordan Davis. That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah, but Jordan Davis is more.
He's
unique. Go on.
Two-down player.
Yeah, you got it. He's more. Player. He's more of a guy that's going to cancel Zeke than he is cancel Dak.
I think it's a reflection that he didn't go top 10. Like you're saying, Brian, he's not a 3-down player. So as big and gruesome and as brutal as he looks, he's not a top 5 selection, and that plays into it.
And here he comes.
Oh, here he comes. Hey.
Speak to the G.
What's up, bro?
Hey.
I just heard Paul just right before I lied about that Jordan. Hey, look at that. All right. You're styling. You're styling. There you go, man. Jordan Davis. Yes. That broke my heart last night. Whew.
Yeah, I think it broke.
The Eagles got him.
I think that's what hurts the most, the fact that they traded up to go and get him. And not just that, they traded to get A.J. Brown.
Yeah, they're making all kinds of moves. And they're actually set the next 2 years. They got 2 number 1s next year in case Jalen Hurts don't work out.
And it's not just that. It's like it's for what they traded. It's for what the trade involved with. And now when you look back to us with Amari Cooper, it hurts so bloody much. Like a first round and a third round, and all we did was swap a fifth round and a 6.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes you wonder sometimes, like, what is going on here?
I get that's all about. I think it's like it's the
did any of you guys have Tyler Smith on the radar?
Yeah.
Nope.
Did you?
Not at 24.
Not at 24.
No.
Not 24. Maybe 56, but not 24.
We actually spoke about him. Me and Brian went in depth on him on one of our shows. On the offensive line.
We actually didn't, Mike. He wasn't one of our prospects. We deferred to him. No, he wasn't one of the prospects. No.
I thought we did.
We did talk about him.
Oh, we did
talk
did
about him.
We did, okay.
Of our 12 players.
On it, because we've touched on a couple of positions. I don't know because his name just put on the screen. Would anybody be against safety at 56?
Nope.
Oh, Jamie, don't do this to me. Don't.
Wait a minute. Like, if you're going to say to me, say Penn State to Quan Brisker,
that's the one. That was so flashed up on the screen.
Yeah, that would work for me. That would be. Look at this. Look at Barry. Look at him, yeah. Huh? There he is.
I had my game plan last night, and none of them got picked.
Hey,
I had seven players I really liked, and none of them got freaking picked.
How did it go last night as well?
And then Devin Lloyd went off the board 2 picks before. I thought, okay, well, maybe, hey.
So it all went good last night over there?
Yeah, it wasn't. It was more so their thing, and I didn't bother them too much. I gave a couple things away to the folks. You know, they walk-ons. I want to get involved because they're opening a restaurant almost right across the street, a sports bar. So
yeah,
I want to kind of get involved with them, do some game watch parties and away games and stuff. So we'll see. But so I met the one lady last night who's the supervisor, I guess the director of marketing and things. So that was probably worth it. We'll see what happens.
Okay.
So, but other than that, I think I know Law got a good. I think he got 20,000 views already on his stuff this morning.
Sweet.
So that was good.
Wow.
I have messaged him today to see how he's doing.
Did you? I was going to ask him if you talked to him. So
yeah, he hasn't messaged back, but obviously he's busy. And
you know what? I'm going to text him also, and because I think he was just doing something from home today. So
yeah, get him on over.
So, Mike, I have a question as it's run your screen. You have Tyler Smith ranked as the 19th best offensive lineman.
I don't know when I did
Just
this one.
discuss.
I don't know. Like, this does need all updating because if you look as well, what else is there? I got Jalen Watermeyer as the 5th tight end.
You did have
this
him
was
as
like
one.
during the season. Yeah, I know exactly. It's all over the place. I should update these while I'm sitting here. Like, I've got Nakobe Dean as the 2nd linebacker, which, no way.
that'd be a good pick at 24, but he won't last that long.
Yeah. Just again with Nakobe Dean, the issues with him are the medical red flags.
Mm-hmm.
I keep going back to that.
It might actually, who knows? It may actually fall right down to the end of the second. Who knows?
If he got to us by the 3rd, I'm willing to take it there. Like the trouble is that the Cowboys historically their 2nd round pick has always been a gamble. They always take chances with a 2nd round pick, and they very rarely hit on him. Like I went through.
See now that you mentioned, that's why I'm thinking if Ojabo's there, it would not surprise me if they pulled the trigger on that. Not just because I'm saying he's Scottish, but because of what happened during the whole
that's fair.
the pro day. It's like okay, that's something. It might be like doing what they did with Jalen Smith, like give him that year to kind of recuperate and see what he can do. And he's raw, he's pure raw.
Yeah,
and he was touted to be top 15.
So what's the consensus on the next pick?
For me, I would like us to try and dip down on wide receiver and then go defensive end in the 3rd. That's what I would ideally like to do.
Pickens wasn't taken yet, right?
Nope, he's still there.
Nope, still there.
I'll tell you who. I'll give you a rundown.
Pickens is the pick.
Right, so I'll give you a rundown who's available right now. So Sky Moore's available, George Pickens, Jalen Tolbert, John Mechie, Christian Watson, Kyle Phillips, Calvin Austin, Danny Gray, Alex Pierce, Justin Ross. Those guys are likely to be somewhat in the 2nd or 3rd round.
I was about to throw this one out just to, I like to play devil's advocate with you boys. And just because there's been a lot of moves, would anybody be, I'll use the polite term of annoyed if it flashed up on the screen that when we got onto the board that the Cowboys make a trade. Cowboys give up this year's 2nd round pick, next year's 1st round pick, and pick up Deebo Samuel and address the wide receiver position in that way.
I would not
Can't afford them, Jay. Can't afford them.
And
No,
plus,
million.
I would not take Deebo Samuel. He's dropped more passes than CD Lamb.
You can't afford them. It's a shame.
I just play devil's advocate. So that's right out there.
His 2nd half of the season wasn't anyway million a season. No, thank you.
Mm-hmm. No, it's
sorry. I'm getting questions for another podcast.
I'm going to throw out another scenario. Jay, you like answering scenarios. So with the running back section, the way it is this Tony Pollard's last contract year?
Yeah, he's in contract.
Possible.
Would we be Would we be open to taking Kenneth Walker the third?
Bit too early for running back for me. When
Too
you pick
early.
up Brian Robinson,
Fourth round, I would say.
Because some of it is he so much deeper than Brees Hall? Because I think Brees Hall will go today.
Yeah.
Yeah, he'll go early today, won't he?
Okay. All right. Oh. Go on, Jay. You go.
I'm not opposed to taking running back, but do I see it? I don't see it. But do the Cowboys give up on Zeke at the end of this year? It's one of them things, isn't it? It's getting to that point where the Cowboys can pump. Not that you want to see Zeke go, but it's getting to that point where now it's like they could make it work on the cap, and then, like you say, do the fall in the booklet, and maybe completely surprise us. And if he's there, go like a brace all and bed him in a little bit this season, and then do they go with a 20 month of him and Zeke the year after, or
I'm just thinking, if an offer comes in for Tony Pollard, do the team try and match it, or do they move on with somebody else? Because somebody could offer good money to Tony Pollard.
No, I'm keeping Pollard for this year for sure.
No, I mean for 2023 when he becomes a free agent.
Well, here we go. Right, I wrote down this little scenario in the would you rather's. Right, do you want to do some would you rather's?
Oh yeah, go for
it. You missed some of them yesterday. So
some of them are really good ones. I need to give you credit, Mike. Some of them are really good ones.
All right. Before you do, go on. Right, sorry, just say before you do, if any fellow UK fans are up, just drop in a message. We're getting a few on Twitter. Let's see who's up and who's up through the night. Let's see who's on with us.
Because we see you, Joe. We see you're from Italy. Man, you're in a much higher time zone than us. So God knows how long you're going to stay up, my friend.
And the only thing I do want to say is that we are getting comments on Twitter, and again, we've said this before. We don't get them coming up on our feed for whatever reason. Twitter blocked them. So comment on Facebook or YouTube. But okay.
Sorry, Mike, before you do that, did anyone see the comment here from Joe? Would we trade our first next year to go up and get Nakobe Dean at the start of this round? No chance. No.
It's the 5th year option. I'm not willing to give that up.
And it's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot to give up that. Yeah. In 5th year option, when you look at the trade chart, it's a lot. I'm not giving that.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. But here we go. Here's one for you. I'll give you your first one, right? And because we had him on, I'll go with this, right? Would you rather Will McClay as GM or Sean Payton as head coach?
Will McClay.
Will McClay.
Will McClay.
Will McClay.
Will McClay.
Every day of the week.
David Ojabo at 56 or Sam Williams at 88?
Sam Williams at 88.
Ojabo at 56.
Ojabo.
I hate Sam Williams.
Ojabo.
Here's my thing. I hate Sam Williams as a second round, but I would not mind them having him as a third. I will say that.
The Statue of Liberty has more bend than Sam Williams.
Sorry, Mike, just before you do go further, Steve Barker Mountford he's with us all the way as usual, and he said Will McClay and Sam Williams on those two. So Steve, great to have you on board.
Yeah. And I just wanna so there's a couple of shout outs on Twitter that did come through, but as I say, they disappear on us, so I do apologize. I don't know what the issue is. You never know. Maybe Elon Musk will fix that for us. Who knows? All right, here's another would you rather. Would you rather Sky Moore at pick number 60 in a trade down, or you trade up from 88 to 78 and draft Arnold Ebiketie?
Ebiketie all day long.
Mike, neither of those are realistic.
No, they're not realistic. They're just would you rathers.
It's hypothetically speaking.
Yeah, of course.
I would be the same as what Mike said earlier.
Say it again, Mike.
Okay, so Sky Moore at 60, but you've traded down, right? So double value there. But you trade up from 88 to 78 and get Arnold Ebiketie.
I'm doing a match.
Take Arnold.
I'm getting his jersey.
I'm with Steve.
Why not have
Trade
both?
up.
Why not have both?
Because this is in a vacuum. This isn't how this question works, Mr. Paul.
No,
I wasn't sure about the first one.
You left a void there in that question, Mike.
No, it's not. It's just a would you rather situation. You're reading too much into it.
I'm going to go with Moore because I think that would be a steal.
And you've traded down.
That would be a steal, and I've picked up more picks.
Yes.
At 60, yes.
Just that, well, the idea there is that you trade down for a wide receiver, but you trade up for a defensive end, which, as we know, is more important than wide receiver. But yeah, there we go. All right, then I'll knock that one off.
I was looking at Gil Brandt, and he has Ebiketie as his 32nd best player in his top 100.
There you go. Yeah. All right, here's a good one for you. And Barry can understand this one too. All right. The UK Cowboys flag. Yeah. The UK Cowboys flag remains unbeaten. It keeps its unbeaten record at AT&T Stadium. Right?
No. Yeah, no, you're right.
It's unbeaten at AT&T, yeah.
It's unbeaten at AT&T.
Because I didn't have the flag when I was over.
Yes, that's right. We are so glad you didn't take it. But anyway, no, I'm not jabbing. Right. So the UK Cowboys flag remains unbeaten, right? So that record continues on. But the other option is the UK Cowboys flag loses its record, getting its first loss, but the Cowboys get the NFC Championship.
I take that every single day.
Oh, yeah. Championship without a doubt.
The UK flag that don't raise a ring. We want the Super Bowl. So keep the UK streak.
I love it.
Are we gonna be happy with second best? What the heck?
What we need is for the Super Bowl to be at AT&T, and we need the flag at every home game.
I thought you were going to say keep the flag undefeated, or have Paul Stewart come out 4 times instead of 2.
All right, here's one for you. Here's a good one, which is quite what's the word I'm looking for? Appropriate with our pick, right? So, would you rather the Cowboys win Offensive Rookie of the Year this year, or Trayvon Diggs gets interception leader again for the second time in a row?
The offensive, because that means that Smith has a great season.
Or it could be, say, we
could still draft a wide receiver or something like that.
Yeah.
If you said defensive player of the year rather than interceptions, then I would have swung towards that. But no, I'm gonna have to go offense.
So
interesting.
Steve will have both said Trayvon Diggs as well on that.
Yeah, I just seen that, and so had Joe.
Yeah.
Do you want to continue with some would you rathers, or do you want to do some start sit cuts, or do you want some draft to the future?
Let's go a draft to the future.
All right.
By the way, how's everybody watching it tonight? I'm just thinking
NFL Network.
I'm just thinking along the lines of when the pick comes in.
Right.
Kind of thing.
All right.
Well, I've got the Twitter feed where it's actually off TV, so you actually see the pick before it's actually being publicized. So
let's see how good your knowledge is. Right. This is draft to the future. Some other games, and we'll be playing this tomorrow as well. Got an absolute ton of them. So I'm going to give you the player. All you have to do is name the year that they were drafted.
Okay. Right. Here we go.
Right. 3 points for anyone who gets it right. We played this briefly yesterday, so we're going to do it again. Right, so, all right. Running back, Tony Dorsett. What year was he drafted?
1977.
Any other offers?
I'm going 78.
Barry?
I
know you weren't born yet, but come on.
78. I'm going to lean towards 70. I don't know, but I'm pretty quick with that 77 though.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Any Graham, Jamie?
I'm going to go 77 as well.
I'm just saying 78. I'm just saying 78 just to be different.
77.
Yeah, it was. It was 1977. Well done, everybody. Well done.
And well done, everyone in the comments. They came in with 77
well done.
as well.
Here's the next one. Running back, Herschel Walker. And I can remember this one very easy.
1987.
1983.
Was it 83? I thought it was later than that.
84.
84.
It's 83 or 85, I think.
I think it's so easy to remember, honestly.
85.
Barry?
Steve is.
You guys are too good with this stuff.
Steve has come in with 83. Joe's come in with 89. Definitely wasn't 89, Joe.
I'm going 87.
87?
85.
I'll go 89.
85.
You know, like, it's so easy to remember. It's 1983, the year I was born.
Oh, how were we supposed to know that?
Because you know me. All right.
I did say 83 straight out of the thing, and I changed my mind. Disappointed myself.
See. Yeah, I put that in your mind.
Brian.
Yes.
All right. Linebacker Jalen Smith. What year was he drafted?
2016.
2016. Yeah,
2016.
it was the same year as Zeke.
2016. All right. We'll see what other comments come in. See what everyone's saying. Okay. Yes. Steve's coming in with 16 as well. That was a nice. Tried to put a nice easy one in you because I went a bit old school on it. It was 2016. All right. Well, Barry's on, yeah. Let's see if he can get this one. This is a big. The pressure is on you now, Bars. Right? What year was Kenny Gant drafted? Safety, Albany State.
Ooh.
Oh no!
And I'll give you a hint. It was pick number 221.
Oh, that's a great one.
That's right. And just so you're aware, if you don't get this right, I'm gonna message him.
1980. Oh,
87.
What? So, bringing in Amber Garcia. How are you doing?
Hey guys, good. How are you?
Not bad. You all right?
What year?
90. I have no idea.
1990.
87.
So
you're good, Barry. You're good with that.
Yeah, I'm not. You're good with these guys, like you guys.
Kenny the Gant Shark was drafted in 1990. There you go.
Very good.
One out of 10 ain't bad.
Yeah, but hello, Amber. How are we?
Good.
Yeah, you caught us in the middle of a competition.
Having me here. I've heard about you guys. I've heard you guys. I've heard Nick talk about you guys. I've heard Brian Broaddus talk about you guys. So good things so far.
Yeah, and it's good because we haven't had a chance to speak to you yet. Fairly busy, but it's always good to hear. You know, if you're busy, that's a good thing. But what do you make of yesterday then?
Yesterday, very trying to stay positive. You know, I think we've heard a lot of bad criticism after the pick. Something that not many people were expecting. I'm sure you guys have already talked about all that. But right now, I'm just personally trying to keep an open mind and be like, okay, let's give this guy a try. Let's just wait for him to get out here at training camp. Wait for him to start the offseason workouts with the guys, mini camp and all that. See how he does. One good thing that we keep hearing about is how great of how big the guy is, his size. So that's something really good. But yeah, we'll see. The Cowboys have put their bets on this guy. They haven't addressed the O-line through free agency. So I just keep praying and hoping that they really know what they're doing and that they know more than we do. And we're going to wait and see.
Yeah, I mean, like we had Mickey Spagnuolo on a little earlier, and he attested to how big Tyler Smith is. He said he's a big guy. And one of the comments that I made is, like you said, you trust what they're doing is right. And like I was saying, one of the things you can fall back on is that they have a history of drafting Pro Bowl offensive linemen in the first round. So you can fall back on that. You can give them the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, that's something that has come up recently. You talk about Travis Fredericks, Hank Martin, Tyron Smith, and all that. So, and I'm sure you guys have heard all and seen the great work that Will McClay and his staff really do here for the Cowboys. So it's just, but then you never know when you get a miss. You know, we go back, and I know Tyquan Charlton. He wasn't an offensive lineman, or he was on the defensive side of the ball. But you know that does happen, and it's still kind of troublesome to just kind of rely everything on a guy like this, like putting so much on his shoulders, and really, I mean, that creates a lot of pressure for a young guy that doesn't necessarily has a ton of experience in college. So we'll see how he does once it's in here and getting all the training from these athletic trainers and all that, and see what the coaches can really do to develop him.
Yeah, exactly. Graham, got a question for the great Amber Garcia?
I'm just interested to hear what you do on the Spanish side for the Cowboys, for people that maybe don't know.
Yeah, I do all the Spanish content for the team. So videos, website, articles, social media, anything that involves Spanish, I do it all. I do interviews with the players sometimes with, live translating. I somehow manage to speak English and Spanish back and forth. So, yeah, I mean, I'm glad right now I'm not the only one with an accent here, a different kind of accent.
Yeah. You get a lot sometimes when people come on. You get a lot of, what?
Yeah, I'm the only different one.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, sorry, we got Barry with us as well from Cowboys Experience joining us. So it's all going on at once.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
But it's funny you mentioned that, Gray, because you were saying about the Spanish side. We found out earlier, because we had Will McClay on, he actually was working in Spain.
Yeah, Barcelona.
Yeah. So it was like,
I've heard some stories.
Oh dear.
He would kill me if I say some things. But
yeah, if there was one comment he said, it's like, thank God there was no social media back then. That's one thing he did say.
I've actually got a second question for Amber. Does your role expand now that the Cowboys are going to branch, or I'm not sure quite what's happening with Mexico. I know that the Cowboys have got a certain affiliation with Mexico, that the league have sorted that kind of stuff out. Do you do any more from that kind of front on a league basis, or is it still with the Cowboys?
Well, now everything expanding so much with the league, just trying to really become very international and take NFL teams around the world and different countries and all that. So when it comes to Spanish, we're doing a lot of things, and we look to collaborate with like the NFL, not the NFL, the Mexico soccer team, things like that, where we can connect, make that kind of connection. But now Mexico, we're allowed to call it our home market basically, and treat it as we do here in Texas when it the area when it comes to the Cowboys. So we're looking to do a lot more of activations down in Mexico. The cheerleaders just had their calendar shoot over there. We're going to be working on like setting up camps for little kids to play football, more cheerleading camp, and have players go over there. And as you guys may be expecting and hearing, with doing games internationally, There are some that are going to be announced, like the dates and all that.
May 4th. Yeah, we're very anticipating. We're kind of hoping that might be the case. You guys are coming back over to London, so we're kind of hoping for.
And we can get you over and have a few cocktails.
That's what I've heard. I wasn't working here just yet when they played over there. Yeah. What I've heard stories from these guys that was the most amazing trip. Everyone buys everybody drinks and just it gets wild.
Just a long story cut short. The fact that me and Shannon were wrestling pretty much by end of the night. That's how messed up it was.
But no, we'll
did
try.
Did you guys meet like our whole team when they
we ended up drinking with Derek, Dave Hillman. He was too glued up to watching an LSU game in the bar. I was trying to buy him a pint. As you expect, it's Dave and LSU. And then me and Shannon started wrestling in the middle of the bar, as you do.
That's awesome.
So we'll try and contain. We'll try and contain it a little bit more. Maybe I don't know. We got a question for Amber J.
Unless we've got any that's coming from people that's watching in. If not,
check the mailbag.
Yeah, but if not, what's the mood like in the media team at the minute? Because we know you guys are all so close and so involved, and we've been lucky us being able to kind of form friendships with people like Dave and everybody. So what's the mood like with you guys for tonight ahead of what's hopefully going to be an enjoyable night for us all?
Well, I heard that apparently Derek spent extra hours last night going at it on Twitter with fans arguing about the pick. So I think that right now, I mean, I feel that most of everybody here, it was just kind of like unexpected in a way, but at the same time, as soon as the draft started, I feel like no one really had pinpoint like, okay, this is the guy for sure, 100% or anything like that. So it was just kind of, you kept seeing guys go off the board and everybody is like, okay, well, what are they going to do? And you had started hearing rumors about, okay, possibly a safety, the safety guy that went towards the end. So it's everybody at the moment is let's just give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's have him come in. So I think that's kind of the mood right now. It's you're not jumping up and down and throwing a big party or anything like that, but you're just kind of eager to see what happens once he comes in.
Yeah, that's definitely. Come on, Barry, you go for it.
No, that's a great point. That's what I've been telling everybody. I mean, look at when they booed Travis Frederick pick and how'd that work out.
Yep.
And last year, nobody was talking about Micah Parsons. How'd that work out? So, all these experts before the guy even plays it down in the NFL, and you just never know. I said, I think the big part of that is, he's a big guy, but he also has that nasty mauling type, and that's what we need. We need that attitude. We need a Micah Parsons. We need that dog attitude, and that's what we need. Players like that more, So
that's for sure.
So
and exactly that. Yeah, bit of aggression in the middle. What are you hoping for though, Amber? In the second round, what's your guy? Who are you hoping they go for?
I don't have a name specifically. I go more about position.
Okay. Yeah.
So I think they definitely do need a receiver. I don't know exactly what's going to happen with as far as Michael Gallup's recovery and the time frame for that, but it's looking like it might take a couple of weeks into the season before he can actually play. So definitely wide receiver. I do want them to address the defensive end position a little bit more as well. But you're looking at linebacker too as one of the main needs that the team currently has. And look, I don't know what Stephen Jones keeps saying about free agency. It's not over. Apparently, it's not over. We'll see who they're trying to get in here. I don't know who all is left on the list, but they got a lot of spots to really fill in and get some help here.
Yeah, definitely. I'm at the moment, my guy, which I've been banging the drum for, is Christian Watson, and I will have to mute my microphone if they draft him. So try and keep things semi-professional, you know.
So you guys stay on the whole draft during the whole draft on here.
Yeah, we'll put it this way. I did not get to my bed till about 5:30 in the morning.
Yeah, about 5 o'clock.
Wow.
Yeah.
Last year, we just missed you. Last year we did a 24-hour draft show. We started it.
And we're never ever doing it again. Never.
Never again.
Yeah, we did it for charity, and we had like literally everybody on. But I think yourself, we tried to get in touch, but you was like had other things going on, so we missed you. But yeah, that was a lot of fun, especially like because we started at 7 o'clock in the morning. So the draft here last year finished about 4:30 in the morning. So then it was just riddled with a lot of sleep deprivative talk. And rambling.
That makes a good show.
Ironically, that was when the viewership started to go up.
Towards the end of the show, you guys were great.
It's a great insight into what happens when people talk for 23 hours.
That's awesome.
You actually lose reality at one point.
Yeah. I had way too much coffee. I will say that. But you got a question, Paul?
Yeah. So, well, I've technically kind of got two questions. First of all, who is your pet cat in the draft? Like, is there not necessarily in the second round, third round, just throughout the draft? Is there any player that stands out to you? And also, what's been the biggest surprise in the first round for you from all the teams?
Biggest surprise. I don't think this is a biggest surprise, but it's just more of like, man, that kind of sucks. The Eagles and the New York Giants, the players that they selected, the fact that we're gonna have to face them, obviously. So they got some good guys. So it's gonna be tough, especially, it's always tough for us, I think, especially towards the end of the season when you're trying to figure out, okay, who's going to actually make it to the playoffs. So they got guys that if we got our own struggles that we've been having, especially last year, it's going to be tough to overcome. It's just going to be very challenging. As far as guys, I'm telling you, I don't study draft. I leave that to Dave. Dave is the guy here. Dave and Kyle are the two guys that do that draft. Just drives me crazy. It's too many guys, too much information, too many guesses. You have no idea who's gonna fall where or any of that. So, like I said, I just kind of focus more on the position and all that. Tyler Smith. I will say this. I did not know much about him. I was expecting that last night when I was starting to post about him and all that, I was going to be able to find more information than what I did, but that wasn't the case. So we'll see. We'll see what happens. Other than the guy that Mike pointed out, do you guys have other names that...
Well, my pet cat's already been picked by New England Patriots, and I was absolutely devastated about it because I thought we could have got him in the late second or early third, which is Cole Strange from Chattanooga. But hey ho.
Yeah,
but Mike's pet cat, yours was Christian Watson, isn't it?
Christian, yeah, and I don't mind Jelani Woods either in the third. I like that pick too.
Yeah. I think I'd be like Mike, and if the Cowboys can somehow get Ebiketie in the second round, I think my mic's got to be muted. The neighbours will not be impressed with the wake up call.
No, Jamie, what will happen if we draft Epikeka? You'll be running about in Leeds topless. That's what will be happening.
Yeah, that's probably the polite way of putting it forward.
And we've seen Jamie naked way too many times.
Oh, too much information. Let's keep it clean.
Yeah. But I mean, apart from that, I mean, I got some guys. I mean, if we go on this, George Pickens is another guy I quite like. If you're looking at my board, there's Ebiketie.
I can just see Amber's face looking at us like, God, this looks absolutely dreadful.
Yeah, it's not.
I don't understand people that actually enjoy this process right here.
Welcome to my world. I try and tell Mike to take a step back. I really do.
I got time.
What I do every year is like I let the draft people do their work and all that. Okay, give me a list of like 10 guys. What are the names that are kind of being popular, and then I look at those and make my own judgment based on that list that was already made by everybody else. So, I don't do all that work, but a lot of people I see that I know our draft show does really, really well as well. Yeah. So it seems that a lot of fans are really into the whole process of everything that involves draft.
So guys, I'm gonna have to kind of boost off for an hour and join RJ for an hour with his stream, but I'll jump back in, and Brian's gonna jump in for me. So Amber, lovely to meet you. But Brian, Barry, I'll speak to you later on, my man.
Yes,
all right. See you in a bit.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm hoping Jelani Woods. I know Jamie, you've said you really want Arnold Ebiketie, which is a fine one. But I mean, here's when me and Jamie was talking about Amber. I don't know what you think, but what about double dipping on the offensive line?
Oh, that would be great. I mean, I would be down for it. I would definitely do that and not be upset about it whatsoever, at all. But again, I don't see how you can be okay right now with just Tyler Smith at this point. And then I don't see who else are you gonna bring in during free agency,
Yeah.
So yeah. I don't know. I would definitely double dip there if possible, and then see what happens. Because right now, I mean, you're not just talking about the passing game and Dak Prescott and all that. You're talking about the running game as well. And despite the way that the offense played, or was one of the best offense last year when you look at statistics and all that. That did not get you very far, did it? But
exactly.
You need all the help you can get there on the O-line.
Yeah, I know Brian's just come back in. One of our fellow Irishmen. You got a question for Amber at all, Brian? Because I know you've been out and about.
No, I'm just Amber. Thanks for joining in with us. It was great. It was great. Like. For a while, so it's really great. No. And love all the products.
Yeah, he's just so you're aware, Brian's running on Irish internet, so he's in and out. His internet's drunk.
That's funny.
So he's gone again. He'll be back, I'm sure. But I mean, so what's the plans for the rest of today for yourself now? Then is it watch the draft, report, write articles, or what is it that you're going to be doing now?
Yeah, a lot of work, another late night, I'm sure, for you guys as well. So you know how it goes. But yeah, I'm about to head out and start watching the draft and all that. But I basically just kind of keep up with everything, do graphics, do the articles, post it, and try to keep up. I mean, today shouldn't be as crazy. What it gets crazier, it's like tomorrow when you're starting to draft guys that you really don't know much about. hard to find a picture of because the guy is not that well known. So that's when it gets a little more challenging, especially also, it goes by a lot faster than day 1 and day 2.
Oh yeah. That's definitely. It's quite funny. Like for me, day 2 seems to go faster than all the other days. Today is the fastest. It just seems to.
Really?
I always find this is the fastest day. They seem to pick, and I get up and I go make myself another espresso. I come back and it's like, yeah, we're almost done. And I'm like, whoa, what happened there? But yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Like, when you get to the back end of things and you're trying to find information on people, because people are like, well, what do you think of the pick? And it's like, well, give me 5. I'm trying to find stuff out here. I'm Googling.
I think you're right about that, Mike, because see, when you think a lot of trades happen in the second and third round, so once you've traded for somebody, you know who the pick's going to be, so the card goes in that little bit quicker. I agree with you.
Are you guys expecting some kind of trade? You think they're going to trade?
We've had this question before, Amber. We're wondering if it's jumping up for wide receiver, maybe a Sky Moore.
Yeah,
I thought it was going to happen yesterday. I don't know if you guys noticed on the live network. I don't know what happened, but they kind of messed up. At the bottom where you see all the teams that are about to head, like who's next. Did you guys notice that? Like Dallas disappeared for a moment, and I was the first one to get out. I'm like, we're trading, get ready.
They're giving it away.
Yeah. No trade, but I guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, look, I know this is a busy time for you, so we won't chew up too much of your time because you're going to be busy with everything else and chatting to everyone else. But I mean, what we'll definitely do, if you ever get time between now and when training camp kicks off, we'll reach out to you again, see if you've got maybe like an hour to talk to us and give us your takes and your thoughts on what's going on before training camp hits.
Awesome. Let me know. I'll try to be nice. I usually tend to become very critical when it comes to.
I'll try to be nice.
That's my motto. When you ask me about Tyler, that's my motto. I'm like, okay, give the benefit of the doubt. Let's wait and see. He seems like a really nice guy. If you listen to him on the press conference, he seems like a great guy. So I'm like, okay, let's be positive. Let's be nice. Because this team tends to boil my blood a little bit at times. So
yeah. Totally with you there.
So much.
Yeah. There's many smashed glasses in this house from mainly missed field goals. So yeah, that definitely goes on in this house. But as we say, the draft is starting, and we know that you're going to be busy. So I don't want to take up too much of your time and get you behind on any work you got to do. So we'll let you go if you want, Amber.
Well, thank you so much. It's been my pleasure.
Yeah, nice to meet you, Amber.
For having me and for the invite. It's great to meet you guys virtually. Hopefully, I'll get to meet you guys in person. Don't get me drunk, though. I don't drink that much. So.
All right, but we'll try a soccer game maybe then. All right, we'll go there. But thanks for joining us, and we'll speak to you later in the season and try and get you back on, Amber. But thank you very much, and thanks for all the work you do with Dallas Cowboys.
Thanks, Amber.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Take care.
Bye.
Cheers, mate. Bye now. Here we go. What's going on at once here, eh?
Bucks are on the clock.
They are on the clock. Yeah, I could see that it had all started, and I was like, "Oof, we best let Amber go because I'm cooking up all the time."
Sounds like she got a little fire in her. She got to hold back in those opinions sometimes.
No, yeah. She does not hold back, and that's what I like. Sometimes you need that.
See, we've always said it, haven't we? And I'm not saying this just because we've got the relationship. The fan base decided got the relationship that we've been afforded for the Dallas Cowboys media team, but it's it's what the then kind of shows where they'll openly have debates and I'm always very critical of and a lot of our American viewers probably won't know, but the radio show over here for our version of football talk sport, that they're very on the fence, very just kind of and it's just more to promote kind of just having a talk. Whereas, like I say, we want to see people like Derek and Nick, Amber, kind of not going at each other, but have got a very difference in opinion, and that's what it's all about. And you don't want things sugarcoating. You want to you tune in because you want to wear a debate. You don't want to sit there and be like, just wasting an hour of my time listening to people like Gabriel Bongahor and that just showing the fact for the sake of it. And it's give us something to really be interested in and get us teeth into.
Well, of course, of course.
And also, I just thought of something while Barry's on. We haven't done this yet, guys. And I know we're waiting for the draft pick, so we'll do it just before. Make sure, guys, because we have Barry Griffiths with us, you go here. Cowboys Experience, yes.
Wow, look at that.
Look at that graphic. Cowboys Experience. There's all the details on there. Make sure you tell Barry UK Cowboys sent you, so he's aware. That means that you're one of our friends, and if you're one of our friends,
an extra treat knowing the legends here, the UK legends,
and what I've heard,
family.
So some people have told me the extra treat is a hug from yourself.
Yes, a Barry Bear hug.
So the pick is in.
We welcome them with open arms. We treat them like family.
Yeah, that's what we say every time.
If this pick is Ebiketie, my phone is going out the window.
I think this could be Malik Willis because they don't know how long they've got Brady for.
Now, do you know that, Brian? Graham, before you come on, did you see the rumours going around? It was on the Sky build-up that
they have
Tom Brady has said that if they draft Malik Willis, he's going to retire.
Really?
Yeah.
But that
talk about a guy having too much power over one team, huh?
Yeah.
He's not going to unseat Tom Brady, though, is he? Really?
No, but Tom Brady's saying that he's basically trying to corner his own market, isn't he?
At no point are the Tampa Bay Buccaneers fans going to be screaming for them to bench Brady. I don't understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's no way.
So what we're doing is, so who's are we just?
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
Because I've got Sky's coverage on, so I don't know how far in front it is of the
I would hear it from Goodell as opposed to Twitter.
Boye Mafe, Bernard Raymond.
They need offensive line help.
Yeah, so I'm thinking, or maybe Falele, and I know you're not quite high on him, Bry, which I understand why. I understand the reasons.
Logan Hall from Houston. That's the pick.
Oh.
Logan Hall.
Jamie, don't ruin it on us.
Come on, Jamie. Sorry,
None of us knew.
I thought we was just mentioning it. Oh.
Who'd you say it was,
I'll
Jamie?
just keep shutting.
No, you're fine, Jay.
Brian's annoyed. He's frozen again. Sorry, boys. I thought that's what we're doing. I'll keep
no. You go for it. We were doing it yesterday.
Your internet started drinking early. They said, Brian.
Yeah, I always start early, Barry.
Brian, just to let you know, because clearly you're that far behind on your link. The Cowboys selected Cameron Dicker in the second round.
Excellent. I can get on board with
there
that.
You go. Logan Hall. For anyone wanting to know, and I need to rearrange my screen because that is not how I wanted it. Whoo! So yeah, we are starting it off. Then we are in here. Interesting.
I'm just thinking, mate, just because I say we've got Barry. The Packers have traded up to 34. They've given up 53 and 59.
This is for Sky Moore.
Yeah, it's gotta be.
Yeah,
this is for Sky Moore.
I'll go back to what I was gonna. I'll go back to what I was going to mention in a second. It was just because it come up that there's been a trade.
Mm-hmm.
yeah, when it comes back, just because like I said, 'cause we've got Barry on, we always bang the drum for Cowboys experience, but it'd be good to get the get the lowdown from the legend himself and how things are going on, build up for the new season from Barry's perspective, from what they're going to be doing for the fans this year.
Yeah, tell us a bit about that, Bar.
Yeah, we're gonna do the 2 road game specials we're doing is Nashville and Jacksonville. So we're gonna see where that Jacksonville game is gonna be at. They play at Tennessee, and they play. I think that'd be a really popular spot here for the road games, but home games. Yeah, we kind of changed our event around a little bit last year. I think it went over really well because we had Kenny out for every event. He did the shark dance contest, and so we almost made our meet and greet the day before almost like a tailgate atmosphere as well, because we were outside and we were fortunate that it didn't rain at all. I think there's one event that drizzled a little bit. So, but yeah, we were really excited about that last year. It was at the Toad Music Factory Plaza, which is right in the Texas Lottery Plaza, where we had it outside and had the stage, and then we had one of the Cowboys DJSD as our DJ. And then, so we had a real fun time there. And then the tailgate, we plugged into the Cowboys tailgate, which is really nice because they have the cheerleaders come out and do a performance. Jamie, you would like that? You get right in the front there, and the cheerleaders come out and do a couple of numbers on dance routine and everything. And then you're right on the stadium grounds, which is really nice as well. We had another promotion, which we're going to start right in January last year because of the comedy over here, where he's getting crazy with these knuckleheads that are in office right now, but not the tab on politics, but we're going to come right out of shoot with that one in January. I'll let you all know about that one early. And but I think with some of the we want to kind of do an online presence as well, and Mike and I've been talking a little bit about that too. So I just was on a bunch of webinars the last couple of days, just learning all that kind of stuff. So definitely we'll talk to you all more about that as well. So, and I like to do something. Excuse me. Talk to my buddy from the UK. He was actually at the event when they played over in the UK. Eric Fleck, and he did one of those, and that's what you guys have, the UK flag. So we like to do maybe in the next I'd like to squeeze that in before the schedules come out, but. We have Ireland and Scotland and the UK and
Germany,
Australia, because their time frames is a little crazy with their time zones, but and then Germany, of course, and then Mike, you were saying about you made some contacts with Spain now, I guess too, huh?
Yeah. They have been on and thought this. Oh man, broken my heart.
Yeah, it came through the gap. So yeah.
What happened?
The Packers pick is being made. Do you want to know?
Yeah.
Christian Watson. Broke my heart.
Hey, but I get to watch him every week, Mike, so I'll let you know how he gets on.
Thanks for that. So, I mean, this guy, I know he's FCS. Playing from North Dakota State, but this guy, I'm telling you, if he is, I know what you're going to say in terms of the type of defenses that they've played against, but go watch the combine. You go and watch it. This guy, I would say was the winner of the combine. Just annihilated every single drill, every single workout, every single test. There was reports as well with people talking. They're showing you his athletic score now on NFL Network, and it's the highest that they have. And I can absolutely believe it. The guy isn't, and a lot of people are saying like, well, what happened? And I think he just got overlooked because he is from Florida, so he's from a football state, a football-rich state. And I just think that he got overlooked, and he just went, okay, I'll go here, and he probably could have, at some point, possibly, he could have maybe make a push to join like a group of 5 or a power 5 team, but he didn't. He stayed where he was. He kept going on. He was one of my favorite wide receivers, and he's broken my heart.
He might finish the season as wide receiver number 1.
Very well could have if he had made perhaps
that's the Titans pick, and everybody, I'll not spoil it.
Yeah, I've just seen it now as well, but the picks are flying in tonight already.
That's what I mean.
What pick are we at?
Oh, no.
We've just had 35.
35 now.
We've just had 35.
That was Christian Watson, was it?
Yeah, Christian Watson, Green Bay, which is
so
very
who was
interesting.
33 and 34.
So Logan Hall to Tampa Bay.
It was 33.
Yeah.
So we will go with 35.
Yeah,
go on, give it to us.
Sorry?
Go on. You give it to us, Gray.
So let me just make sure. Hold on. Oh, my screen's frozen. Just want to make sure.
You know, it is right. It is right what you're going to say.
So with the 35th pick, the Tennessee Titans select Roger McCreary, cornerback, Auburn. So again, it's not Sky Moore. Sky Moore gets another pick closer to.
But what you're hoping for at this stage now is that there's a run on running backs and quarterbacks, which is it's coming. It's coming. I'm telling you. Which basically puts everything else that the Cowboys are after, where you want them to be, basically. And yeah, Roger McCreary is fine. It's a fine pick. I'm not going to argue with it.
It's a fake pen throw.
Yeah.
Not disappointed to see him go off the board from a Cowboys perspective.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know, you just kind of go, yeah. Ah, man, I just still can't believe Christian Watson.
You know what? Just we were mentioning we've got some of the UK family tuning in there on Twitter. We've got Dan online. We've got, let's have a look. Just loads back up.
I think that's how I
felt
like last night after pick
got
16.
Matt Dempsey on. So there's just to name a few. There's Ryan Lewis is on. So the UK family is up and well and tuning in as we tick towards 1 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah. And hello to everybody as well watching from our YouTube channel. Hello there.
And wherever you are tuning in from, let us know.
Yeah, send in your quotes and your comments and your questions, and ask Barry about what his plans are with the Cowboys experience. I know we've talked extensively, Barry, about the online stuff, which I'm looking forward to. So that should be a lot of fun, especially when you think people, far and wide who can't make it to the games is.
Yeah, you know what, Mike? I want to compliment you on your setup too. Your look tonight is very professional. I mean, I've seen all of them all over the place. And good job, great job.
Sorry, I've never seen this before. The Jets have just traded the pick with the Giants. I can't remember the last time I ever saw the two New York teams trade picks. The Jets are on the clock and the pick is in at 36.
The Jets are officially on the clock.
I've already seen what the pick is.
Because that's the type of situation where the New York media will pick up on that. So if the Jets do particularly well with this pick, it comes back on the Giants. Why didn't the Giants? Why didn't the Giants missed out and the Jets took advantage, and so that's just how they play it.
Just thinking about it, not Brian's thinking, but they had a pretty decent first round. The Jets. So could this be one? Could this be Kobe Dean?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Interesting. So it's got to be one of the pass rushers then.
No.
I'm crap at this, mate. I'm just going to keep.
Brian, come on, man.
Keep rattling names, Jay. Come on, you got it, brother. But by the way,
tackle, is it a kicker, is it punter?
just want to say though, thank you for your comment though, Barry. Thank you very much. Just before you got overwatched with that. Thank you very much.
Oh, no problem.
We're actually going to slightly change it up for the fourth season. It's going to look even smarter.
The pick is going. The pick is Breece Hall, the running back.
First running back. Look at that though. It took all that time to get to the first running back. But I think what is crazy is you go, oh, that's the first running back. What's still crazy, right? That we are this far into the second round and we've still only had one quarterback go off the board. In drafts that are dominated by the quarterback, only one.
So could that be that teams
last night, wasn't there? And
could that be that teams like a couple of them, and they're quite happy to let one go, and then they trade up for the other? You know, I'm looking at the Lions. I'm looking at off the top of my head,
Seahawks,
Falcons.
Carolina
might take one. Carolina has another pick for 100 picks, Barry. They're way down. Carolina doesn't have a second or third rounder.
Oh, geez. Wow.
I still think Carolina.
A long time.
I'm looking at the Seahawks here. The Seahawks have got two coming up back to back. One of them
to back, yeah.
Carolina, what did they do? An offensive lineman last night?
Yeah.
Carolina?
Yeah.
I thought they might
took
grab
Ike Ekwonu.
No. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a good one. I thought they might grab Malik Willis too. I don't know.
I was half expecting the Panthers to trade out to try and get some more capital because they've just got a hell of a weight now. And when you think as well where the Panthers roster is, they just need as much help as they can get.
I still think they're going to pull the trigger and they're going to make a trade and they're going to get Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, I see where you're going.
Why would you bring that circus to Carolina? It's a circus.
Texans pick has just been made. You want to know?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
No, not yet. Okay, so around about 2:00 in the morning, I'm gonna have to jump ship as well to another show. I won't be long though.
Yeah.
Just to keep updated on that one. But we will be getting some more guests in, guys. There are people waiting in the wind, both content creators and Cowboys media staff. They are, as you can guess, I know last year we were like special guest galore. But we are, of course, running during the draft, so everybody's doing their own thing at the moment. There we are. There's some offensive line rankings for people. This is more of a consensus ranking. Brian, don't you say nothing. But it's more of a consensus ranking of offensive linemen for the UK Cowboys. Don't you go there. Don't you go there. You know,
Kenyon Green shouldn't be that high. Cowboys took him off their board, therefore he's off my board.
You want to announce it now, Jay?
You want something, it?
Go for it now.
Go for it.
Jalen Petrie. And the Falcons have just traded up. This has got to be a quarterback. The Falcons have just traded up to 38.
You would imagine so. Yeah.
I think I would have. Go on.
They've got the receiver, unless they're going to double down on receiver. Could this be Sky Moore?
But why would you trade up for that? Is what I'm saying. What are you trading past?
When you and I think the NFL Network guys, I think they were just about last night, and I think we all were that the Lions and I'm not slamming their pick because he's going to be a great player. He's going to be a great player in the league, but I was surprised they came up so high to get a wide receiver. You generally only see that for a quarterback.
True. Some of it, I think,
as as Mike always says, the 50-year option on wide receivers. This is the hot new thing.
Yeah, true. Yeah, and to be fair, you're going to lose him for pretty much a year as well, aren't you? With his coming back from his injury, so yeah, it makes sense. But it's just, I was very surprised that they jumped that high.
Yeah,
I can't concentrate on Daniel Jeremiah for the show going on behind him. It looks absolutely amazing.
There we go. Atlanta traded and the pick is in. So there we go. Let's get this off.
I'm on that thing now, just because how the picks have been coming in. It's starting to fall a little bit nicely for us. Like I said, that some of the players that we could do are falling, but it's like you just open. This is a wide receiver, or it's maybe another. Isn't a running back here too early? But do they really need a running back as well?
Or what if they took Abakete? Yeah.
Oh mate, don't do that to me. just because your pet cat is off the board, don't mean you have to take mine off.
I'm being a spoiled brat, and I've lost my guy, so you've all got to lose yours.
Yeah, but just let me live in the fantasy land just for a little bit longer.
And I mean, look, they took Drake London in the first round, right? So you got to think like what they're trying to rebuild on that offense, the Falcons, with everything that they lost since they drafted Kyle Pitts. Oh, man. So you got to think like there's one of two ways. Are they going to go pass rusher? So as I say, Arnold Ebiketie is a good option. Boye Mafe. Or are they going to continue to build on that offense? I mean, they've traded, so they're after something in particular.
Mike, you owe me a drink.
Why? What's all?
I told you Boye Mafe wasn't a first-round player.
He's a first-round talent. Yeah. I have him above Carl Aftis.
And actually, as well, just
didn't go on the first.
We was having back and forth banter, and if I'm right, I'm sure Mike said that Stingley could fall way down in the first round, and I said he wouldn't get outside the top 12.
Yeah,
I was more surprised that Kyle Hamilton fell where he did. I thought he would have gone a lot earlier than he went. Mike, with that comment, I think I know what's coming here. And if it is,
I'm not saying nothing, mate.
I'm going to Bedford.
I kind of feel guilty for saying what I said.
If this is who I think it is, then the only way tonight's getting saved is if the Cowboys take a kicker in the second round.
Jamie, it ain't gonna happen.
Oh dear. Man.
Screw you out, man. I hope you don't win a game all season.
But I mean, look, right? I mean, the Falcons, they need a bit of help here, there, and everywhere, to be honest with you, don't they? You know, I mean,
yeah.
I'm so sorry. I feel guilty that I said what I said now.
Good job, I love you, Mike, innit?
I know, I love you too.
But to be fair, though, as much as it pains me to see him go off the board, it's still dropping someone like a N'Kobe Deeds was like you said, or if I know some people might not want to double dip offensive line, that helps that way, and also it keeps Sky more dropping. So then, because I think if he keeps dropping, if he keeps dropping as he does, I can see the Cowboys probably trading up for him if he's high on the board.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, let's say as long as we.
I get the reason why you like him so much, because like look at that burst score for a guy that's 250 pound and has a 34-inch arm length coming at you with a massive burst score. I mean, wow. You know?
I don't know what you guys' thoughts are, and people that are tuning, the Cowboys family that are tuning in, just talking about double dipping on the offensive line. Would anybody be disappointed with Daniel Falele, dropping it and just thinking of a different, because that's one name that we've not really talked about much.
Yeah.
Rich isn't keen.
No, we're not taking Daniel Falele.
No.
Trash can full of dirt.
He's not quite the mold Cowboys go for in terms of an offensive lineman. But if you wanted just that pure stonewaller, that does struggle against fast pass rushers. But if you're up against, like, especially if you're going to put him on the right side of the line, where you just need a guy to stonewall that corner, be like that big bookend, Falele fits it. But he's not really a Cowboys mold. But who knows? You know, maybe they're trying to go toward. If they're trying to go towards more gap power than a zone blocking scheme, Falele will be your guy.
This is one thing I don't like about Sky. It's like
adverts.
Who wants adverts? Who wants adverts at 21 in the morning? Show us, I don't know, show us Roger Goodell doing the funky chicken, or I don't know, something that's better than watching adverts.
Just want to say as well, we spoke to Neil Reynolds from Sky Sports this week. He's actually out in Vegas. So just going to give a shout out and say hello to him over there. He's going to put $50 on red for us. And if he wins, he'll split the winnings.
He's putting $50 on what, sorry?
$50 on red. I told him, put $50 on red for us. And if you win, split the winnings. Now, he emailed me back. Yeah, sure. Lol. So I'm assuming that means, yeah, okay, I'll split the winnings. Let's laugh about it. Good guy, Neil. And again, guys, if you watch the beginning of this show, go on to Twitter or our YouTube channel so you can watch the full Will McClay interview. On Facebook, we had a technical issue, so it cut the beginning of the show out. But on YouTube and Twitter, it's all there and available for you.
I still seriously cannot believe. Sorry, Mike, put you off there. Yeah. Still seriously cannot believe we managed to get him on. Like I said, fair play to Bry for bugging the hell out of everybody to get him on. Like I say, it was just, like I say, especially more so because it's draft night, and like I say, he was clearly in the office. He was clearly not far from going into the war room, and it was just like, and it was a little bit like the Stephen Jones one last year. It was like it's such a busy time, and it's like these people, like say Barry. I mean, Barry's got loads of things going on. Amber's jumped on. We had Mickey and Brad tonight, to name a few. Like you said, and like you say,
there's some more to come.
You guys have been emailing back and forth with some of the media team and some of the content creators, and everyone's got their own agenda tonight because it's such a busy night. And they're all like, "Yeah, we'll give you 5-10 minutes," and it's like it's just insane. It's like you say, we're a fan podcast, and people are willing to give up the time just to.
I know. And they always compliment. What makes me laugh though, Jay, is they always like say, "Oh yeah, you guys, we're great. We always hear about you." And you're just like, deep down, you're just like, "Do you know we're just a bunch of idiots over here?"
Yeah. and it's literally
now. How do we put down my UK fam like that?
Hey, look, I mean,
well said, Barry.
You always help and support the show, Baza, and I know that. From conversations that we all, we speak quite regular, sometimes bugging the hell out of you, but you do always say, that you're very particular in because it's all about creating a brand and a look, and you always say, that what we've done is something that you give a thumbs up to, so you get that from yourself.
Yeah, no, it's real professional. That's what we try to be. I think the main thing that's us with our packages and our about us and the staff is that we want to treat everybody like family. I mean, unlike the crazy world today, is that we want them to leave knowing, hey, they forgot about the world while they were with us, and they had a great time, and they just felt really welcome and treated them as good people. So.
Hey, and you do that, mate. That's for sure.
Yeah, like you're saying, it just shows how the fan base this side of the world's kind of grown in terms of just from a personal standpoint. I can remember just getting into the Cowboys, and you very rarely heard of fans this side of the pond. They were obviously here, there, and everywhere, but like now, like you listen to like all the Cowboys podcasts that the Dallas Cowboys media team do, and you could probably name it maybe once for sure. You'll always now hear a lot more. Like, when questions are fighting, there'll be someone from the side of this pond is tuned in and put a comment in. And it's like the fan base here is it's insane how it's helped get it, make it a lot bigger and get it out there to say, look, do you know what, we've got a massive fan base of this side of the pond, and it's just insane. Like you're saying, it's just it's like
it's awesome. You guys
family is here.
I tell you what, it is a testament to as well is how far along, especially in the last decade, technology has come along, because that I think has helped what brings the world a bit more together, more connectivity, more information, more conversation. Because there's no way 10 years ago we would have been doing this and speaking to the likes of people in Dallas and getting so close to people like yourself, Barry. Technology is the big driver on all of this,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and just kind of flicking off it and making it sound a bit like, say, just what's gone on in the world the last 2 years has affected us all. It's like look at the fan group we have the virtual meetups for the games, and they're well attended on the days that we have them on, and everyone gets involved and everybody has a good laugh, and it's just especially and because it's just everybody's so far away in terms of distance that it gives not there's a lot of people I know. We had a few people when we went to Scotland, didn't we, for the Super Bowl party.
That was good.
A lot of people don't have friends who are into the NFL, so it gives someone another outlet to be able to say, do you know what, let's just jump on on Facebook for 20 minutes and just have a bit of a chat before the game. It just helps isn't it?
Awesome.
What it's about, isn't it?
I think especially the way the world is today, it's so hateful, so mean, and like you said, you guys are all the way over there, and I'm here, and just it's really neat to be around people that value friendships and relationships, and and just treating people with respect and respect for each other, and I mean, gosh, I feel like I've known you guys for forever, and it's only been a couple of years, that's pretty cool.
My wife knows your nickname already, Barry.
That's a testament.
Hopefully it's good.
I've lost track of how many times I've run Barry drunk on a Saturday.
Mate, I know, because Barry then you say, I spoke to Jamie the other night. He was drunk.
When it's nighttime, it's nighttime. You had a few probably usually, and then when it's daytime, when he says he'll call me at night, and then I'll say, okay, maybe I'll go get a cold one ready. Have a cold one with him.
So Rian, my wife, she calls Jamie. She's like, "Oh, talking to your boyfriend again." I'm like,
So what was just saying, because the picks in for the Seahawks. So
what I'll do, Jamie, Mike, what time did you say you're coming back on? About you got to leave in about an hour, 15 minutes.
I go about 2:00 just to hop onto another podcast.
I'm gonna run in here, grab something to eat so I can make or grab something, and then I'll be back. Then I'll jump on when it's get closer as well. But
It's an open chair for you, Barry. So you've got the details to join the show. Just enter back in, and we'll bring you back in, mate.
Okay, you got it. Okay, I'll see you guys in a little bit.
All right, stay safe, brother.
See ya.
All right, thank you, guys.
So what was the Bears pick? I missed the Bears pick. The Seahawks one's just about to be made.
Kyler Gordon.
That was 39, was it?
Yeah, cornerback, Washington. Washington at the moment have been bringing out, if you look at it, they've been bringing out some sneaky defensive backs in recent years.
Seattle pick has been announced.
Now, I wonder, is this going to be Malik Willis?
Do you want to know? It's been announced.
Yeah, go first.
Boye Mafe.
Finally.
But they have another pick.
Yes. So I wonder if they just
they're back on. They're back on the board.
Yeah.
But again, this is good for the Cowboys because
Of course.
not that you want to see players fall, but players are falling. It's just again, it's like I say, and not to be like a bit. Well, you probably say an ass. Like I always like the draft show and stuff for the Cowboys. I always like I say because they're more in the know. So I always like to say like there's always somebody every year that falls.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, and who do they think it's going to be? And I don't think anybody would have predicted that Nakobe Dean would have been the one that started to tumble like this. I know that
I am not. I'm going to be honest, but you know my feelings on Nakobe Dean, right?
Yeah.
So I'm completely not. I'm thinking 3rd round, I'm okay. I'd be like, yeah, okay. Honestly.
Wow.
Yeah. Purely just like just go and Google it. Just literally Google Nakobe Dean injury history, and I'm sure it's going to be one of the very earliest articles that you can pull up off there, and you'll just run through it, and you'll go, "Oh my god!"
Really but do you know which team takes a chance on injury history?
I know. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying.
So,
you know that.
I don't know if any of you have seen the our group chat, but Paul is screaming for David Ojabo at the minute now.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
The Seahawks have just made the pick, and it's a second player at this position, and it probably ain't going to be what you think.
Okay. Have I turned that off a minute? Oh no! I'm having a nightmare. Right, let's do this so I can update the ranks.
That jersey's got me actually as well. I'm looking at these highlights. I might have to buy that jersey as much as I'm a Texas fan.
Talking of jerseys, mind, do you know Travis has got a Zeke jersey? Got his first one.
Nice.
Yeah, I wore it yesterday. I was like,
yes, the Trav. Go boy.
Yeah. Although I said to him, because I want to take him to the London games this year, and I was like, look, you can get your own jersey and all of this. He likes the color green. So I was like,
oh no.
I know. But I've managed to persuade him that New York Jets is a lovely jersey. So if you want to go green, go there.
Has anybody seen the Seahawks pick?
No.
Yeah.
Of course.
I'm just thinking, Dad, I like this Davis jersey, this green one.
Nope. No. I have no son.
Who would have thought in this draft that 2 running backs would have gone before 2 quarterbacks?
I know.
With the hype that was building for the quarterbacks.
And when you think about it, it's a quarterback-driven league. You know, draft is quarterback-driven.
There wasn't hype about these quarterbacks. There was question marks about all of them.
And we said last year. We said, during our draft shows last year, if you want to go and get your quarterback, now's the time to go and do it. And you did see teams, a lot of people talking 5 quarterbacks going in the top 10 picks last year. This is as a result because of what you had this year from what teams are projecting. And if we can see it, if people watching a lot of college football and like the draft scout can see it, you know for damn sure people getting paid millions to watch these things are aware of this too.
But you also have to look towards next year's draft as well, Mike.
Yeah, no, I know.
CJ,
so
you've so much talent at QB next year.
Yeah.
100%.
I've got the 3 biggest draft guys in the college guys in the group. Talk to me about Luke Fortner. What's your thoughts on Luke Fortner?
Center
out of Kentucky.
Yeah, in what respect? For the Cowboys, or just in general?
For Cowboys. I mean, I'm not saying second round. I'm saying maybe early day 3.
Yeah, because obviously the position he plays.
Maybe.
Hold on. Let me get my
the stats. I was getting stats up.
let me get my complete.
Maybe Quinn, but they'd be more likely to look at Cam Jurgens, who they brought in as the 30 visit from Nebraska. Now, Broadus is all over Luke Fortner. He thinks he's the second best center in this draft class.
Right. Yeah.
So it's
position flex with Fortner.
And my second question is how's his shotgun? You all know what I'm getting at.
Yeah. Let me go through this. Okay, so I'll give you my quick. I do my full scout reports, but then I do my top 3. So my top 3 strengths, if you like, is he has a very good height and athleticism, capable of blocking on the move, effective in space, drops hips to get his leverage, and then solid positional run blocker, has nasty demeanor. Top 3 weaknesses for Fortner then. Consistency is the first one. Loses leverage in battles with high pad level. And then his mirror ability is limited.
Sorry to jump in. We have another trade.
Ooh.
The Vikings have moved up to 42.
Interesting.
And the pick is now in.
Cousins doesn't have a long deal. Could it be?
Yeah.
They gave up 53, 77, and 192. We got 42 and 122 back from the Colts.
How fun would it be if we could get Jordan Tuck on in a little minute?
And you know what? Steve's just come up with an interesting one after this trade. Anybody see this for Minnesota?
I would say, what about though? Possibly. I mean, but this could be because they've overtaken the Giants. So what if they're thinking they don't want Giants to take quarterback? So they're getting a bit worried about that. But then what if it's that they're worried about offensive linemen? Because Giants also need more offensive linemen. So what if they're taking Raymond? Yeah,
I could see that.
I wouldn't go I wouldn't go for Raymond.
Well, just an offensive lineman because they're just worried that Giants are going to take their guy.
Like Giants, so many linemen in the last couple of years. But Graham, go on ahead.
I don't see the Giants going QB this year because the Giants have got a new staff in. I think the Giants will wait till next year.
But
it's possible.
Both from Clemson's on the board still. Could it be that? You say you and just how good the back end of the Vikings defense is. Someone like him would. He's up.
And get your thoughts and comments in, guys. Tell us what you think so far. What are your predictions that the Cowboys are going to take with their second round pick at number 56?
Here we go. I think Goodell's had enough for the night.
Sorry?
Goodell's had enough for the night. It's also
I always like this, like day to day when you get people of interest on.
Yeah,
I prefer
it. This is the team's draft. You know, like you always say, day 1 is for the fans, day 2 is for the team, day 3 is for the scouts.
Because Sky, NFL UK run another competition to get someone to announce one of the Jags picks again this year from Wembley.
So Sky Moore then, right? Okay. All Mac first team. All Mac first team. All Mac first team.
Hey, Benny. Benny has joined us, folks.
Good morning.
Hey,
good morning.
Back in the building. But yeah, just let us know. Let us know where you're watching from, who you think the pick's going to be. We will be doing Predict the Pick as we get a little bit closer to the Cowboys pick. That's always a bit of fun. Basically, the focus just goes on.
Thinking of pick announcements, who liked the Steelers one? Franco Harris was hyped for that pick. He was loving it, wasn't he? He loved it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Here we go. I may just take a very quick minute to come away. I'm going to go make myself a coffee in a minute.
You don't need any more coffee. You've too much coffee in you already.
I just sunk one of them.
You've too much of that in you as well.
This guy escapes me, but he's milking it for every second.
Yeah, give it a minute.
He's been on stage for 5 minutes.
40 picks. 40, oh, she's coming in. She's told him. She told him off. 40 picks have been made already. It's just like, there's the.
Oh, go on with it.
you know, like when your granddad's telling you like a story, and you're just like, "Oh, get on with it, granddad." It's just, what's the point of your story, mate?
I called the pick. I called it.
Go on,
Andrew Booth.
Yeah, it took a while to get
Andrew
there.
Booth.
I said Andrew Booth on the clock. It wouldn't surprise me to take him here.
It's good to see you listening to you, Jay.
Yeah. Because you got crappy internet. You still on dial-up and you didn't hear it.
So that was Minnesota Vikings.
Yeah. Wasn't the cat?
Yeah.
Keep up, Brian. Chuff it out, man.
Yes. That's right, Steve.
He's not wrong, Mike. Calm down on the coffees.
I love caffeine.
Well, the Giants have put the picks already in. So what we now? So the Cowboys have finally appeared on the bottom of the ticker to say that their pick. So we're getting close.
Could the Giants go with David Ojabo here? They can afford to give him a year off.
I suppose, yeah. I see where you go with.
I don't like bringing him up, but Sky Moore would fit very nicely here.
He would. He'd probably be.
We're not going to stick with Golladay.
He'd probably be the wide receiver one starting this season.
Yeah.
Sin. G got the position right, got the player wrong.
John Mechie.
Nope. Wanda
George
from Kentucky.
Oh, that is such a Giants pick. That is absolutely a Giants pick.
Normal service resumed.
Yeah.
and not to knock just with how this is kind of panning out. And we know sometimes the Cowboys like to take a hit on a player that's got a bit of an injury. Is anybody getting a? And I mean this. I don't mean this to kind of knock the guy, but is anybody getting a little bit worried that how this keeps on? The pick could be a Jabba if he's there.
Nah.
No,
for the Cowboys,
I don't think so.
I feel that with what they've taken in the first round, and don't forget, they're not going to take up Jabba because.
I think I know who the pick is going to be.
Like you think that
for the Cowboys, yeah, I think I know who the pick is going to be.
Mike McCarthy has got hot butts, as I've said before, so he's not going to want to take on a guy they need to have to build up a bit or wait on. So I can't see Mike McCarthy signing off on the pick. Like basically that gives him an out. So if they fail, then Mike McCarthy can be like, well, I told you not to take Ojab. We could have done with this play, and it gives him an out at the end of the year if it doesn't work out.
I think the pick is down to 2 for me. It's going to be either, and we've talked about both of these on prospect.
Mm-hmm.
Either Kingsley Enagbare from South Carolina,
I'll go with that.
and I know Mike is going to disagree with me on this. Christian Harris out of Alabama.
He's got so many.
They both fill needs.
They do fill needs.
I know you disagree with it, Mike, and that's I totally respect that as well.
I mean, like, I'm not going to be against the pick. All that I'm just saying is that Christian, he's got a lot of what is like Jalen Smith, and all I'm saying is there was nothing wrong with Jalen. Well, okay, there were things wrong with Jalen Smith, but you could have perhaps, I don't know, some of it is medical, some of it is down to coaching and the way they were playing him, but the fact of the matter is he was under contract, and we were happy to pay dead cap money on Jalen Smith. We cut out, we didn't even trade him. We cut out flat cut him. And Christian is very much like Jalen Smith. He's Jalen Smith-esque. So you mean to tell me the Cowboys were willing to chew up dead cap for a guy and then draft a guy who was his replica? That's my issue. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying he's a bad player, and if they do take him, I'm happy. I'm all for it. But I just think that that's the reason why I don't think it'll be the pick.
Yeah.
So do we think Willis and Dean are still in the green room, or have they stormed off by now?
Yeah.
I think that's the only two.
There's another name which is just as I'm looking down my board who's still available.
Go on. Oh, lost you just as you were mentioning, Bri.
Travis Jones.
Travis Jones, absolutely. Do you know, funnily enough, I was looking at my board and I was going, Travis Jones. What about DeMarvin Leal?
He's still there. He's
still there.
My top players are Malik Willis, Nakobe Dean, Matt Corral, David Ajabo, Sam Howell. We're not drafting any of those. DeMarvin Leal is the highest guy.
Let me just update my board briefly. I need to... Brisker's gone, isn't he?
No.
So that works. Gordon's still there?
No, Gordon went earlier.
Tyler Gordon? Yes, sorry. Yeah, you're right. I have marked it down. What about Fedarian Mathis from Alabama?
Bit early.
You reckon?
I'd have others ahead of
him.
Trey McBride?
Again, it's too early. As you said, will he play 75% of the snaps?
Perry on Winfrey?
Doubt it.
Is it the selection's being made by the Texans?
Man, I'm so gutted about Christian Watson.
Oh,
someone's gonna trade up. It's falling that way. A certain wide receiver keeps slipping. Someone's gonna trade up. It's not gonna be the Cowboys.
Sky's the limit, Chief. Sky's the limit.
So the pick is in on Houston. Houston traded with Cleveland, if I'm correct. And they have taken their wide receiver.
They have.
Okay.
John Machette the third from Bama.
What?
Lost you in the pass again, bro. Sorry, bro.
They must believe in Davis Mills.
Number 44. See,
I wonder how long did they look at Willis or Corral. They must believe in Davis Mills if they're taking John Mechie there.
What I find crazy though is those quarterbacks are still there. And nobody's traded up for them.
Yeah.
Think about that.
When I looked at those two Seahawks picks, I wonder if the Seahawks have traded back because they like two of them and they're just waiting for one of them.
And they're just waiting, yeah. And if they're still available, the big giveaways if they trade back again. If they do it again and both quarterbacks still haven't gone, there's your answer. That's what they're waiting on. That they've got their picks in.
I wonder who this is going to be. See, this is why I love it. I always say that the draft is one of my favourite times of the year. It's just so unpredictable. It's so unpredictable that you could probably predict the Cowboys will win a playoff game before you could nail on a pick in a draft.
Yeah.
We got to remember it's the time of year every team in the NFL gets better. That's why it's so much fun.
But yeah, so what we got? So the Ravens are on now 45. So we've got Detroit, Washington, Chicago, New Orleans, Kansas, the Eagles, Pittsburgh, Indy, New England, Arizona. So when this picks in, there's 10 more picks to come before us. So what's everybody hoping? Who's tuning in at home? What are you thinking? How's the nerves? Who's on there that you'd like to see us take? Because there's some damn good players still there. Nick Bonito's there. There's still some linebackers.
Nick Bonito is one I said yesterday. Some people aren't happy with that idea, but look, it's going to fill. It's going to Baltimore Ravens. I'm thinking right here now, Marjay Sanders, maybe David Ojabo. They're the two places I'm going.
Marcus has just got to comment as well. No worries, man. Just hope tonight's going well for you, bro.
Whose message then?
Marcus.
Oh, Marcus. Yes, he's in work and he is going to. Yeah, he's going to join us a bit later. He said.
So you can't log in a minute.
Yeah.
There we go. The Lions have just picked.
Still waiting on
the Ravens one. So we just to spoil the pick, and we can stop talking about it now. We don't have to worry about Ojabo where he's going to fall because the Lions have just taken him
at 45.
The Ravens took Ojabo.
No, sorry, I got it wrong. The Ravens are just on the clock. They're on the clock now.
So
the Ravens actually just
the Lions took Ojabo at 45, did they?
No, the Ravens.
The Ravens.
It flashed up on the screen that it was the Lions.
Yeah, the Lions are on the clock now, and David. Oh, look at that! I said it might be David Ojabo. Yes, it done it again.
Yeah, sorry. It flashed up the Lions.
Okay.
It flashed up the Lions. So I thought it was the
all right,
Lions.
mate.
It's not a bad pick. It's not a big pick for the Ravens though. They're one of the teams that can afford that kind of pick.
Yeah.
The Ravens always pick so well. I hate the Ravens. They always get it well. They always get it right, but then they fail.
They struggle to try and retain
Convert.
what they have.
They're going to miss Hollywood Brown, though.
I don't know. See, Hollywood Brown is that downfield receiver, and you think with Lamar Jackson, he's not getting targeted, and he's not that. That's not Jackson's style. I don't think Hollywood Brown is a bad receiver. I absolutely loved him. I thought he was like the best thing I'd ever seen, mind you. But then he goes there, and you're like, well, that doesn't fit the bill.
Who's I know we're still early in it, but for the teams that have gone so far, who's drafters proverbially peed you right off and thought, you've had a really good draft so far?
The Giants.
The Giants.
No.
The Eagles.
Not after their last pick.
I think the Eagles have done really well.
Right.
Yeah, the Eagles have done okay.
I mean, AJ Brown and Davis.
Jordan Davis.
Here it is. So here's my 1, 2, my top 3 picks on my board at the moment, best players, if you like, is Sky Moore, Travis Jones, Malik Willis.
Wow. Lions picks being made.
Marjay Sanders, possibly Nakobe Dean, but I doubt it. Because they
It's an
need
interesting
players
pick
now.
up from the Lions.
Is it Marjay Sanders?
No.
Josh Pascal.
Oh, Josh Pascal. Okay. Interesting.
Again, another team passing on QB.
Yeah.
Quite content with Jared Goff.
Yeah, I know. You'd think like that Malik Willis is going to be.
But again, maybe they're going, well, we don't love anybody, so we'll see if we can get someone in the third, because that's where we're all headed. I mean, Malik Willis must be having kittens in that green room, because there's another team passed. No thanks.
So, I mean, like I said, I wonder if a lot of them then are, because the class next year is supposed to be.
And that's what exactly
really
what I was thinking, Jay. I'm right with you there. That I'm thinking, like, is it that they're all passing because they're waiting for what could be next year?
I mean, in all seriousness, right? In all seriousness, at what point does it get to where the Cowboys go, do we fancy a backup?
Yeah, because one of them's going to fall into the third at least, aren't they?
See if Desmond Ridder's there in the late 4th. I mean,
I like Desmond Ridder.
I do. He's been quite underrated and slipping under the radar. But me, Brian, and Paul did a 7-round mock draft predicting what the Cowboys will do. So far, we're not doing very well. But one of the things I said was when we got to day 3, is I said, it's quite a Mike McCarthy pick to take a backup quarterback. Somebody like Skylar Thompson.
Brock Purdy. If they're going to take a backup, it's going to be Brock Purdy.
Brock Purdy fits the bill too.
Yeah, because Kellen Moore went and worked him out. So it's going to be Brock Purdy if they're taking one.
What about is it not the Notre Dame QB?
Jack Cohen? Nah, he's rubbish. He'll go undrafted. He'll go undrafted. Like, what's startling to me is Matt Corral and Sam Howell were the supposed picks 1 and 2 this time last year. And there's nobody interested in them. That is surprising to me.
Yeah.
I think Carolina might try and come back up and try and get Sam Howell. I saw that from Steve. He's going to end up in a dumpster fire, Steve.
I still think the Panthers are going to. I think he's still going to end up on the Panthers.
No.
Washington up next. I think this might be Falele.
More likely after the draft. I think that they're going to try and get him on. Which you would do.
Yeah. I could see that pick all right, Mike. Yeah, it's a very good call.
Fits the Washington style.
Yeah.
And to be fair, just to touch back on the Beckham, he's not a bad QB, really, is it? To be honest, as much as we don't like Oklahoma and we take the mick, he's not really a bad QB, is it? How can any QB get a team over the hump with coaching changes year after year after year after year?
Yeah.
It's just you just can't.
And think of how much that offense has been churned. Yeah.
Could this be a QB?
Oh, that is a good shout.
Could this be
Brian, sneaky beggar?
Yeah.
Could this be a QB? Like, I mean, they're probably sitting there going, "What? We've got to the second round and nobody."
And we've still got one of the top quarterbacks. Yeah. Didn't think of that.
Excuse me.
Oh, it depends which way around they want to do this, though. If they want to continue down the road that they're on and build their offensive lineup, and then they just next year that the better quarterback class comes in, and then they plonk their quarterback in, or Do you go and get Malik Willis now and then do the reverse and build your offensive line next year? And
I think they could take one now and still take one next year if this doesn't work.
Possibly. Yeah. Yeah, of course they do need quarterback. And
they've nothing to lose here.
Get our quarterback rankings
On
up.
the stage.
See, Pickett has gone, but Willis is number 2 right behind.
Yeah. And Corral is not that far behind either.
And you've mentioned Ridder. I mean, Ridder, like, what you got to remember is Ridder, out of the quarterback class, is the most winning quarterback.
It isn't quarterback.
Okay. I was way off.
Wrong side of the bloody ball. No.
Yeah.
He's a big dude, though. You look at the size of him. That's what you want. One of them big, nasty run stuffers.
Again, that is a typical Commanders
thought of that
pick.
one, Joe.
They're
Should have thought
tall.
about that.
Hello, I'm back again.
Hey,
This has certainly been quite an interesting second round.
But your guy is gone.
Yeah, but I'm really Ojabo.
Yeah.
I'm actually really happy for him. No, he's. I need to, you need to give the Ravens some credit. They've actually done really well in this draft so far. Like,
but that's Ravens all over, Paul. They always draft well.
Mm-hmm.
You know what?
They take the best player they can.
I'm thinking this pick here from the command. Was it Washington that picked this guy?
Yeah.
Bit of a reach, is it not?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit, not huge.
Yeah, he more than anything, he fits the scheme and what the Commanders try and do. Like you could argue the point that it is, but he fits what they tried to do at Washington.
Well, they love Alabama linemen.
Yeah, big bulky guys in the middle.
Yeah.
This
is starting to work out a little bit. I'll throw it out there. I'll throw it out to you two, to you three, and everybody that's tuned in.
It's got to be scary.
I'll be right back. I'm just going to go get myself a coffee.
All right. Well, you buggers off too. I'll throw this to you too, and I'll talk to anybody that's watching. It's starting to work here. When the Cowboys on the clock, Sky Moore and Jacoby D could well be on the board here. Who, if they're both there, which one would you take?
I'm loving Marcus's comment.
Oh my god, that is freaking hilarious.
You giving me back a telling me.
I'm bringing it back up.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah. So,
Marcus, if you're not doing anything, come join us, man.
He's still in work, Paul. He's going to join as soon as he can. Yeah, he said he'd jump on with us as quickly as he can.
I didn't know. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah.
So we're going for Jacoby Dean and Sky Moore is still on the board when the Cowboys pick.
Right, I've got the pick. The Bears have selected safety Jaquan Brisker.
Come on, Paul, don't do that to me, man. But yeah, anyway, so let's throw it again.
It's a fake Pentro again. Like, we're not going to pick a safety, so
yeah,
it's a name that doesn't matter to me.
It should be an expectation.
Yeah.
So who are you going for? It looks like that at least one's be there. So the Cowboys get on the Cowboys get on deck. Jacoby Dean and Sky Moore are both still there. Which one are you taking?
Sky Moore.
I think they're taking Enoch Barre or Travis Jones.
Who?
Who's the first name? Sorry?
Kingsley Enoch Barre.
Oh, okay.
South Carolina.
South Carolina edge rusher.
Who's taking him?
Dallas.
You are sorry, Brian. You gone again. Who's taking? Who's taking?
No, Marcus has hijacked his internet connection again. That's what's happened.
Right, still a bit jumpy again, isn't it?
Yeah.
No, I'm not.
I got so. Who we on about, Bryce? Sorry, were you saying anything about there? Who's taking him?
Kingsley,
Travis
Kingsley Annabelle.
Jones. Yeah, that's it.
Kingsley
or Travis
Annabelle.
Jones. That's who I would say are the pick.
No, but that wasn't the question, Brian. Come on, play the game.
Oh, so you're Mike now, are you?
Yeah, N'Kobe Dean's there and Sky Moore's there. Who are you taking?
Oh,
Sky
from
Moore.
those, I'm taking Sky Moore.
Sky Moore, hands down.
We got there eventually. Flipping it. It only took us 4 days.
Sorry, it took a while to come through from that.
I don't know, guys. Like, it would not surprise me if we double dip an O-line.
No. We talked about it a bit ago. And
Leonard Ryman's still there.
But yeah, and I mentioned Falele, and the guys said that it might like, but it wouldn't surprise, like you say, if double dip. No, I'm not opposed to it. Definitely not.
You have you've still there. Petty Freer from Ohio State, Falele, Darian Kennard is still there, Abram Lucas is still there. So you have options, but they're not going to double dip. They're going to go every wide receiver.
Looks like I think Malik Willis will actually end up. Here's a wee bet. Where do you think Willis is going to end up?
I still think he'll end up at Seahawks.
No, I think he may actually end up in Indy in a couple of picks' time.
That could be a good shape, Paul. That could be a very good shape.
Play under Matt Ryan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because it's not going to be the Chiefs or the Saints. Well, in fact, the Saints actually they're on the clock. This might be the first quarterback off the board. Actually,
second. Kenny Pickett was first.
I saw. I mean, for tonight. Sorry, for tonight.
No, definitely for tonight. Yeah, no, it won't be.
I'm so honestly. I'm so happy for David Ojabo though. So happy for him.
Yeah.
I would love to have I would love to have seen him in Dallas though. Love to have seen him in Dallas, but hey ho.
More than you'd like to see Sky Moore in Dallas.
I personally would love to see more David Ojabo in Dallas because he's just a country. He's my fellow countryman, you know.
It's true. I just would just see where your loyalties lie there because we know you've been massively on the Sky Moore train. So it was, see if we could catch you off guard and see if we could get you to slip.
No, well, you know me, Jamie. I would always be more in a favor of a D line or an O lineman over a skill player because you need the more you can get, the better. Because
definitely.
Whereas wide receivers, you can still get good production from guys that are more lower end. Like for example, you had your Cole Beasleys, you had your Cedric Wilsons, you had. I'm just spitballing here, but you know what I mean. But it's not necessarily a guarantee with wide receivers.
So Steve is just asking. Steve is just asking here of 30 visits, who's still on the board. So they brought in through the invites, through the combine, and through Dallas Day. And your guys from the top of the draft all the way down to potentially undrafted free agents. So
you keep cutting out, Brian. Oh my God. Pick is in. So with the 49th pick overall, the New Orleans Saints have selected cornerback Alontae Taylor.
It's not even come up on screen yet, man.
I've got it. See, here's the final, Jamie. The actual Twitter feed is getting it direct. Everything on TV is just there for show. It really is. Like you're getting them.
This is anything that spoils social media. Like social media spoils it. Like you say, throws it out way early, doesn't it?
Yeah.
What's happening, hip cats?
Yep.
Well,
you just missed the 49th pick there. Saints have just selected cornerback Alontae Taylor.
Oh, Jesus. Right. Okay.
Not
what I would have gone for, but all right. Right. I'll just update the draft picks on our ticker. Where was I up to? Chicago. Right. Okay.
Tennessee from your neck of the woods, Marcus.
Jaquan Brisker. Oh, so I didn't miss too much.
That's the
Right. Get my head back in the game. You hop off and you come back and you're just like, where was I? So who did the Saints take? We don't know yet, no?
Alontae Taylor.
Alontae Taylor. Apologies.
Yeah. Alontae Taylor from Tennessee.
Not the pick I would have made, but all right.
Anyone worried the Cowboys might go for George Pickens?
Would that be a bad thing?
Yes.
With the red flags, yeah. He does have red flags, but...
So this is where my knowledge when it comes to the right receivers is very, very non-existent, right? I'm seeing one half of Cowboys fans would love to see George Pickens in Dallas, but I'm seeing I'm completely seeing a different perspective. It seems very split when it comes to am I wrong saying that?
But I mean, look, Sky Moore and Travis Jones, who you put in as a one tech, is still available to you. Travis Jones, Connecticut, DT1 in the second round. Oh my goodness!
And Kingsley is there.
Kingsley Enagbare, yeah. I mean, there's another guy, and Kingsley Enagbare actually has in this draft class has the highest pass rush efficiency amongst all the defensive ends.
Yeah, I'll throw an additional name out there just because nobody's mentioned it tonight, but no one's mentioned Chad Milner yet.
No.
No.
I'm guessing people are worried about the size. Maybe there's a size issue with him, so I wonder if that's what they're worried about. No, I mean, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 picks, right? So if I give you my ranking,
Saints have traded back up. We've got a trade. This has got to be a quarterback. It's got to be a quarterback. We've got a trade.
Who's traded up?
Saints have traded up with the Kansas City Chiefs up to the 50th pick.
There we go. Paul is in with the graphics again. I couldn't do it all at once.
Oh no, I stand corrected. Apparently, it's the Patriots now.
Patriots. So this is wide receiver. This is Sky Moore.
Oh God! If they
I'm gonna go with Nakobe Dean here, just because
Nakobe Dean could work. They do need linebacker.
Could be.
They do need linebacker.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! I love espresso. Right. Okay.
Steve, can you send over your blood pressure medication over to Mike?
Right, okay. So I don't know.
Did you see a microwave ping?
Yeah,
I heard.
It was me. I was doing the it's not the microwave. I was sterilizing baby bottles. You know, just typical podcasting as you do. You talk about number one draft picks, who the NFL draft picks are going to be, and then sterilize baby bottles all at the same time.
So just to give you a recap, the Patriots have sent the 54th and 158th picks to the Chiefs for the 50th pick, so they've only moved up 4 places.
This has to be a wide receiver, so Sky Moore, George Pickens, or Nakobe Dean, because they're worried that the Eagles might take a linebacker here.
Yeah,
doesn't have to be, but it would be a good pick.
They seem the most obvious, yeah.
If this isn't Nakobe Dean, then it's definitely the Eagles are definitely taking.
well, we know the Eagles are not picking wide receiver in this next pick.
Could it be the bill is going up for Trey McBride?
This is in favor for us. The Patriots are drafting Baylor wide receiver Traquan Thornton.
There you go. It had to be wide receiver. It had to be wide receiver, really. When you think of what's there.
Wow.
Can I just say, when we get to the Cowboys one, can we do what we did last year, where it's like everyone's like, right, I've seen the pick, just so we can all get the excitement.
Yeah.
Get the build up. I'm with you, baby.
I'm with you in that one. I think we should
just to get any other pick. Yeah, just with the Cowboys one, we're just all like, yeah.
Yep. So take Traquan Thornton was the fastest wide receiver at the combine, ran a 4.28.
Yeah.
They initially told us a 4.21 unofficially, if anyone remembers. They've got.
Is this a little bit of a reach for them? Only because I've not really heard much about him.
Yeah, it is. It is a reach.
It's huge. I had him as a 6th or 7th rounder. It's huge reach.
They've just gone for pure speed. Is what they've done.
Yeah.
This to me reminds me. This is like a more of a slot receiver replacement for the missing Edelman, essentially.
And then, so if Edelman was on wide receiver, so this surely
I could be wrong, but
it makes it even worse because everyone knows that the Eagles need linebacker. They get Nakobe and they come out of it. Do you know what I mean? The first, do you know what I mean? Do you know what I mean? They got a beast from Georgia, and then they go get one of the best linebackers in the draft. That'd just be so annoying, wouldn't it?
And AJ Brown.
Yeah. It's just so frustrating. It's just like Eagles.
Yeah, but where did as Brad said earlier, where did they finish last season? There's a reason they're in this position.
Oh, I was meant to say to you, if anyone doesn't know, Fanatics have got a 25% off discount right now, and you can get yourself you can get yourself a custom Dallas Cowboys jersey for £67. Yep, I am definitely going to get me a new one, I think.
Yeah, you just have to try and guess now what number Trey Smith is going to be playing in.
Tyler Smith's getting number 73.
Tyler Smith.
He's taking Larry Allen's number.
Yeah,
Tyler.
I heard that yesterday.
Yeah.
This morning. Sorry.
Today, yeah. He's taking 73.
Yeah.
Come on.
The pick is in for that team anyway. I don't know who it is yet. It's just
my God!
Please do not be Nakobe Dean. Please.
No. It's a guy I really would like to have seen come to us. The Eagles have got their pick in, and they have selected offensive lineman from Nebraska, Cam Juggins. Beef Juggy. Big Beef Juggy is off to the Eagles.
I was hoping we would be able to sneak in. He's been creeping up the boards, though, hasn't he?
I do like. That's a good. I hate to say this. That is a good pick for the Eagles.
Oh yeah. And to be fair, it's definitely another idiot because.
I think this is a huge reach. I think it's huge.
You think so?
I think it's 17. I think it's 2 rounds too early.
When they had other needs.
If you look at the thing,
this is 2 rounds too early.
when
He's
really
been
they need.
climbing up the boards.
Yeah, but I mean, the Eagles.
Then again, it's subjective. It really is. Like,
Yeah.
some people,
Yeah, exactly. You're dead right, Paul. It is. Like,
But
we
when you
don't
look
know
at the
what way
Eagles-
boards.
Yeah. All I'm saying is that you just. Go on.
sorry, mate. I was just basically just trying to say is I think if there's one thing we learned about last night is like we can't be too emotionally invested in our own boards. What we think, we just need to kinda always
100.
keep an open mind and trying to like think.
Yeah.
Okay, I can see why you did that.
Yeah.
Whatever, you know.
Have we lost G for the night?
Because he did what he did last night and just scarpered.
Seems to.
Who's this?
Right.
Is Graham off to bed?
Seems to be.
I'm having a slight technical hitch here, but don't worry, I'll be.
So we're 50 picks in, and just one quarterback has been taken. The last time that happened was in 1996, when Michigan State's Tony Banks was the only one in that year in the top 50, going 42 overall to the Ravens.
Sakes!
Wow.
Steelers, I reckon, will take Bernard Raymond. That will be their pick.
Okay, Jamie, who do you
Yeah.
think? I've got the pick. I've got the pick. So, Jamie, what do you think?
I'm going to go with the defensive tackle from Connecticut.
Every single one of you are wrong.
Let's say it's Petty Fier.
No. The Pittsburgh Steelers have selected wide receiver George Pickens.
Which to be fair, makes a lot of sense because you might go. You've got yourself a new quarterback and go get him a target.
Yeah.
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 It's going to be
It's
like
a
Antonio.
headache I didn't want for us. It's great. I'm happy for them.
I can see Jeff Kavanagh going crazy right now over Sky Moore.
I did invite Jeff on to talk about Sky Moore. I haven't heard back from him.
He'll be live doing his own show right now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
He's going to be trying to make it rain.
The Eagles picks in. So. Yeah.
Eagles pick was in already. It should be the Colts that are on the board. The Colts, it should be. Unless the Eagles have traded up.
No. It's the Eagles. Then it should be
so far behind. So I've got pick Sky showing pick 51.
I'm on pick 54.
Yeah.
Why Sky so far behind?
The Eagles took Cam Jurgens.
Yeah, they took Cam Jurgens.
So that was. So 2 was George Pickens.
Basically, I've got the feed. I've got the official like text interpreter feed coming through. Like, so that's actually.
Okay.
So what are you watching on, Brian?
I'm not. I'm relying on you guys. I'm not
watching
at all.
NFL Network.
So what pick are you at?
Indianapolis.
Yeah, that's where I'm at.
Wow.
So far behind.
So the Colts
Colts pick.
Yep, I know the Colts pick. So Jamie, Brian, what'd you think?
I'm still 2 picks behind. I've only just got the Eagles pick come through on Sky.
Turn it off.
What do you think, Brian?
The Colts, I think they might have gone offensive line. I'd say Raymond.
No, they have went Cincinnati wide receiver Alec Pierce at 53.
Wow. Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, that's fine. I can live with that.
Let me try.
Don't have an issue.
Let me get on the NFL Network, see if that's in through. Because Sky, why is Sky so frigging behind? That's ridiculous.
Ads.
All right, here we go. So we are a little bit away from the Cowboys pick. Go on, sorry, Bright.
No, I was going to say the same thing. I said, like, we're 3 picks away from the Cowboys pick.
Yeah.
So
Let's
we've the Chiefs, the Cardinals, and ourselves. Like, who's... Yeah, absolutely. Like, give us your thoughts, people. Who you think
We are
the pick might
into
be?
predict the pick. Here we go, guys. So now
Oh,
it's
what's
nothing.
this? Star Torment?
What?
Like I just saw it. Like, is this a Star Torment? Oh no, never mind. It was just something I just saw in the feed there. Oh dear. Right. Okay. So Chiefs are now on the clock, and Dov Kellerman reckons this might be the Sky Moore pick.
Yeah, they do need a wide receiver.
Yeah.
And that was when I was looking through this, looking at before, I was going, okay, so there's New England Patriots you need to get past, and they did take wide receiver. And then the next one was Kansas Chiefs, and I was just like, they're taking wide receiver. So that was always my fear there. All right, guys. Give us your predict the pick. We are into predict the pick mode.
I think this might be the Kobe Dean. I don't know why. I've got a feeling about it.
Did they not take Willie Gay last year? First round.
Where did Quitty Pay go?
Hold on. I'll tell. Quitty Pay went to Indianapolis last year.
Yeah, I didn't think it was Kansas.
And Quitty Pay is more of a hybrid. He's more of a defensive end.
Yeah.
Outside linebacker.
What a beast he was.
Yeah.
Kansas took Nick Bolton last year and Willie Gay the year before. They don't need a linebacker.
Oh. Yep, guys, we've got some bad news.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So
the Kansas to be expected.
The Kansas City Chiefs have selected Sky Moore.
There you go.
Yeah, that's that one done. So who does that? So let's see who we've got left. So let me jump on to PFF and I'll read out who we've got left. Okay, so let me see.
Do you want me to read from my board, or I have my board topped up here?
Bear with me a minute. Should be okay.
Let's go in terms of what do you want to talk wide receivers only?
No, I don't think they take receiver now.
No, I think
is Calvin Austin still available?
Slot guy.
Yeah.
They're not taking the slot. They're not taking the slot, Mike.
Does Jalen Tolbert, Trey McBride?
Jalen Tolbert is the only wide receiver.
Yes.
I am.
Watch.
Yeah, Pickens is gone. Yep, Pickens is gone. He went to Pittsburgh.
Travis Jones is still there.
Travis Jones, Kingsley and Agbare.
Yeah, DeMarvin Leal.
Nicholas Petitfier.
Nick Benito was there.
Nick Benito, it's too early for him. It's way too early.
I don't know. I'm not sure.
If
he's not going to make it to you again.
Drake
I don't want them anyway.
Oh.
Drake Jackson's a good call, Paul. Very good call.
Yeah.
Christian Harris is still there.
Brian Osamoah.
Again, they say that's early.
Chad Mummer's there.
Chad Mummer again.
Early.
Small guy for sure. Let us
would you say, like,
stick this out.
Is the fact that he played for Wyoming affecting people's opinion?
You son of a bitch!
Those picks that you've just.
The Arizona Cardinals have selected tight end Trey McBride.
Yeah.
Right.
So we're now on the clock, ladies and gentlemen.
Right. I'm gonna mute this just because you guys are quite far in front of me.
So what do you reckon?
I'm going to Kobe dude, but I'm gonna mute till after speaking.
I don't think it's going to be in the Kobe.
The one guy that we haven't mentioned that we did consider Sam Williams.
See if it's Sam Williams. I'm sorry, I am not going to be happy about that. I am not going to be happy about that.
I wouldn't be happy, Paul. I definitely wouldn't be happy with Enoch Barry there on the board.
That's the thing, like...
I prepare myself now first.
Oh, God, see if this is Sam Williams at round number 2, where you can get him at round number 3. I'd be so annoyed. Oh.
So, best available from old Mikey. All positions.
Leal was a visit.
Yeah.
Leo Chanel.
Travis Jones.
Travis Jones.
Leo Chanel is another good one. Nick Benito. These are all guys that are on mine. Bernard Raymond. Bernard Raymond.
See, I think there's the potential of doubling down at O-line, which I would not be mad at.
Which we spoke to Jeff Kavanagh about.
But, Mike, you're on record. You said they're not going to double dip. They've pretty much said they're not going to double dip.
No. Honestly, I really hope the pick is Travis Jones. That fills a need. Raymond does too. Nakobe Dean, I'm okay with the injury history though. I'm whether it'll be the pick. Leo Chanel, Nick Benito,
Kingsley, Nick Barrett. That's who I'm going for.
Drake Jackson, Briar Asamoah, Abraham Lucas is a guy I know.
Again, they're not
fond of.
I am, but they're not going to double up on O-line.
Yeah. The only other place that would really shock me is if they took Malik Willis, but it's not going to happen. It would be comical.
They could take Corral, they could take Owl.
It would just be funny to watch Cowboys.
Mike, I don't want to stop your boat, but they did. I'm not kidding. What you know?
Can you imagine? It'd just be funny just to watch Twitter explode.
Oh, God. We're laughing at it now, but see if that was... this whole conversation we're having right now would be meme-worthy, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, Jelani Woods. Hey, what about Jelani Woods?
Jelani Woods would be lovely. Yeah, and here you go.
No.
Dog. Although it would be early. It would be early.
Too early.
Yeah.
As Graham says, he's not going to play 75% of the snaps. We need starters. He can't take... It would be luxury to take tight end here. Because they won't start ahead of Schultz.
If it's Travis. That would make me happy right now. That's my personal pick. My pick. Not what I think the Cowboys will pick, just my personal pick.
Mike Parsons has said, crazy, I haven't seen him go yet.
Say what, son?
Micah Parsons has tweeted out in the last 20 minutes, crazy, I haven't seen Dean.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Ooh, I tell you another one. I tell you another sneaky one. Isaiah Spiller's still there.
No. Stop with the Aggies, Mike.
I know it just so happened to be.
No, I know. I'm just trying to see. He wasn't a visit though, was he? But I think they did talk to him. They talked to him at the combine, didn't they?
I believe they did.
Yeah. I know where you're going
Raymond,
with the idea.
Raymond, Parham, are the guys I'm definitely looking. Nick Benito, Leo Chanel.
Nail your colours to the mast, Mike. Who? Travis Jones.
Yeah, that's my guy.
Travis Jones. Paul.
I don't think that'll be the pick, but that's my guy.
I really don't know.
Yeah, I think Kingsley, Nick Barry, or Sam Williams. That's my feeling. I think they're going to go defensive end here.
Get those picks in. Just so you're aware as well, Jordan Tuck is on the way.
Yeah.
All the way from Las Vegas.
He'll be on the margaritas right now.
Oh yeah.
So Steve Parker Mountford has graded me on Sam Williams.
I freaking hope not.
I so hope not, but
Get my best.
He is not a second round player.
No, he's not.
Like stats, basically is fabricated. Look at the guys he's played against.
Yeah,
that's all I've got to say on it.
Here we go. Here we go. Exciting times. I love this. Come on, guys, get those picks in. We're in to predict the pick here. Come on.
So we've got Jelani Woods. We've got Sam Williams. Would you say Mike Brian?
Kingsley Enoch Barrett.
There he is. There's Barry.
Wait a
He's back in
second.
the building. Right, just in time. For
right
the
on
Cowboys
time,
pick.
Barry.
Just in time.
I just heard Micah Parsons just text about Nakobe Dean, so I don't know.
Nah.
Nothing's confirmed yet. Because I've got the feed source right now.
I believe Travis Jones would be the ultimate pick for me. Fills a need. One of my top guys on my board. This Nick Benito.
Ooh, Trey McBride.
He's gone.
He's gone.
Yeah, he just got picked, I guess, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got picked up by Arizona.
So you know as well, we are
Jalen
looking.
Tolbert.
I've seen the pick.
You seen the pick?
it, Paul?
What did I say I did not want?
I can tell from the reaction who the pick is.
Sam fucking Williams. Are you
Oh.
fucking kidding me? Are you serious?
I told you. Private workout. Dan Quinn worked him out. It was bound to happen.
Yeah.
It was bound to happen.
Let me get Quinn on the phone right now for you, Paul. This is what the heck.
I really would love to be in that war room to really understand that thought process. I really would. Like, so I can learn what goes, but like after we spoke to Will McClay, yeah, I get after thinking about, no, I'm just.
He is filling what we lost with Randy Gregory.
No, he's not. Not as a second round draft pick. No, he's not.
Yeah.
No,
Steve was asking why he asked who we had in his.
Yeah, it might be starting, but he's got so much more to work. He's got so much to improve on. Like you can put stats up saying yeah, he's got X amount of sacks, but when you watch the actual film, nah, I'm sorry. I'm just.
So he does have a high pass win rush rate. So obviously physical tackler, very intelligent breaking down the play, good awareness and discipline, doesn't bite on fakes. That's a big one.
Yeah.
Very balanced is a good thing. Can make plays in pass coverage as well. Strong long frame, good arm length, fluid.
Jamie, you're not gonna like this.
Closing speed, very good agility.
Come up on Sky.
Quickness.
That's why I'm sorry, Mike.
You're right. You're right. You go.
I'm just saying that's why I logged off when I think yeah, I'm not impressed.
So yes, the Cowboys pick is in. Give us your reactions, guys. What are you thinking? All right.
Oh, gee.
The only thing I gotta keep faith in is he worked out with Dan Quinn, so maybe Dan saw something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Exactly. And what you got to think of as well is Dan Quinn is he's already proven to you that he's going to get the most out of his defensive players. You've seen that. He's worked with very little and gotten a lot. So you can have confidence in that. Like if you want me to hit the negatives, height, so his height leaves him to cut blocks, bending at the waist somewhat, limited vision, lateral agility in coverage, builds top speed, but needs to take the right line to get back to the edge.
I'll be back.
Pull up the comment from G, if you can. Rigid. That is
scheme specific.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go on. I'm gonna. Nick's just asked me if I want to pop in and give my reaction on his. So I'm gonna jump on that. Then I'm gonna jump back on with RJ quickly. Then I'll be back on later. All right. This sucks. This sucks. I'm sorry.
It's not that
bad. It's. Right. I'll be back. I'll be back soon as possible, boys.
You
All
better
right.
take a sip first, Paul.
Way ahead of you. Way ahead of you. All right. I'll be back soon.
I'll say this, right? I don't love the pick. I don't hate the pick.
I agree, Mike. I'm at
That's
nothing
where it
with
is.
this
That's
pick.
where it's at. Yeah, that's where it is. Like,
You know,
I'm not like, oh, they could have done better, or for God's sakes, or this is crap. But at the same time, I'm not like, yes, they got their guy. That's where I'm at. I'm at that mid-level.
It's another one though where it's look who was on the board again. Dean was still there. You had Travis Jones was on there.
Fourth, Jamie. He's gonna slide out. He's gone to the fourth at this stage. Teams aren't going to risk it.
But I know what I mean is, but yeah, I mean, and then you look at, then you've got there's just so much better on the board.
What happened to Jacoby?
Yeah.
What's did something
Injury
come out?
history.
He was hurt or something, or injured?
It's his injury history.
He has a long history, and then you think with the injury history and the fact he plays linebacker and he's quite a physical type linebacker, just putting people, and it's a really long list, and some of it is really bad too. I'll run through just because I've got his injury history on my draft board.
Just before you do, Mike, DJ Dog is saying he does like the pick. Graham is saying he's running out of faith passes. But go ahead.
I mean, sorry. It starts from the top neck, shoulder, so rotate the cuff, back, hip, knee, ankle.
Wow.
Yeah, it's extensive. And one of them, I believe it's the knee injury, is the most concerning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The team could excite us at any point this off season. Like,
see Graham's text.
Yeah, like I first season. It didn't work.
Pass on that one.
Yeah. So maybe
there's another tackle off the board.
So I mean, I would have been happy with so Luke Goodecki, offensive lineman.
What?
Yeah, definitely. I mean that fits what they're after. He's that short area type guy, which helps massively with what they're doing. And you know, I know what you're going to say as well, Bri, that you know, like a guy like Christian Harris is there. Again, that's a guy who has injury history that I'm personally worried about. Maybe a guy like Marjay Sanders, perhaps, but you know what they've done is they've taken a guy they've worked out. He's worked out with them. They've done their due diligence. They've looked into him deeply. They've even you know had Banquin, which we know that they respect quite hugely. And they've gone, well, what do you think? And he's obviously signed off on it. So there we go.
Yeah.
From offensive line to defensive line.
I suppose you could always look at it the other way as well. That I suppose it's always the draft classes that don't really excite you. That sometimes tend to be the best ones.
Yeah.
So
they can be sneaky. They can creep up on you, yeah.
But it's just, just sometimes it's burning it, like you say. But like you say, there's even I know there's still 32 picks to go till we get back on the board, but there's still going to be some brilliant.
So I mean, like,
brilliant players available there.
Put it this way. I if you want to go down the road of, I said the first round pick in Smith, I gave that an A grade. This I give a B grade. That's where I'm at with this at the moment.
But I suppose when you look at it, it's another need that's being filled. So in terms of need,
reason why, yeah.
Can't be disappointed.
So we did have the questioning come in. What do we think the next pick in the third round is going to be? Wide receiver or tight end? And Williams definitely starts over Fowler. 100% he starts over him.
I think we're wiped out at wide receiver. I'd go tight end.
Who would you go though?
I want to block a tight end. I want K. Dalton.
Or Jelani Wood, or
try Anderson's just gone off the board to the Falcons.
Isaiah Likely would be nice.
Today.
No, yeah, today, yeah.
He's third round 2 weeks for Jelani Woods.
Oh, look who's in the building. It's Nick Eatman.
Nick Eatman.
What's up, guys?
There we go. Hey, Nick.
What's
How's it going, Big Nick?
Man, this has been a while.
It has. I think about a year, isn't it?
How are you guys doing? You guys need some caffeine? You coffee? Hanging in there?
Espresso.
We're not too bad, Nick. We're not too bad.
The way things are going over in Dallas, I bet you're pretty tired, man.
Oh, I'm pretty tired, but that's okay. That's okay. But it's regular hours over here. I don't know what time is it for y'all over there? Middle of the night?
2 a.m.
Just gone 2 a.m.
2 a.m. Got it. Okay. Bars are closed, right?
Yeah. Home bar's still open. Home bar's still open.
Yeah. I think he found a few of them when he was up there.
What are you thinking then? How do you think this is going so far?
I tell you, I don't know what it is about this second round, but we sure do like to take some risks in there, and this is a Jerry pick for sure. He's wanted this guy the whole time.
Yeah.
It's one of those things. It's like talent wise, he could be a first round pick. If he can, if the off the field issues are not a thing, and they're convinced of that, then this could be a steal. And that's what they're always doing. This is their way. They always try to steal the second round pick. For the most part, I don't know if it's worked that well, but that's what you're doing when you're picking in 24. You pick it late in the second round. You're trying to steal value, and I think that's what they're trying to do. And we'll see what happens with it. But I mean, he can play. I mean, obviously, he set a school record for sacks in a season last year. So it's in a great conference.
Yeah, that is true. I think people are more concerned because it seems to be that people are worried that they're leaving value on the board.
Say that again. People are worried.
That they're leaving. That most people who are commenting that they're worried that the Cowboys are leaving talent on the board with how far they reach in.
Well, you can make the argument that he's got more talent than anybody they could have gotten. That's the argument in the room. That's what Jerry was probably talking to those guys about. This is where the biggest talent is. Are we okay? And that's why you do your homework and they did their homework on Kelvin Joseph. Look where they are. They did their homework on Josh Ball, and that's probably fine. Jordan Lewis. These players have had some issues. Some of it comes back to bite them, and sometimes it's just a thing that happens. And he did get Sam Williams got reinstated at Ole Miss. Charges were dropped for whatever the issue was, and he had 12 sacks last year. But then again, see what happens when you put money in his pocket and he doesn't have babysitters in college and he goes out in Dallas and all that. Like, you know, that's what all players have to deal with. But so I think talent-wise, he's got it. There's always going to be positions of need that you think they should get. I mean, wide receiver is one of them.
Yeah.
You know, tight end. I know I don't know if they would have taken Sam Williams I think the Cardinals got him right before. Was it Trey McBride?
Trey McBride, yeah.
I think that was the pick, honestly. I think Trey McBride was the pick, and he went off the board, and then it went to Sam Williams. But, you know, Jalen Tolbert was a name that was mentioned, and I don't think he's gone yet. South Alabama receiver.
Not.
Yeah, so, you know, but, you know, I mean, you lost Randy Gregory, and you know, Dante Fowler is a veteran guy that's done it. Dorrance Armstrong, I think, is a good, solid player. But, you know, I think this was a chance to get a wow player. Honestly, the irony of this all, and I just thought of it just now, they lost Randy Gregory. Sam Williams is like a Randy Gregory. He's a first-round talent that falls for whatever the reason, and the Cowboys are hoping, fingers crossed, that he will be the guy. And so, you know, ironically, Randy leaves, and here they are looking for that type of guy again.
Yeah, and so what do you think? Well, what's your prediction on their third round pick? What do you think that's going to be, Nick?
Offense. I mean, I'll go there. I think it'll be a guy that can catch the football. I think it'll be a wide receiver or a tight end.
Yeah.
And Michael Gallup has got to factor into this. He probably won't be ready. So you need a wide receiver that can come in and probably be, you know, somebody that can help you. Also, you know, tight end, if the quality is there for a tight end, you know, I could see a guy like, again, and these guys could be off the board. You know, I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it in a few minutes, but Ruckert, Ohio State tight end,
Jeremy Ruckert,
yeah. Isaiah Likely,
Washington, and then UCLA tight end.
Greg Dulcich.
Those guys, I think, those three. I mean, McBride, I think, led the pack, you know, but you know, you got to be careful too, because a lot of times when a tight end goes off the board or any position goes off the board, then that's where the dominoes, and then the other teams, you know, that's where the run on tight ends or running backs go or whatever. So, I just think you need a pass catcher. You need a tight end or a wide receiver that can kind of help you with this offense, because it's still, they need some depth at tight end. They need depth at receiver.
Yeah, 100%. Would you be opposed if it was worth it for, say, a running back in the third round?
I mean, at this point, I think we're off the charts on need. You know, I think you're looking for a great player.
Yeah.
If there's one that just you have to take, he's so good. I don't know if that guy's there in the third round. If he's so good, I'd be surprised of why. He's going to make you better. I do want to take a running back, though, because there's a good chance Zeke and Pollard are not on this team next year. You need a back that can, you know, do it and has done it for a year or so. I don't think he slides right in to be your main guy. I'm looking at 4th or 5th round for that. But I mean, who's there? Is there a running back y'all are looking at that you guys are talking about that you're like,
Robinson Jr.
Yeah,
which one?
or
Brian Robinson Jr. from Alabama.
Brian Robinson is a good one, or maybe if he's still there, Isaiah Spiller.
Yeah, Spiller would do it for me. I like him. I liked him as a true freshman at A&M. I just think he's ready-made, could step in. Wouldn't hurt my feelings if they did that. I just wonder.
And he can pass block.
Yeah. Well, that'll keep him on the field, obviously.
Exactly.
We know that. Yeah. I just wonder if you're going to get the value of a third-round running back when Zeke's still here. He's going to be the guy. Tony Pollard's in a contract year. You know, your second running back, everyone's crying about him not being on the field enough.
Yeah.
How do you get your third-round pick involved? It just seems like I've seen 5th and 6th round backs that actually can come in and contribute. So I don't like to say waste, because if it's a great value, then go for it. But I just wonder if your guy's really going to help you this year. I think a wide receiver in the 3rd round helps you, because especially if he can return a punt. Who's returning punts for this team?
That is
Especially
something we spoke
tied in. You know, so I just think there are guys that come in and help you a little bit more than running back right now.
Yeah, and it's funny you say that, because one thing we were saying is that a lot of people are saying about the needs and everything, but nobody's talked about special teams. The Cowboys special teams is something that they need to look at. So some picks that may be confusing to some people will be that, well, it fills a need on special teams, which is what we need right now. Yeah, but I agree with you in terms of like, they need stars, especially when you think where Mike McCarthy is. Is he really going to take a running back? Like, say, Isaiah Spill is available to you. Does he want to take that player knowing that he's on the hot seat and have to sit him for a year?
That's the thing. I mean, that's why it's always different when you're talking about a head coach on a hot seat and a GM. And, you know, when a family-run business that we're not going anywhere, so you can make moves like that. But
exactly.
Yeah, I want to hear from my man Barry up here. I don't even know if I've met Barry. What's
How
going
you doing,
on,
Nick? Yeah, no, it's I don't think we ever really officially met. I mean, I've seen you around for a long time. So
yeah. What are you thinking about this draft, man?
I agree with you on special team. I mean, like you said, who's going to run punts? I mean, we got to figure something out there, punts and kickoffs. But I mean, Spiller. I like Spiller because I think Joe Brandt had him in his top 50. I think.
Yeah,
I think so. But like I said, that's. I mean, we haven't had anybody running punts and kicks back. I don't think for a long time.
Well, Tony Pollard, I think, is he returned a kickoff for a touchdown last year.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
You know, he's still not starting, so I think that's fine. But with CD kind of being number one receiver, and you lost Cedric Wilson, I mean, I could just see that third receiver being that guy. But you know, they'll figure that out. I don't think they're going into the draft here thinking we got to get a punt returner, but I just think it's, you know, you need a receiver that can step in and play maybe in the slot. And usually those guys also return punts.
Yeah. Good point.
Jamie.
How's it going?
What's up, bud?
Yeah, not bad. I was saying to the guys earlier, my draft night was ruined when the Falcons took Everkete. I was hoping he was going to slide, but that's the beauty of the draft, isn't it? You've just got to take it as it comes, like you said. And sometimes, like you say, it's the Sam Williams one. It's not one of them wow picks, is it? But sometimes they're the better ones. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's going to come in with a chip on his shoulder. People are already on his back. He's got something to prove. Like I say, it's another need though. We desperately needed an offensive lineman. We needed that defensive line shored up, and we've gone out and got him. And two guys that are going to contribute straight away. So it's heading in the right direction, like I say. But now it's just getting to that round, out you, where you kind of the mercy of everybody else now, out you, and it's just let's see how this falls out.
Mm-hmm.
But I think the one thing I'm thinking. So what's tonight like for you guys? Because obviously you'll be waiting around for the pick to come in, and then no doubt you'll be wanting to get content out there for the players in. So is it kind of a bit of a rush for you guys now to get these things up onto the Cowboys website, so people have got content to read?
Are you asking what our schedule is? Like
yeah,
what our
It's
you know, we eat a lot of candy.
24/7 for 3 days.
You know, and so and you know, it gets closer. And then, you know, Dave Hellman's on his own show, and, you know, they're on the draft show. And then Rob Phillips and I are kind of monitoring who it could be. And we're working on some stories. And then, you know, just boom. And when it happens, we kind of narrow it down. Like, you take him, I'll take him. And, you know, we throw a lot of stories in the trash, honestly, because, I mean, you're just trying to get ahead of the game. And, you know, can't do that. But trying to get it out quick. We have a social media team that's out there, and they're working hard at it, and so it's Derek's over in his office, watching and seeing what was going on, checking Twitter and all that. It's much better tonight than last night because, we're all Dallas Mavericks fans here also, and the Mavericks are in the playoffs, and we're playing Utah and trying to get it, so it's a little bit easier when you're just focused on the draft.
I know what you mean. I know it's not the Cowboys, but it's nice to see that the Mavericks are pulling something together now. I love the Mavs.
Who's been your favorite guest so far? Like who's been some good ones that y'all have had?
We had Will McClay on earlier on.
It's hard to beat that.
Yeah.
Even though he didn't say anything. Did Will give you any insight at all?
Insight into his playing days.
Yeah.
That's cool. Yeah. I can't give you that.
and to be
PlayStation.
To be fair, when you say it's hard. When you say a favorite, I don't think you can really pick a favorite. I know I personally, just for the fact that everybody that comes on, you're giving up your time, like you say, especially like you guys, you it's a busy time of year for you, and just coming on and just giving us an insight to how the night's going and how your schedule's looking. So I don't personally think I could pick a favorite because I enjoy all the stories. I mean, it helps as a fan a different aspect of the team in it because it's always something that you don't really see. Everyone always focuses on the football side, but the Cowboys are so much bigger than the football.
Yeah. I still love our story last year where Taylor revealed how she let out the draft room telephone number.
Yeah. Boy, that
was so much fun.
Yeah. Funny to laugh at it now, but it's still one of those things where we're like, don't do the phone number this year, It's the same. You learn from those mistakes. Just like, I mean, when were we out there? 2014?
Yeah.
In 2014. I mean, Shannon and the social media team still talks about the hashtag that got us in trouble when we went out there.
You remember,
Hashtag Cowboys UK. We thought that was going to be a great hashtag, but actually, when you read it together, it says Cowboys suck. And so, the Eagles had a great time with that, So we monitor the hashtags a lot more now because you look at it. So we all learn from our mistakes. So, and maybe to come full circle, Sam Williams has done that as well, and will and be focused on what he needs to do.
What's the vibe like in the building at the minute?
Say that again, Jamie. What's the vibe?
What's the vibe like in the building?
I think there was some concern with just the pick from Tyler Smith yesterday, and then he comes in today, and he was just awesome. I mean, everybody loved him, and his personality was great. He just seemed like he understands what he's doing. He's young, but he's mature. He's got some Tyron Smith qualities in that he's huge, mammoth of a man, but he's still a kid. He can barely buy a beer legally, even though nobody's carding him. Okay, so I've heard that, like, oh, he can't even buy beer. Yeah, right. You think anyone's going to be like, let me see some ID, sir? No. So, he can do what he wants. We'll see what he is on the field. I think the vibe in the building was that, this guy might have a little something to him. He's ready to work. He's going to come in. He's going to have Tyron Smith right here. He's going to have Biotish and then Zach Martin over here. Joe Philbin's a pretty good offensive line coach. We're seeing the development in Terrence Steele. So I think he's in a great situation. Can play guard right away. If he's able to move to tackle, great. If not, then he's going to be an awesome left guard. So I think the vibe's pretty strong on him. And then, we'll see what it is with Sam Williams. But, I mean, you're getting a good player. You hope that he's, mature and ready to be a professional. That's the big key with all these guys is, you're not coddled anymore in college. You got, you're in the NFL, you're making a lot of money, but there's a lot that comes with it. And, we'll see if these guys are ready for the challenge.
I suppose the other thing on the side of that as well is that he's clearly got a great role model playing at the side of him. You know what I mean? Even though Tyron Smith's still struggling a little bit with injuries here, there, and everywhere, he's still, you could probably argue, top 5 tackle in the league.
Yeah.
He's more than likely, you could argue he's going to go in the Hall of Fame.
Yeah.
You might have to create, some
you can't ask for more, can you?
What's up, Barry?
You might have to create some nicknames. You got Tyler, Tyron, Terrence, and Zach.
I mean, Tyler Smith is going to sit right here, and he's going to have a Tyler over here and a Smith over here. I mean, like, seriously, it's going to. I mean, anytime anyone yells Tyler, 2 guys are going to pop up, and anyone says Smith, well, only one will pop up because Tyron really doesn't. He probably won't even go to. He kind of does his own thing, but. If Tyron Smith, if can he come back and be somewhat healthy and, play 12, 14 games or so, it'll be interesting to see if you get 2 really big guys on this left side that can be a
awesome
position of strength over there.
Yeah, that'd be really awesome.
The question I kind of have for you is, obviously, we went very heavy on defense last year. Do you think is the plan this year to really bring those guys through and have this year's draft class kind of supplement that?
Say that for me one more time, Brian. I'm sorry. I was getting attacked. Say that one more time.
Do you think the likes of Chauncey, also Digizua, Quinton Bohanna are going to be your main guys this year, and say Sam is going to get time to develop in the Dan Quinn system?
Yeah, I mean, like you've got to let guys grow. It's like a plant. You know what I mean? I mean, you got to give it time to let it grow. You can't just say, "Oh, this is ugly." You got to give. So if you're going to draft Nashawn Wright and Digizua and Bohanna, and I can go on and on. Golston, all those guys, they've got to have time to do that. So you don't want to. I mean, unless you just have to draft this guy because his grade is so great, and then you just figure it out. But you want to see these guys get an opportunity, and so I think this year that will certainly happen, that they'll get to do that.
Hey, Nick, how is Bohanna's coming along? Because I was excited when they got him because I thought, man, they just haven't had a big body like that in the middle for a while, and so hopefully this next year or two he starts stepping it up.
It's hard to say that a guy 330 pounds looks a little thin, but he lost a lot of weight from his senior year in college to the draft process and all that, and he's still a huge guy, but he's not the same as what he was, and so I think he's still trying to figure that out. He's still a big guy, hard to move, so I'll be interested to see how that how that works with him. But yeah, I mean, he's another guy that needs to get in there and get some action. Yeah. What's up, Paul?
Oh, how you doing, man?
You all right? Tired?
I'm starting to feel a wee bit sleep deprived right now. So yeah. It's the joys of being over across the pond, my man.
Yeah.
How you doing? You doing all right?
I'm good, man. I'm good. I'm about to have to get back out here. But yeah, I mean, I'm doing good. I mean, we're a little surprised about. Well, not really surprised about the Sam Williams pick. I mean, it's a guy Jerry's wanted all along, and it's
I could tell.
I mean, as long as they've done their homework, they feel comfortable about where he is in his life, and I mean, could be a great pick.
No, definitely.
So
absolutely.
It just kind of feels like, well, just from the overall fans' perspective, it kind of feels as though you would. Could argue said we put a first round draft pick on a second round grade and a second round pick on a third round grade. It's it's what a lot of fans are kind of saying right now.
You only have 14 first round grades. I mean, it's the way they do it doesn't always. Fans don't always understand. I mean, it's the way that the scouts like to talk. That's scout speak, but for the fans and the laymen really like us, just tell us he's your 16th best player on the board, because that's what he is. You have 14 first-round grades. I mean, it's the same here. You don't have second-round grades on everyone you take in the second round. You know, so it's just it's the way it goes. I mean, you don't just alter your grading system because it's a thin class. And so they took the 16th best player on their board at 24. They feel like they got a steal. Fans look at it and think it was a reach because it was a second round grade in a first round. Travis Frederick barely got a second round grade. Barely. But you know, so that's the way it goes. That he turned out okay.
Yeah, that's the main point. We've been like, obviously initially I was a wee bit confused with the Tyler Smith pick, and after kind of waking up in the morning, kind of like evaluating, I was like, you know what? It's like I can really understand why they did it, why Will McClay did it, etc. To win with this route, and I'm just like, you know what? Back then, it's like back in 2013, Travis Frederick, everyone was pure going in uproar. It was like a third round, like mock draft projection, and like you said, like he's became one of the best centers in NFL for God knows how many years.
Right.
So, and I hope that's the case, and that's one thing we do very well in is acquiring O-line early on, like Zach, Travis, Tyron. You could say Lyell technically because he was going to be a first rounder, like before the whole allegation stuff happened. That's so. But generally, we're normally good at getting O-line. So I'm now feeling kind of all right. Let's just see what happens and hope for the best. You know.
Yeah. Well, guys, they're about to do a conference call with this guy. I need to go. I need to jump in there. But same schedule for tomorrow, y'all. Or what time y'all get on tomorrow?
We're starting just before the coverage starts, so we'll be on about 11 o'clock in the morning your time.
Got it.
And going all the way through.
All right, I'll try to join you guys tomorrow.
Brilliant. We'll chat to you soon, Nick. Appreciate your time.
All right, guys. Good talking to you, and I'll try to chat with you guys tomorrow.
All right, man. See you, Nick.
See you guys.
There we go.
Do you know that was a pleasant surprise. I know you said, Brad, that he was potentially coming on, but just the fact that he kind of just jumped in with nobody knowing. I think it was saying that way. It was the same last year, wasn't it? He literally jumped on after the pick and come on all soon. It was like
within 30 seconds of the pick, he was on with us. You know, which was, didn't have to do it.
He did that last
10 minutes. Spent 10 minutes. He spent nearly half an hour. Didn't have to do it again.
Mine to use literally within 10 minutes after the Micah Parsons pick. I think this was even before Justin Fields got drafted. Like he came on and we were like as the picks were coming in, he was like, oh Justin Fields, Chicago. So yeah, big love to Nick, man. Guy's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm absolutely, my eyes are killing me, like they're on fire.
Do you know what? I've got second wind. I've got my second wind now. I was working away this week, killed me. I messaged Brian earlier on. I think I went to bed about 8 o'clock. I thought I'm going to have a sleep. And my alarm went off at 9:20, and I was like, I don't think I'm going to make this. And then there's the night's war on, the banter's flowing, the conversation's going. It's like, yes, I got my second wind. We can do this, man. We're tough. It's just wondered how many it said, because I think what was it showing on the stream? Showing there's still quite a few people tuned in, so where's everybody from? How many? Steve still on? Any of the UK family still on? Give us a shout. Luke Faulkner.
Brian and Paul, are you guys the same time as Jamie?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're same time. Yeah, it's like 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, 2:30.
Yeah, it's.
It'll be still thingy where you are, Barry, won't it? It'll still be light out there, won't it? You still got to get a tan at this time.
Dear.
What's that?
Oh, look who we have here. Paul, do you want to introduce?
Yeah, do I really need to introduce him? What's happening, brother?
What's up, man? Thought y'all might need a little pick me up. What is it, like 3 in the morning?
Up 2.
Yeah, 2:30.
Yeah.
What's happening? Hey, Barry.
How you doing, Shannon? How's it going?
What's up, brother?
That's good.
I took it the right time.
You could have saved Wi-Fi, Shannon. We've just had Nick on. You know what I mean? You could have shared from the same office. You're clearly moving up in the world, man. If you're in your own office there.
I didn't understand a word you said, Jamie. Don't
Every time.
How you doing, Shan? How you doing, brother?
I'm good. How you guys doing? Still kicking?
I like I said to you, man, when I messaged you, I miss you, baby. I miss you.
I miss you guys. We don't do this enough. And it's my fault. It's my fault.
Hey, you got a job to do, man.
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Shannon, Nick just asked who the best guests were so far. And they said Will McClay. I said now they get the best one on now. Right? now it tops them all tonight.
Oh man. So what do y'all think so far? What do you think about the first 2 guys?
Phil's an
So.
That's exactly how people in Dallas feel. I tell you what though, man, that kid came in today, Tyler.
Yeah,
I really like him. Like he's got a good head on his shoulders. I like the fact that he studied the game, that he knows the history. Really thoughtful. Like I was really impressed. And he's a good looking guy. Like he looked dumpy on film. He looked kind of like he was a little sloppy. Looked, really good in person, man. Now he had a suit on, but he looked, I felt a lot better after I saw him and heard him and talked to him. His film's pretty good. I think the big knock on him is didn't go to a big school.
Yeah.
Got the holding issue, which hadn't been real good with coaching that out of people here lately. But you know what? Any other draft, I would say, okay, you could be upset with that pick, but they really didn't have a choice, man. Like that was all that was left, unless they were going to move up and go get somebody, which I wasn't a big fan of doing that either. Like I think you got what you, other than Lindenbaum, but that lets you know that how they feel about Biotish. They're okay with him. So that's what they're okay with, man. And you know what? And you can't argue with these guys drafting offensive linemen in the first round. The way they've hit.
No, yeah, we were just I was just saying that to Nick. It's like history wise, it's like you've got Tyron Smith, Zach Martin, Travis, and don't forget like when we were talking about Travis. Like people who were against that pick back in 2013 and look what happened.
Exactly.
Yeah. And people are saying, we should have drafted an offensive guard in the second round. And my argument is they have a history of drafting Pro Bowl offensive linemen in the first round. The second round picks generally seem to flop.
As well.
When you go through it, you just go through it. Okay, Calvin Joseph. Okay, you got a question mark. Trayvon Diggs, okay, fair enough. And you're hoping that there's something there. Connor Williams, Connor McGovern, Chidobe Awuzie, Jalen Smith, Tristan Hill. These are all our second round picks, and you just go, oh yeah, okay.
Then you
can go as far back as 20 years. D-Law is generally, but if you go through it and you go, Sean Lee, but then again, Sean Lee, great injury problems, but you can go all the way back as far as the last 20 years, as far back as like Anthony Fasano, comes in, does a little bit, goes off to another team, does great.
Do you know what? Though Shannon came on, give us a pick me up, then Mike just completely lowered the tone there and just was like, these picks are off.
I'm so far.
You're even talking better, also, Jamie. Look at
that. Shannon didn't rip you there, Jamie.
Yo, sorry.
I said Shannon didn't rip you there. he could understand.
No, I'm surprised. I'm obviously growing on him again.
Yeah, well, I'm drinking so I can understand you.
Yes.
What's up with your microphone there, Paul? Is it on fire? What's happening? What is that?
That's all lit up and shit.
I like it.
Yeah, man. That's pretty sweet.
Yeah. So Barry, how you been? What you been up to, man? How you think the draft is so far?
Yeah, I think, like you said, I think it's everybody's like, we'll see. But I tell everybody, even like the last, especially Travis, the Travis pick last year, nobody talked about Micah Parsons too much. How'd that work out? So I just always get a kick out of all these experts that come on the day or two later, and they had an A, they had a D, they didn't play it down yet. Like, how are you going to judge? You got to be patient, and just hey, you got to put your trust and confidence in Will McClay. I mean, he knows a lot more than I do for sure. So I mean, just gotta see how it works out. I mean, it's going to be pretty awesome to see if they move Tyler to guard, and now you have Tyrone and Tyler. Holy crap, that's a huge left side.
You've got the three T's on the left side and center.
Yeah, it's going to be a social media fun for you there, Shannon. With you got Tyler, Tyrone, Terrence.
Yeah. Oh man, Smith and Smith. Yeah, it's going to be
the four towers.
Yeah. There's going to be a lot of verbal slips whenever they're trying to get that thing figured out. So yeah. Someone asked in the chat there, Andrew, where Nate was, my bodyguard. It's way past his bedtime, my friend. They put Nate to sleep about 5 o'clock in the afternoon these days. So
you know what we need to know though? Does he still have the hat that Paul gave him?
You know what? I need to ask him that. I feel like Nate's a pack rat because he doesn't say no to anything. If it's free, he takes it. Bottle of water, a napkin, like a cookie, like anything. Nate's like, oh yeah, give it to me, and puts it in his backpack, and he's gone. So I bet he's got it laying around somewhere.
He sounds like an honorary Yorkshireman. We like all for free over here.
I know you do.
He definitely would fit in here.
This whole shady group here, you guys hang out with. Anything for free. So, question for you guys: What do you think? What do you think they ought to do with this next pick?
Wide receiver tight end. I would love Jelani Woods. Jelani Woods, I would love.
Or Isaiah Likely.
What's that? What did you say, Mike?
I said, or Isaiah Likely.
Yeah, I think they'll go tight end or wide receiver.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I'm kind of surprised they didn't go tight end with that pick, to be honest with you. But
Trey McBride just went right before we did. So, and then
Nick Eatman did say as well. Yeah. He said he thinks that was the pick.
Yeah. So, man. Well, so you guys will do this today. Y'all doing this tomorrow too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like what else?
Yeah. I need.
Come and join us, Sean.
I'll pop on tomorrow.
We need as much Shannon love as we can get.
It'll be a little quicker tomorrow, so I don't know how long I'll be able. Maybe I'll pop in a couple of times tomorrow since it's such a long.
So, what are you up to then? What's the scores on Shannon's doors?
What's that? I don't even know what that means.
What you doing there?
Oh, what am I doing now? Just running the social media here and trying to tread water. It's been a crazy off season, man. It's we've been super busy with just projects, trying to get everything lined up for the season. It was a super busy season for us, like social media wise. We got a lot of good partners on board with us, and trying to help them out, fulfill all their needs, and we've been working on an idea for our schedule release video. That's kind of become a big deal with teams now. So we've got a really good idea we're trying to pull off, and we'll see if we're trying to get it shot next week. So we'll see if we can make that happen. I'm a little nervous about it, but
do you have
it'll be epic. If it might not be Post Malone epic, but it'll be epic if we get it pulled off. So
speaking about schedule release, are you doing any video release for May the 4th?
We will be doing like a graphic, no video, but we'll do some kind of goofy graphic. May the 4th be with you or something.
Oh, no. The reason I asked that, there's a particular event that's happening on May the 4th, not Star Wars, but...
He wants a little inside scoop on the
UK
UK
the international schedule release.
Oh, is that right?
Mm-hmm. May
You
the
know what?
4th.
So here's the deal. We don't have a home game over there. So if we played over there, we would be the visiting team.
Yeah.
They wouldn't tell
Jacksonville.
us. They wouldn't tell us until probably a couple of hours before it was announced.
Yeah, because how it tends to work is like this year is the NFC teams' home games, and obviously I think the biggest worry was Mexico. Like that was like, but for you guys to host a home game would be not next year, but it'll be 2014 or 2026, not 2014, 24, 26, 28. God, I need some sleep. Jesus.
Yeah, you need to quit drinking.
Yeah.
It's a long night. You got a long way to go, Paul. We're halfway through.
We're halfway there.
No, different song. Halfway through. Not halfway there.
So, what are you hoping for, Shan? What do you think that the pick will be?
What do I think the pick will be? I still think they go receiver or tight end.
Yeah.
Probably. I think it just depends on what's there. I mean, this has been such a crazy draft, with everybody trading and moving around, and AJ. I'll tell you what, I do not like what the Eagles are doing.
No.
Having to face Fletcher Cox and then the guy they drafted last night,
Jordan Davis.
I mean, we can't block one guy with them. Imagine them having two right up the middle and put guys back in Dak's lap, and then you got AJ Brown to deal with now. I don't know.
I think the good thing is the quarterback's still a question mark. So that's maybe the saving grace. But then they got 2 first-round draft picks next year again.
Yeah. And I mean, you say that they got AJ Brown. They got AJ Brown on a team that very rarely throws the ball. So that's why I'm a bit, okay. Yeah. It's a bit weird, especially when you think like they were, as a team, they were the number 1 rushing team, but they didn't have a number 10, I think it was, running back in the league. It was just so spread out between all of them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's y'all are right. Like, I mean, if Jalen Hurts can be average, then that's going to be a problem. But the thing is, like you said, the saving grace is he hasn't even really been average yet. So if he can get there, we might have some troubles, but we'll see.
Yeah, and they've definitely tipped their hand that they think he can be the guy because they haven't gone out and looked at quarterback early.
And that's crazy too. Yeah. No quarterbacks have really gone in this draft.
I know. One, isn't it, so far?
Insane. So I'm going to bounce, fellas. I just wanted to drop in and say, hey, I'll try to catch up with y'all sometime tomorrow.
Great to see you, Shannon.
Yeah, y'all keep kicking ass. Y'all do great stuff, man. Love you guys.
So do you, brother. So do you.
You too, man. I'll speak to you later on, bro.
Stay safe. Take it easy.
I don't know what you said, Jamie. I'm leaving. I can't even understand.
I'll get drunk tomorrow and you'll be able to understand me.
Later.
Oh, man.
Cheers.
I think that's my cue to piss off the bed, isn't it?
No.
Oh, mate, don't do that.
You have a right to go, Jamie.
I love
You're not
him,
going anywhere.
Chad Moomer has gone, by the way.
I was hoping
to Chad.
Jags are having some draft. But then aren't they always, and then they don't do anything.
Yeah.
The thing I will say is that so far, I do like what the Jags, and what they really need to do is emphasize what they got in really their quarterback pick. They get they get a historical quarterback, and now they need to utilize it. They need to get the most out of him.
And I know we were talking. I think we've all said whether we'd like us to go maybe some sort of pass catcher in the third round, but just flicking through the players that are on Daniel Jeremiah's list of the best available. But anybody be opposed to Leo Cheney?
Chanel, I like
the backer.
I do like Leo Chanel. Do like him. Fits a need.
Yeah, I could see it.
I'm thinking more if, let's say, if there's not that, if they don't feel there's value there with the pass catchers. Say that though, maybe a pass catching running back.
No. not going to do that.
True, but I suppose if you look how this draft turned out so far, I don't think you could take it off the table, could you?
I tell you what,
as Nick was kind of saying, look, we've a second running back who people are complaining is not getting enough touches. What is the third running back going to get?
It's more there for the future, isn't it? You know, get your guy now ready for what is about to happen.
To that, I like my third running backs to be kind of that kind of bigger back. So maybe like I know he didn't play a lot, but it was maybe like a Bo Scarborough. What was that from Steve? I see me now on it, but you flipped it off.
He told you that you can do a translation. You can write a translation script for Shannon.
Man, I tell you what, I love Steve. It's a good job. I love him in it. I'll take the crap. I like giving the bands. I'll take it back. I don't mind.
Hey, you need to be careful. Steve is officially a group expert now in the Dallas Cowboys group.
Yeah. I love Steve. He's a good friend. Is Steve?
He's a good little soul.
It's like I say, it's about time we got the Cowboys back over a London game meet up arranged so we can all get back to the crazy weekends down in London together. It's been a while. It's been too long since seeing Steve in person.
Do you know what? Right? Do you know a name that just flashed up there, and I've gone, right.
I'm just watching.
What about this for the start?
Oh my God!
Round 4. Imagine this in 4th round. Jojo Doman for the Cowboys.
Ooh, yeah.
I would like that, but Velius George just went to Chicago.
He did.
Have a look at the best.
Fill in the special needs again.
Yeah.
Special teams, baby.
And do you know what? And I know we've I keep flicking back to his name just because he's still there. Clearly, a lot of people are put off by these injuries for Jacoby because it's just completely falling down. It's spiraling out of control. It's insane that
it's the double-edged sword. It's the long list. It's the laundry list of injury history tied in with the position he plays.
And that's what I mean in terms of it. He's got these niggling injuries, and people were still having him dropping maybe no further than 25, 26. And then all of a sudden, like you say, it's spiraling out of control. And it's like, well, why is these experts who were making all these mocks and rankings not picking this up?
You wonder. You do wonder. I mean, like when I was looking at it, the injuries that were on there, you know, when I mentioned it to you all in the group, I was just like, this is a guy who has to fall off because the position he plays with these injuries. And it's not just the major ones. Like there's lots of other little ones where he's like, he leaves in the third quarter, you know, like those sort of games and doesn't return, has like a bump on the head, you know, and he's out for a few series. You get a lot of that with Nakobe Dean. So it's not just like, oh, he's got problems with the shoulder, the neck, and the back, the knee, the ankle. There's like all these other things that happened in games, like after half time, you know, he's out for the fourth quarter. A lot of that with him. Do you know what I mean? And that isn't really something that comes up on the report.
And only just because I've gone to NFL.com and it's flicked up. It's mad to think that we've now got into the third round and we still haven't had another quarterback taken. That is just like you say, just for the fact that some people, and I know the mocks, you don't really take much notice of them, but some people were mocking 5 quarterbacks in the first round.
I know.
And this is insane.
Look at this. There's more running backs right now, and we're into pick 73 than quarterbacks.
Let's have a look. So we've got...
we're coming up to the 75th pick, and there's more running backs than quarterbacks taken.
Let's
have a look.
3.
You what, sorry, Baz?
3 running backs taken so far?
Yeah.
Wow.
James Cook's gone as well.
Oh, yeah, Bill's just got it, right?
Yeah.
two names are just popping up on the thing. I tell you what, wouldn't mind saying. I won't include quarterbacks here, just because. I mean, in terms because of the Cowboys, because we're not gonna take a quarterback. So there's Jacoby Dean still there, Raymond's still there. You've got Travis Jones, K.O. and Nick Cross is there for Lely. Christian Harris is still there.
That
Damon
works now.
Clark from LSU.
Christian Harris in this round because he comes with an injury history too.
Yeah.
Third round, totally fine with Christian Harris. Yeah,
Damon Clark from LSU. Still got Kennard there. So a few people reckon he could have been in the third. Yeah.
There's a guy we spoke about, Bry.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
If they want a double dip. I still think it's too early for it to happen, but if they wanted it.
I'm with you.
Do you know what? There's I completely forgot about him. And do you know, I'm surprised he hasn't gone yet, but a lot of people, he's predicted as guard, but people say he'll probably convert to centre. Dylan Parham from Memphis. I thought he would have been long gone by now.
Yeah. There's a nice pick. Fills a need too.
Thought he would have been long gone.
Like, Nakobe Dean, 4th round. Yeah, totally fine with that.
Justin Talbot, South Alabama.
Someone would have made a lot of money if they said he wasn't going to be drafted in the first 2 rounds.
I should have done it.
Yeah.
I said day 3. I did say day 3 for Andrew Booth too, mine, but same reasons.
Did you say Parham's still available?
Yeah,
he's still there.
I tell you who else is still available is Raymond. Raymond in the 3rd round is nice, but I'm still eyeing up Travis Jones here, Leo Chanel, Nick Benito.
He just got
Benito's gone.
Nick Benito's gone.
Benito's
gone.
He just got picked a minute ago, I think.
Oh, did he? Right, that's why then.
Yeah.
I thought I was going mad.
Wow, Abraham Lucas from Washington State.
Bry. Sorry, Bry.
It's another tackle.
Hold on till I do a fake pen throw.
Yeah.
That's 2 tackles now for Seattle, isn't it?
But they need it.
Yeah, they do need it. Where's Nick Benito gone then? I've still got him on my board. I've still got him available.
He's gone. Denver, yeah. Well said, Barry.
Denver.
Yeah. Denver, he was picked 64.
Yep.
Bottom and 2nd.
Come on, Mike. We get back.
I've still got him available. Hold on now.
He's gone, Mike.
I won't believe it till I've read it. I've read it now. I've read it now.
You're so stubborn.
I don't know how I've missed that out. Well, there we go. Right, okay. Abraham Lucas. I'll keep you.
What the heck was with this? What are these 2 guys doing on the stage?
So yeah, Nick Benito. Okay, fair enough. The only thing I will say with the Nick Benito pick, I tell you why I missed the Nick Benito. I was on the other podcast, so there was that going on.
Definitely, Jelani Woods has just gone to the fucking Colts.
Man, that's early.
Language.
Huh?
Sorry, Barry, I couldn't resist that.
That was just, you were so childish with that thing. Will I do it or will I not?
Now Jelani Woods is gone. I'm pinning. I don't want tight until 5th round. And I'm
Isaiah Likely.
And I'm jumping on
Jeremy Ruckert.
No. Jake Ferguson.
Jake Ferguson's a 5th, 6th rounder.
That's what I'm saying. I'll probably take wide receiver, Titan in the 5th now. Go wide receiver in the 3rd, Titan in the 5th.
All my favorite players right now are all just flying off the board.
Charlie Collar is still available.
I'd like Charlie Cola.
Yeah, Jelani Woods. 73.
And then you look at it now. That's Titans, 2 Titans off the board. Still more than the quarterback.
What's the time? Right, I got time for one more coffee.
Nearly 3 o'clock.
He doesn't need any more coffee. Paul asleep?
No, I'm still here,
Desmond
man.
Ridder's just gone to the Falcons.
Who's just gone to the Falcons?
Ridder.
Desmond Ridder.
Ridder, wow.
So we have our second quarterback off the board.
Second quarterback.
And it's not Malik Willis.
I like
Not
Desmond
the
Ridder.
Falcons.
It's a good pick.
Wow.
It's a good, to be fair, it's a great place for him to be because Mariota's not the greatest of QBs, is he?
He's not.
So,
Wow.
Why does he look like he's someone from like Jersey Shore or Onlyways Essex?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they might go defensive line again, guys. There's still a lot of defensive line guys there. Marvin Leal is there. Travis Jones is there.
I'm surprised Travis Jones is still there, to be honest. I thought it would have been longer.
Yeah.
I think getting him now is really good value for money.
Yeah.
Hello.
We've just had our second quarterback taken, Mike.
Oh, Desmond Ridder.
Desmond Ridder to the Falcons.
I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. A lot of people will say Malik Willis. Desmond Ridder, most winning quarterback in this draft, has won literally nearly every game he played.
Trevor Lawrence won almost every game he ever played until he got to the NFL.
I know. What has happened to him with the Jags, though, is down to the Jags, not to him. I feel they haven't helped him enough.
They've made some good moves out of the Jags this off season.
Oh yeah,
drafted well this weekend so far.
You know, right? I really do love. I love cigars. I love espresso too.
I literally thought my eyes were going weird, and I thought, "Oh my god, has Mike got like a cup from like a kid's
tea set,
tea set or something?" Yeah.
A cup looks like as big as a shot glass, Mike.
Is it? Oh, I love my. I've got like a proper espresso set over there in Rian. She knows not to touch it. And I've also got, just so you know, part of the trophy that we play for on Thanksgiving, which is the golden, non-golden turkey. That's what Rich tried to play for one year. Got wiped out within 5 minutes.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
This is
13 picks and the Cowboys are on the board.
Right. So here, Jamie, check this right. So on Fanatics UK, the Smith 73 jersey is already up online, and they're selling it for the full price of £90. But you can get a customized jersey with the same name and number for £67.
Ridiculous, isn't it?
It's the way to do it.
I'm like, just get it personalized. It's cheaper.
So I got my Romo jersey.
Oh man,
how you got your Romo jersey twice? Actually,
3 times if you wanted to call the one that I sent back.
Do you know what? Right? Do you know what's really funny? Is you look right. So Desmond Ridder. So there's Matt Corral, and there's Malik Willis still on the board, right? And the Broncos made that monumental trade to get Russell Wilson, and they're just like they're 4 picks away where they could have got that guy. Wow,
Christian Harris off the board to the Texans. They traded up.
It's got their quarterback.
No, it's Christian Harris from Bama.
Interesting. 3rd round is fine for me for Christian Harris. Like early people had him touted as like a 1st round guy. Yeah, okay. You can argue he has some 1st round traits, but for me, the red flags with him just made me want to hold back.
And we dived quite deep into Christian Harris, me and Brian, one week. We spoke about it for about half an hour.
I think we need to motivate ourselves now, don't we? Let's say if we look at it's not being the kind of draft picks that overexcite everybody. I think we build ourselves up for this next pick, and then and then we can kind of have a massive come down if they completely screw the poaching. It's just.
So I get what people are saying because it's about value. They're worried about leaving value on the board, which is what you can argue they have done, but you cannot argue that they haven't hit positions of need. They've done it.
Yeah, that's the one thing is that you could argue the two biggest needs were O-line and D-line, and they've
struck them.
Is that not the concern, though, that they've picked for need rather than the best player available?
But isn't that what you want to do with your draft?
Potentially.
Wait, say that. I get what you mean.
Guys, has anyone seen Todd Archer's tweet?
No.
Sam Williams was briefly suspended from only missing 2020 after a sexual battery charge.
Yeah, that's what we're talking about. Red flags.
That was his.
Should we bring in our next guest?
Okay, but go on. Just so you know, though, Paul,
What's up, fellas? What's going on?
Mr. Las Vegas himself. What's happening?
I am running on fumes. I now know how y'all felt when y'all did that 24-hour stream because I'm probably running off of 2 hours of sleep right now. But I'm having a great time out here in Las Vegas, man.
Oh, dude. Is that Spoonie in the back?
No, not Spoonie. It's my friend Marcus, man. I've been with Spoonie. Me and Spoonie, we started having drinks and breakfast this morning, like at 8 a.m., daiquiris and margaritas, man. Then we just went to a Gronk beach party here. So it was Gronk and Travis Kelce. And we had drinks flowing. The weather was beautiful, man. I'm exhausted, but I'm still going. And tonight we got a huge concert we're about to attend. But it's draft time right now. The Cowboys aren't doing anything. But it just is what it is. We're having a good time out here in Las Vegas.
That's the main thing. And you don't have to confirm or deny, but have you made your money back on the roulette?
No. I haven't even made a dent yet. Vegas is going to win in some way. So, even if you lose money or win money at the casino, they're going to get you via drinks. They're going to get you via this, shopping, whatever. But, like I said, it's all in fun. It's having a good time out here. So many NFL fans out here. I mean, you see them from all over. You see Dolphins fans. You see Chargers fans. Chiefs fans are heavy. Cowboys Nation is out here heavy. Eagles fans. And it's so fun to see everybody in just one place, and it's just the beauty of the NFL. They're putting on an amazing event out here and having a good time. I'm loving it.
No joking.
What's going on, guy Joe?
No kidding, by the way. That's probably the closest thing to what you would experience if you were to come to a London game.
That is true.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're going to make the announcement, Monday? About the London game?
May the 4th.
Yeah.
May 4th.
So what's that? Is that Tuesday?
No, Tuesday, I think. Yeah. So we're getting close. So, Cowboys versus Jags with Trayvon Walker, they can kind of sell that.
Travis Jones is still there, mate. Travis Jones is still there. And remember when we spoke to you when you came on with us a few weeks back, we spoke about a one tech. Travis Jones fills a one tech.
Yeah. I mean, there's been a lot of opportunity for the Dallas Cowboys available. At times, we've been placing picks at 24 and 56.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to probably put my mic on mute because I have no idea what the hell we're doing right now. And I don't know. Going back to day one. So yesterday, I had the amazing opportunity to have.
I did see a scene.
Yeah, to be in the media room, got to interview a lot of the prospects of the players and just see it up close and personal.
Yeah.
But here's the crazy part, y'all. When you go on Twitter and you see the tweets are coming out so early ahead of the draft. Well, I'm in the draft room. I'm getting who the picks are like 15 minutes in advance. I'm like, well, y'all shut up because y'all ruining the party for me because there's so many reporters and everyone's just talking at the same time. And so when the Cowboys were on the clock, I'm like, I'm going to my own little personal corner. I just want to, be a fan for a little bit. And I was like, okay, we had Jermaine Johnson there. There's Devin Lloyd. There's Quay Walker. There's so many opportunities there for the Cowboys to pick. And they went with Tyler Smith. And I was just like, okay.
I like it. You got to give him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. Have you ever given someone a Christmas gift and like, oh, that's nice, thank you. It's not like, oh my God, like that's how it felt. Like, thanks for the gift, Mike. Thank you, I appreciate it. And it's like you don't have that feel. And I want to say this. I know a lot of Cowboys fans are never mind that idea.
Travis Jones is no longer available.
He's off the board. But I want to say this. I know a lot of Cowboys fans are upset about the Tyler Smith pick. It's not about the prospect. It's about where he was taken.
Exactly.
And I felt like there was so much opportunity available because I like Tyler Smith. I feel like my tweets are coming across as a Tyler Smith hater. But I was like, there was so much. And like, why not go get, one of those guys? Take N'Kobe Dean out of it because he's sliding, I guess, due to medicals. But you can go get a Quay Walker, or one of these prospects for your defense, and then just be aggressive on day 2 and go get Tyler Smith. But it didn't happen that way. Now, the huge question mark is what's going to happen? I don't see him as a guard. So, is there something looming with the other Ty Smith that we don't know? Or are they thinking possibly moving on from Terrence Steele, which would be completely brain dead for me because he just moved on from La'el Collins and put the trust into Terrence Steele. So it's going to be interesting to see where Tyler Smith. Now it sucks having two T Smiths at left tackle. Where they're going to plug him at? Because I guess from the Cowboys press conference they said he's not going to be an interior player. So I'm just like, well, what is he going to do?
Doing there then?
Yeah.
Unless their plan is kind of like what they did with La'el Collins. So, he's the inside guy for one season and then they kick him out.
Yeah. I think that's the only way it makes sense,
Yeah.
But then it goes back to the whole conversation when Paul and Mike and we did the draft show last year when we were talking about a guy who could really did that and no-brainer.
Raymond's off the board.
Raymond's off the board. We had a no-brainer and Rashawn Slater as well. And so it's just like, all right, what's really the Cowboys' thought process? But here's the hard part now. I know a lot of people had pinpointed wide receiver. Here at 88, it's wipeout. Like we are fully wiped out at wide receiver unless you can go with Khalil Shakir. Jalen Tolbert is still kind of floating out there.
Yeah.
Pickens.
Tight end though.
Tight end kind of got wiped out, but I know a lot of you are high on Jelani Woods. Me, I'm not. You could go Greg Dulcich possibly.
Yeah.
But I just don't know the Cowboys' thought process when it comes to this draft. And of course, when Jerry and Steven talk, we kind of get danced around a little bit in the post, but they kind of hold up the draft board and show it. I try to screenshot it. I try to screenshot and zoom in and see if I can get any notes. I didn't get anything from it, but it's definitely been an interesting draft from the Cowboys standpoint.
Yeah. So what's your plan for the rest of the night now then? Or day, I should say.
Party all day, party all night. So we are going to attend a Rick Ross concert tonight here in Vegas. So that's gonna start like in 3 hours. So so after the draft, we're gonna head and do that, man. And just have a ball, man. That's the thing. Vegas is the city that never sleeps, and so you can walk outside at 4 a.m. It feels like it's prime time.
Any time of day.
People out there. It's gonna be so much going on.
America's playground.
Yeah, it is, and then you can win an extra few dollars if you play your money right. So, I was going to be the guy to make a few prop bets on the NFL draft, but how chaotic as it's been, thank goodness I didn't because I have no idea what some of these teams are thinking. But I know me and Paul, we're a Cole Strange gang. A lot of people kind of jumped on us for talking about Cole Strange, but now he's a first-round pick. And look at that, So
I'm gutted that we'd even get an opportunity to even have a sniff about.
I didn't see it coming. I was in the media room. They're like, "Oh, Cole Strange. It's Cole Strange." Now, here's my biggest regret, y'all. Y'all know I'm a Florida State guy, and after we picked Tyler Smith, I kind of just grabbed my bag, wrapped up my equipment, and dashed stuff out of there. And then the Jets drafted Jermaine Johnson. I was like, I should have stayed so I can at least interview my Florida State guy. But it was exhausting. But Cole Strange, I think he's going to be phenomenal.
Under Belichick for sure.
Under Belichick. So this me and Paul think like Belichick. That's no big deal.
Like when you really look at it, it's like Strange would actually be a really good mold for the type of offensive line they kind of run in New England. And it makes so much sense how, like, when you do kind of break it down, a lot of people, like Patriots fans, will say, "Oh, it sounds like a bit of a reach," but it's like, if you watch the guy's bloody film, man, he is good. But I never thought he would have been a first rounder. Like at best, I would have said mid second.
Right. Well, let me ask you this, Mike, because I know you do a lot of scouting on these prospects.
Yeah.
Like, do players have to submit their medicals? Like, where do the medicals come from?
When they go to the combine, and they do have to declare as well.
Okay.
They sign a waiver for.
They have to.
Yeah. They do sign a waiver for them to be able to look into them, and it's a bit of a bone of contention that I've heard, because say you're quite a high prospect and not necessarily every team's interested in you, they're still entitled to read your medical report. So there's effectively 32 different owners that can read your medical history.
Yeah, because like I said, I'm looking at Nakobe Dean, and I'm just scratching my head. Like, someone not pull the trigger. I mean, you see Chad Numa just went, and it was like, it must be bad. And if it's
really bad.
Yeah, so if you knew it was going to be that bad, why do you let NFL teams get a glimpse into that? Hell, I would have opted out of the combine at least. Like, no, you're not going to see that. So, it's unfortunate.
It is bad.
When you look at Nakobe Dean, you see a football player, but
and bake in with it as well, Tuck, the position he plays and the type of way he plays that position. Yeah, he's a very physical guy. So that, and like I was saying earlier, when Jamie and Barry were asking, is that he's got a long list of history that you can look at, but there's also a lot of other stuff that happened to him. Like stuff where he gets banged up and halfway through the game and misses like the fourth quarter, or he's out for a few series because of he's had a bump on the head. There's a lot of that with him, and it's like, he's out for the rest of the game. Yeah,
so he's out for this quarter. So essentially, he's like Sean Lee, and to a certain extent,
he's
extensive.
It's bad. The knee, from what I heard from talking to people, the knee was the most concerning. There was a knee injury in there that really took him off the board. And I mentioned it in our group chat at the start of the week, and I was like, Nakobe Dean, like, from what I heard, like, literally the majority of teams have taken Nakobe Dean completely off their board altogether.
Ooh, yikes. That's unfortunate. But like I said, a lot of people, your shows, my shows, across the board, we do a lot of mocks. These are the things that don't get on the mocks, because if you would have told me I could sit there and pick Nakobe Dean in the 6th or 7th round, I would have easily took that pick. But make no mistakes about it, the talent is there. It's just injury is a concern.
You would have increased your chips.
Yeah, well, right.
There you go, doubled up.
But yeah, I think it's gonna be interesting to see what the Cowboys do at 88. I feel like if they're going to go receiver, they have to do it at 88. If not, just toss it out the board. But I feel like you have Danny Gray, who was a hometown guy, Khalil Shakir, Christian Watson hasn't gone yet, right?
Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah. Where'd he go?
He went at the start of the 3rd round. Hold on, I'll tell you now. He went second. Sorry, yeah.
He went to Green Bay.
Green Bay. Second pick. Second.
Wow, that's a scary fit to get Christian Watson and Rodgers.
That fits Aaron Rodgers. Nice.
One of my favorites, Jalen Tolbert, hasn't went yet. So there's some names out there that you can kind of simply plug and play. But I felt like this wide receiver core was deep, and they just didn't get some of the core guys. It's going to be interesting to see what the Cowboys do at 88. I'm thinking
I think it's tight end.
I would love for them to get. I don't know if I want to say his name, because I know as soon as I say it, the Chargers are going to stifle him right here.
Isaiah?
No. I mean, my number 2 guy, which is Greg. I feel like Greg Bolger is he gives the Cowboys that that we haven't had in quite some time, which is a tight end that can affect the game at all three levels.
Yeah, because he can pass block. Yeah.
Right, he can pass block. He can do under the seams, underneath. He can go deep. He can play X. Like he can do a lot of things out there. I feel like it's not a knock to Dalton Schultz. I don't want to come off as a Dalton Schultz antagonizer, but I feel like he's just kind of a chain mover. We need a guy that can really stretch the field because when you watch what the team start to do to Dak Prescott, they played double high coverage, got pressure with their 4, and kind of wanted Dak to go underneath, and he cherry picked Dalton Schultz a lot, but Dalton Schultz really not a yak guy. So give me a yak guy that can create and do some things. JT Woods is a chart. What the Chargers are madmen, bro. Like the Chargers are loading the clip right now, and it's like I need to go take these chips and just go put them on the Chargers and see what I can get. So I mean, you add JT Woods, Derwin James, Asante Samuel. It's just the list goes on and on. They are stacking up on defense. That's good for the Chargers.
If you're running a roulette table, put some on number 6 for me.
I actually have a roulette strategy that if you play it right, it gives you a 97% chance of winning. Have I done it yet? No, because I haven't had time to even get down there. But I run these monies on craps. But I want to go test my theory and see if it works. But it's just so much to do in Vegas. I don't, I'm just doing a little bit of this, a little bit of that. So
yeah. We want to go put some money on. Let's put some chips on the Cowboys to take Leo Chanel.
Ooh,
like it.
Is he still there?
Yeah,
he is there.
Yeah.
Is Troy Anderson still there too? Right?
No. Troy went quite early. Yeah,
he went middle of the second round.
Another tight end off the board. Greg
what
Galucci's
about
just gone to Denver?
What about this though? Any of these 3 guys at pick 88. Tell me what you guys think. Zach Tom, Jamari Salyer, Dylan Parham.
Dylan Parham.
Well, so much for that idea. The Broncos already have a tight end.
Well, mind they traded away Noah Font to.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that.
He looks like a receiver, doesn't he?
DeMarvin Leal, Cameron Thomas. I'm just looking at options. Yeah,
I like Cameron Thomas. I like Thomas more than I like Sam Williams. So I'm gonna get you guys' thoughts because I know my guy Paul kind of got all the criticism online with this Sam Williams video.
Had to come in to rescue.
Yeah, like
did you save him?
If Sam Williams was picked 88, I'd be very happy. But it kind of goes back to it's like the picks. The picks. I'm not so mad about the players that we're picking. It's like where we're picking them.
Just to throw a different out there, then you might because you threw one. Just looking at the best available.
Yeah.
So out of the 3, let's go with the 3. Nick Cross from Maryland, Marcus Jones from Houston, or Damone Clark from.
I love me some Marcus Jones out of Houston, but the Cowboys are going to measurable him and say he's not over 6 foot. And,
they do have to fit certain physical thresholds, don't they, with the Cowboys, and you just know it. Fit that mold.
The Giants are having an incredible draft, and here's what I like. And a lot of Cowboys fans have criticized me on this, but I like that the gap in the NFC East is closing because it ultimately is going to
make you more
Cowboys.
competitive.
It's going to make the Cowboys, they can't sit and rest in the laurels where it's like, all right, we got the best quarterback, so we're perfectly fine. Because what the Eagles did, it shook the room yesterday. I don't care. We were supposed to hate the Eagles as the Cowboys fans channel, but adding Jordan Davis and then right after adding A.J. Brown changes a lot, right? And then you see what the Giants...
It sends a message.
It sends a message, and it gives them an identity of what they're trying to do. They want to get strong in the trenches. They want to be physical, right? And they're going to let Jalen Hurts be a game manager, run the ball, and get out there with the victory. So, you see what the Eagles are doing. Also, the Giants are having an incredible draft. I even like what Washington did with Jahan Dotson. Like, I didn't see that going that early, but, that was extreme value pick. So, I want to see the talent gap shrink. So that way it's going to force the Cowboys to be aggressive. They can't just sit and say, we're going to do nothing and sit back in the draft and let these picks fall to us. And, it just is what it is.
Giants have just taken Cordell Flott.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm okay with that.
And D'Angelo Malone's just gone to Atlanta.
D'Angelo Malone. Yeah, I love D'Angelo Malone. Just a pure pass rusher. I know he's kind of light compared to NFL standards, but he can definitely get to the quarterback. And sometimes it's like you don't need all the best measurables. Like, can you just seek out the quarterback and get to him? And D'Angelo Malone is that type of player. I like what the Falcons are doing. I mean, they got a quarterback, and Desmond Ridder, got a wide receiver, and you got D'Angelo Malone. So it's gonna be interesting what they do.
And they needed to really restart this after everything that they've lost.
Mm-hmm.
They lost a lot in Atlanta over the last season or two.
Come on then, Barry. What are we doing in the third? What are we doing, Sunshine? Give us your take.
I was just listening to you guys. You guys are the experts. I'm just taking it in and listening to all you guys. I don't know.
Mike,
we're at the point now. I
don't
don't have players now anymore.
Yeah.
Mike, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Jalen Weidermeyer is still there.
I know. Yeah. Right. Obviously, Aggies and everything, but he is a good tight end. Don't get me wrong. And he did play really, really well. The last two seasons.
Top
the
guy?
issue, yeah.
Did you just drop?
Yeah, he just went.
Okay.
The issue I got with Jalen Watermeyer. There we are. He's back. The issue I have with Jalen Watermeyer is that he didn't do much in the combine, and then in his pro day he did bad. And it doesn't mean that he's not athletic and he doesn't have the physical traits. What that says to me is he didn't train for it. So by not training for it, that sends a message of, well, is football serious to you?
And here's my biggest thing with that. If I'm an NFL agent and I know that my prospect is possibly the consensus tight end number one, but he's not putting the effort, hey, you have a hamstring issue. You're not doing the pro day. You're not going to the combine. And so I've never seen a player lose so much money and value than Jalen Watermeyer. He dropped off the board and he wasn't ready. It's like we've all been there. We've been in high school. You've been in college. If you're not ready for the test, I can't take the test today. I'm just not ready. So it's like, sometimes it's fair enough to even just show up sometimes. And I feel like, Jalen Watermeyer going out there and putting up, to be honest with you, I've had a few, and I could probably go out and run my 40 faster than Jalen Watermeyer did.
I know.
So it's but here's the thing I'm going to ask you guys. Do you take a flight on him? Because, the film is there.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that you go, okay, the 40 time was bad, the jumps were bad, the agilities were bad, but when you watch the film, none of that is translatable. You watch it and you go, everything, he's fast, he's agile, he's getting up on the ball, he high points quite nicely, he's physical, and so none of it translates. So the question you have to do is you just have to ask questions of, where is football in his list of priorities? If it was just a case that he didn't have the time, he couldn't afford the time, or he didn't train adequately enough, maybe he was carrying an injury, and that's why he didn't train enough. And then come his pro day, that's why it flunked.
Right.
You need to do your homework on that.
There's zero excuse for you not being prepared for your pro day. This is a life-changing event.
I agree.
Oh, you motherfuckers.
Language, Paul.
Sorry.
You're on strike 2.
Paul.
Get
together.
I really hate the Eagles. I really do.
Who do you get now?
Oh, Jalen Tolbert.
Yikes. God dang it, man. Don't do that to me, Paul. You got Jalen Tolbert. Eagles are loading a clip.
But, right, the trouble is, like with AJ Brown, and I said this with Nick Eatman earlier, is everybody's going, oh my God, the Eagles got Nick, they got AJ Brown. And you're just like, yeah, but they don't throw the ball.
Oh, no, wait.
No,
it's not. It's not. Sorry, I stand corrected. It's actually Nakobe Dean.
Yeah, I thought it
would that's even worse, bro.
No, I thought it would be Nakobe Dean. I thought it would be.
No, you didn't.
I said it like literally 5 minutes ago. I said the Eagles would be Nakobe Dean.
The Eagles can really go shove it up themselves.
I did. I said, I bet you this is Nakobe Dean.
Oh, see, hey, look at my guy. Look at my guy, West Coast.
I'm sorry, guys. I am that tired. I'm actually misreading stuff. My God.
So Pittsburgh, yeah. So they've taken their quarterback. Okay, so then I'm thinking, and especially like the way the Steelers play with that swinging door technique on the offensive line. What about Daniel Falele here?
Man,
no.
And just that quick.
Every time you bring that up, Mike Paul's Brian
nope.
down.
I know.
No.
What?
You still have Darian Kennard or Sean Ryan there if you want an offensive tackle. Both of whom are much better than Falele.
Agree. I'm just thinking more of their fit. Kennard would probably fit too. You could get him to work that technique they use.
Kennard, you could bring Kennard in. Kennard could start as your left guard, and then you put Tyler Smith at right tackle, and you fix your offensive line.
The Eagles.
You could do the same with Sean Ryan.
Yikes.
Did you go with David Andrews again picking?
If the Eagles get a quarterback, just eventually it's going to happen. It's going to change a lot.
They very well could, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They wouldn't surprise me actually to see the Eagles trade to perhaps maybe look into Corral or Willis.
Mm-hmm.
And you see them trade again. They've got the capital.
Steelers pick is in.
I need to move my chair. Well, what's this now?
It's defensive lineman DeMarvin Leal.
Yeah, he shouldn't still be there. He should have been gone long ago.
Fantastic player.
So do we
just went to a crap school?
Leo or Channing? Tyndall?
Leo Chanel is still my guy at the moment.
Yeah.
Chanel.
I don't think so. I don't think he'd be a Cowboys player.
Yeah, I think they're going wide receiver here.
Yeah. I mean, I'm saying
David Bell, Jeremy Ruckert, maybe.
No, the Steelers is Bell a wide receiver?
David Bell's a wide receiver, yeah.
They've already taken a receiver, so they can't double dip.
No, I mean for us. For our pick.
Steelers, sorry.
Yeah, no, for our pick, David Bell or Jeremy Ruckert.
Just ignore me. Everyone else tends to.
Patriots did take a linebacker already, haven't they?
Patriots have picked us just came in.
Yeah, they've taken a linebacker already. So I'm going to predict this is Kingsley Agboure.
No, you're wrong.
Oh,
and Jalen Tolbert is still on the board.
Do you want me to mention it?
Go on, Mike. Or Paul, sorry.
The Patriots have selected Marcus Jones, cornerback.
Okay.
I love Marcus Jones.
Corner makes sense to them.
A lot of people say he's small, but Belichick doesn't care. He's getting football players.
Very true.
They've had a sneaky draft of the Patriots. I'm liking that.
Always do.
Just under the radar.
Sneaky is an understatement.
Mm-hmm.
So we're what, 3 picks away, folks? Do you want to start getting in your picks, or who you take? Let us know your thoughts.
I don't even know anymore. The Cowboys.
I'm the same type.
I'll go Boise, Khalil Shakir.
Not going to happen.
Yeah.
Jalen Tolbert.
Yeah.
I would love to get Jalen Tolbert, but I think they hate small school guys, and they're going to skip over them. I don't know. I have no idea. Does anybody know what the Cowboys' thought process is in this draft? Because it just seems awful.
Here's the final type. Like from what we are led to believe, like they said they were not going to look at like the players like Khalil Shakir and stuff like that. Like they were more looking for the more deep route type of guys.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just and unless it's just another smoke screen.
What was New England again? Sorry, which cornerback?
Marcus Jones.
Thank you very much.
Here's to They're probably not going to get.
There's been a trade.
Couple of late round picks.
Have we moved, Paul?
Nope, it's the Tennessee Titans.
Yeah.
It's
what
now
about Kevin Austin Jr. or Josh Johnson as a late round receiver?
Kevin Austin Jr. is a slot guy.
I mean, for a late rounder, not in the third.
He could go in the fourth.
Wow. Okay, this is the one for the Titans. Where'd you think they've traded up for?
Quarterback. Malik
Which
Willis.
quarterback is it?
Malik Willis.
Yeah, Malik Willis is finally off the board.
That's what we need.
That actually kind of works well for Willis thrown there.
Yeah.
I still don't rate
Tannenhill. No, neither do I. Another guy who went to crack school.
He reminds me a little bit like Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Decent, but not great.
I'm telling you guys, right after this pick, I am going to my freaking bed.
Likewise, man. Or can run it back. No sleep, Paul. No sleep, Paul, man.
I'll tell you what, though,
More to go.
the idea of a cowboy Rita right now sounds so good right now, to be honest.
Oh, man. They have them here in Vegas on the strip, man. You just get in and walk around with it, man. They're deadly, to be honest with you. But
I've got you to thank for that, by the way.
Yeah, man. The Cowboy Ritas, man. If you go to AT&T Stadium, it's a must, you know. And here's the worst part, Paul. I figured out how to make them at home in the off season. That's even worse.
I'm coming back to Kansas then.
Yeah, you come back to Kansas City, man.
Man, I had a blast in Kansas. I loved it there.
Well, you know, next year NFL draft in Kansas City. Come on down. So
really?
Yeah, it's in Kansas City. So it's a few miles from my home. So we'll.
Oh my god! The big massive tree. The Panthers are making progress on a trade for Baker Mayfield.
Told you.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Called it.
You did.
That makes sense.
Go.
All right, so the Eagles got Jacoby Dean.
I may look stupid.
You don't look stupid.
I look stupid. You know I look stupid, bro.
Did they take Willis, Jamie?
Yeah.
Right.
No, they did. Took Willis.
I'm not gonna mention. I am not gonna mention the Cowboys pick when I see it.
No, the Panthers trading for Baker Mayfield.
Oh, wow.
So, everyone at home, get your picks in. What do you think the next Cowboys pick's gonna be? Predict the pick time.
I like Joe's answer. Best player available.
There we are, plain and simple.
Best player available is Sam Howell.
I'm gonna go with Tolbert.
Yeah, I'm with you, Barry. I think Jalen Tolbert is going to be the pick here.
So we got Leo Chanel, Jalen Tolbert.
No, I'm gonna go with Jeremy Ruckert.
Yeah, Jeremy Ruckert is a good call as well, Tuck. Great call.
Yeah, I think Jeremy Ruckert.
Kyle Phillips.
Slot guy. No.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no.
It's what we need.
Too early for these guys.
Okay, the Cardinals have selected defensive end Cam Thomas. We are now officially on the clock.
My guy Cam Thomas. So looks like Cardinals fans watches my channel. I love me some Cameron Thomas, and they took my guy Trey McBride. So
I think this has got to be. It's Tolbert or Ruckert, I think here.
And Titans go quarterback.
Unless they are waiting until the fourth round to get their pass catchers, and this is Leo Chanel or Kingsley Ogbre.
No.
I'd take either of those, but Mike.
I don't want to put this out in the air and make things scary.
Okay.
But here's what I do. I'm the Eagles. I contact the Titans and see what they want for Ryan Tannehill. I feel like that is enough to get them over the hump.
Yeah.
Oh my God, can you imagine?
Yeah.
Oh.
They are missing a quarterback. That's the saving grace.
That's the one thing. Like, I would just like, because they have the draft capital, they have picks next year.
Yeah.
I would just go get my quarterback and just close the gap and fully shut it in the NFC East.
Yeah,
And
and the thing is when you think about it, that you go, okay, the big thing for them is the Eagles have a quarterback that is nimble on his feet, can rush, can scramble, can get first down on
guys,
running.
I've seen the Cowboys pick.
Don't do it, Paul.
So
I'm not going to tell you.
Jamie's gone.
I've seen it.
And yeah, so like I just going back to the Eagles conversation is that when you think about it, the way Hurts can run around back there.
I'm happy with it.
Yeah.
So sorry to going back to Eagles. That when you think about it, Hurts can run around, but his kryptonite to that when he plays the Cowboys is Micah Parsons.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy with this.
Paul, it's breaking everywhere now, if you want to call it.
Go ahead, Paul.
Yep, so with the 88th pick overall in the 2022 draft, the Dallas Cowboys have selected wide receiver Jalen Tolbert.
There we go.
One of my selections. All right. CFO Sports have a film breakdown on Jalen Tolbert. How he'll be an amazing pick for the Dallas Cowboys on day 2 of the draft. So go check that out. All right. It gives me a happy smile.
Yeah, I can actually.
Smile.
I'm the same. I can actually go in my bed and actually have. You know what? I've got some little bit of happiness.
But this is when you're up. This is when you're up at the table. I need to walk away right now for the Cowboys to ruin the draft. And
See,
I'm like,
this is what I should be doing. I should be wearing sunglasses right now because my eyes are not even open right now.
yeah. That's why I have mine on, Paul.
Paul, it's like that time me and you were trying to eat garlic bread in your flat. Really, neither of our eyes were open. Just both eyes eating like tons and tons of garlic bread.
Oh God, yeah. Oh man,
fun times, mate. Oh, did either of us watch any of that UFC fight? Did we watch any of it?
What UFC fight?
I'm trying to remember what fight was on. We tried to stay up to watch the fight. I don't think either of us watched any of it.
Was it in Ghana?
Well, maybe it was a little bit of a good ending for the night with Tolbert, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen,
hey guys, thanks for having me on. I got to jump to another show, and I'm doing one more. And I'm done.
Man, what are you doing tomorrow?
I have no idea. Hopefully, just survive.
Hey, I'll send you a message just to see how you're doing, and then if you've got time, come back in, man.
Absolutely, man. So I would definitely jump on tomorrow. So
if you've got time. I
should. I always got time for you guys, man. So I'll definitely try to jump on tomorrow. But you guys, I know you got go to bed, winners. I love the Jalen Tolbert pick. One of my favorite wide receivers. I mentioned him earlier on in my draft scouting process out of South Alabama. If he was at a bigger school, he probably went a lot earlier. Great guy. So I'm excited to have him. Finally, I can breathe as a Cowboys fan a little bit. So
nice one. All right, well, we'll let you go, brother.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
All right, stay safe.
Bro. Bye.
There we are.
We said Tolbert, probably he said something different. Now he's going to come back and say, "Oh, Tolbert, yeah."
What are you making of that, Barry? We got everyone's opinion. What do you think?
Yeah, and I now they got just a kind of insurance there with Gallup. So I mean, I actually think they like Tolbert better than Sam. Like flip flop them. I think they're happy they got both of them.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah.
See, that's the thing. What was it? It was the same with last year. It's like with Jabril Cox and
Nationwide. Nationwide.
Nationwide, yeah.
People are complaining. They go, "Oh, Nationwide, blah blah blah," and then you take Jabril Cox, flip him round, and everyone's fine.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm actually quite happy now about this.
Yeah, it's almost like the last couple, 2-3 years, it's like, what are they doing?
Yeah. So if you flip the picks, people are fine with it.
I wish he would. He must have pocket dialed me or something. Preston Pearson was just calling like, shit, we could get him on quick, but we were texting a bunch today, so he probably just pocket dialed me or something. I'm like,
hey, I know you were saying you were speaking to Travis Frederick as well. And is he okay? How's he doing?
Yeah, he's happy. I mean, he's up in Wisconsin now. You know, he built a new home, and he's actually in the techno. And I heard this actually about 2 years before that illness, that at some point he's actually gonna prepare already to life after football. You know, Travis is a real sharp cookie.
Yeah.
And he's in the computer technology world, so. I said, "Oh, okay. I get you to do our websites and stuff, huh?" But he's doing really good. He said he only get back because I said about. Well, I talked to him too about coming on, Mike, and he said he'll definitely come on. So he said, "Yeah, just give him a shout and let him know." And Zach and Tyron said the same thing. So we'll get them on sometime. I thought Tyron said he feels great. So, but he's told me that the last 2 years too. So
yeah.
So and then I said, I got to get him out because last year he didn't do any. I said, yeah, with COVID, all that crap. He said, yeah, he just said with COVID, my parents were around a lot. I was making babies. And he said, so this year, he said, not every week, but he said, I'll come out a couple times. And then I said, yeah, I got to get you out a couple more times yet before you call it quits. He's like, oh, man, come on now. I'm not that old. I'm going to get a couple good years left. So that's good. So that was good to hear.
That's quite encouraging, that.
Yeah.
All right, everybody watching in the comments. I am going to call it a night.
Hey,
and get some
yeah.
Before you go.
Hopefully you guys get some rest, and now's a good time. The Cowboys pick, so now's a good time. You guys can call.
Before you go, I'm just going to give you one stat though, right? That immediately stands out when I'm looking at Jalen Tolbert on my draft board. Amongst all FBS wide receivers, he ranks 7 in deep yards.
Take the top off of defense.
There you go, which is what we're missing.
We don't have that guy.
And I am going to open up his combine. Let's have a look, because I got that too. It's all here at my fingertips. How do you feel about a guy with a 10-yard split of 154 and a 40-yard of 448? I'm happy with that.
Can you do it in pads?
He does it in pads. Obviously, if he ranks 7th in deep yards.
Good night, Paul.
Yeah. Yes, anyway, we'll leave you guys to it. We'll leave you guys to it. Yeah.
Good luck. Okay, you guys have a great night. I'll check in with you tomorrow.
Yeah, I'll give you a message and
so good to see you all and hang with you guys for a little while. I love you guys. So
yeah, we love
you guys. Are the best.
We love you as well, Barry.
Chat
to you soon.
We'll give one of them look before he goes. Look.
How about them Cowboys? All right, guys. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Stay safe, brother.
Take care. You got
it. What is that face, Jamie?
You are?
What was that face?
Come on, Jamie.
Struggling, man.
Right, well, we are at now. Right, okay. So we've still got some picks left to go.
We've got about 15, 16 picks to go.
Yeah, right, okay. Star sit cut, right? Let's go with some of these just to keep you engaged. Trying to keep you guys engaged. Oh, look who's back in the building. Right, he's coming in at the right time as well.
G.
All right.
There's the G.
Hello.
Hey, G.
All right. I'm going to give you some start sit cuts, right? Start sit cut, Dak, Romo, Troy.
Starting Troy.
Yeah.
Sitting Dak. Yeah. Cutting Romo.
Interesting. And when I think about it, that's the process I go down.
No.
I know
you won't, Jamie, because
Jamie's not going to cut his jersey.
It's Roman.
He's not going to. Yeah.
No, I'm not. I'm starting Tony. I'm sitting Troy, and I'm cutting Dak.
Okay. G. Break the tie.
I just love Jamie. It's just the way you come out with that. It's just like,
Do you know what would have been the best? You know what would have been the best answer for that, rather than answering just going, huh?
Oh man!
Is this the Raiders' first pick, guys?
Huh?
The Raiders are finally entering the draft, are they?
Oh, yeah.
And they're going to take a kicker.
They're going to take Punk God. They're going to take Matt Ariaza.
All right, guys.
They're
Here's
going
another
to
one
do
for
it.
you. Start, sit, cut. CD Lamb, Des Bryant, Mike Irvin.
Starting Irvin.
Flip it the other way around. So
Yeah, I'm cutting CD Lamb. I'd have Bryant.
Oh no! The Raiders took Dylan Parham.
That was to be expected.
True. All right. How about another one for you then? Okay, here's another one for you. Right. Okay. Lamb, Gallup, Pollard.
Exactly that way. Starting
that way. Yeah.
Sitting Gallup.
I'd nearly start Gallup. I've been very disappointed in CD Lamb pick. 2 years on, 2 years on, I'm looking at my first round pick and going, he's a slot receiver. I'm not going to give him a second I'm not giving a second contract to him. Slot receivers shouldn't be making big money.
Did you see that stat on Dylan Parham? He's over 500 stats. Did not give up a sack. In 500 stats, didn't give up a sack. That is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And he's only allowed one sack in nearly 1,000 snaps. That is ridiculous.
He is a dude. He is a tough dude. I like the pick.
That's a great pick.
Yeah.
I thought you'd hit the head, G. I thought you'd go to sleep.
Nah.
But you know, like you were saying that, Jay, right? Right. So you were like Dylan Parham. Wow. And he that's all he did is that. Right. Okay. So what if I was to tell you, right, Tyler Smith, 1,500 and so 1,600 snaps. Yeah, he played whilst in college on offensive snaps. Can you guess how many sacks he gave up during those 1,600 snaps? Two.
Yeah, but he's a first round pick. Dylan Parham's a third round pick.
But I'm just saying that you're saying Dylan Parham, you're going, oh, he only gave up that many sacks. I'm just saying, I know he's a first round pick now, but if you was to say pre-draft.
Gee, what is the reaction of Sir Ian about Christian Watson?
To be perfectly honest, I don't know. He's not watching it. He's very much solely down to football. He'll read about it in the morning type. He was perfectly happy with going defense, and he seems to be reliant on that. They find talent in the second round at wide receiver, and that's been the kind of plan for the best part of 20 years. So that they find guys like Jordan Nelson and Devontae Adams in the second round. They know who the receivers are. So I'd imagine they'll be quite happy with it. They seem to think that the best way to help Aaron Rodgers is by getting him the ball back and keeping the score down, which is fair enough, but they're only going to have Rodgers so long. And
Rodgers will happily accept his $200 million. I didn't realize Jamie and Mike had dropped out. but
yeah.
Sorry. I've just knocked off all the names now that have been added. But what I'm seeing here, Mike, tell me how your board is looking. An awful lot of the top talent now is guards and offensive tackles,
which is expected when you think of how deep really the offensive line is.
Would you try and trade up here and pick up someone at the bottom of the third?
When you look at the number of quarterbacks that are still there, that are going to come off, Willis, Sam Howell, Matt
Willis
Corral,
is gone.
He has. You're quite correct. I need to.
Willis is gone.
Board. Let me update my board.
Matt Corral and Sam Howell.
Sam Howell is still available. Yeah,
they're there. Kingsley Enoch, Barre, Falele, Kennard, Darian Kendrick. Wadermeyer, Spiller, Perion Winfrey is still there. Sean Ryan, Tariq Walton, Maite Sanders, Timon Clark, and Leo Chanel.
Salia.
Yeah,
and we've got 7 draft picks. Sorry, 6 draft picks still left. So there's a lot of back end capital the Cowboys can utilize if they wanted to. I'm quite happy, in all honesty, at this stage with the way the board is.
Just pick.
Yeah,
I think they might do that. I think they might just pick.
Like Perion Winfrey is available to you. Like a lot of tackles. Then you've still got the running backs. Think about the running back options that are available to you. Romeo Doubs, Khalil Shakir.
Khalil Shakir's a wide receiver.
Yeah, I know. I'm just going through some wide receivers.
Sorry.
I'm just going through ball skill players.
Jeremy
Rucker, okay. Zamir White,
so
you know what is interesting? Do you know what is interesting to me? Is this is quite cheeky. Is that Majay Sanders is still there?
Yeah. So is Kingsley.
Yeah.
There's a running back off the board.
I'm off the idea of defensive backs at this stage. I'm just for I'm ignoring Kirby Joseph. A lot of offensive line, as we say, but that was to be expected. In all honesty, with the amount that's there. Now, what about this though? Right, 4th round, and he's very much going to still be. Oh dear Lord. Okay. I'm just watching the 49ers pick, and that is just like, no way. I'm not happy with that one at all. As in for them, there's just so many more better options available.
But the 49ers have been drafting well since John Lynch took over. So I just
didn't like that pick. Although you say they drafted well. Their first round pick last year at this stage is bad.
Oh, I've just seen the Packers' next pick.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a nice pickup from the Packers. I do like that.
See, now what you could do as well is, I know we spoke about the issues, the red flags with him, but think about this for the beginning of the 4th round. If you wanted to trade up to get him, is Calvin Austin.
You've already taken a wide receiver. You're not going to take another one.
Double up. Why not?
No, they'll go for tight end. They'll look at
tight end
or Kate Alton.
Let's have a look what we got in terms of tight end, because I could possibly wait on that. Jalen Watermeyer, okay, we understand the reasons behind that.
Unless they really love Jake Ferguson and want to take him at the back end of the 5th.
Jake Ferguson.
You don't like them. They do.
Yeah.
They definitely do.
I had issues with him not being able to do a bench press.
Yeah, but they like him. This is the thing.
Jeremy Rucker, James Mitchell, and Charlie Kohler. But if I'm taking Charlie, I'm not taking him in the 4th round.
Yeah, 5th round pick.
Yeah, easy.
Yeah.
So like look at this now, right? Going into this is the 4th round, right? This is crazy. Isaiah Spiller's still there. Brian Robinson's still there. Kyron Williams,
They're all going to be. They're all going to be there.
Yeah,
in
Matt
the
Corral's
4th
just
and
gone.
5th.
Matt Corral. I'm liking those options.
Wow.
Perrion Winfrey interests me as well. Tito, I'm not taking in the 4th round. None of these other guys. I think they're ranked too highly. Oh, that's really that on that. The next place really then is Leo Chanel or Channing Tindall. They're the picks for me. Or how about this? Because me and you both like him, Brian. Jojo Doman.
We like him. They don't. He's off their board. He's not on it.
I don't know.
It's not our. We do. We know he's off their board. He's off a lot of boards.
I was thinking this upstairs. I'm going to throw a comment out. You give you all 5 minutes to have a think, and so everybody at home that's tuning in can also comment on what theirs is. So grade me the Cowboys picks so far. Each individual pick. So give you 5 minutes. So we're here. So we're just before 4 a.m. So I'll give you till just after 4.
You want me to grade each pick?
Each one. Yeah.
Okay. So
you've got 5 minutes. You've got 5 minutes to think about it.
No, I don't need to. I got it. I got it in my head. I got it locked away. So I'm going to go. First pick is an A. Second pick is a B. Third pick is a B minus.
I don't think you could give third pick a B minus, given that they were considering him in the 2nd round. I think you'd have to give that an A.
Okay, I'll give it a B plus. My issue with Jalen Tolbert is his age. He's a super senior, but that for me that bothers me. But obviously, it doesn't bother the Cowboys.
Like, effectively, all you need him for is a contract. That's it. They can move on. They can bring in another guy who can take the top off defense once his contract is up. He's a vertical threat.
Yeah, he's a vertical threat, which is what they're needing. Good tracking ability. He's not a spectacular, with his routes. And he's not really going to be that guy like CeeDee Lamb is with the yak side of it all. But that's fine, because like I said before, when we were talking about the Clemson wide receiver core, how all their wide receivers are literally a copy of each other, you want to have a mismatch of different types. So you've got a guy who is a yak guy, which is CeeDee Lamb. So now you've got Jalen Tolbert, who's the downfield threat type, who's not really a yak weapon. So that's fine. I give me the different types, but that's how I would do it. But go on then, Grace. I tell you what, Jay. Yeah, I see now. Give me your 3 grades then for the 3 picks, Jay.
I'm going to go B minus for the first round pick.
Okay.
I'm gonna go B.
For Sam Williams.
B for Sam Williams.
Yeah, sure.
And I'm gonna go an A plus, a B plus for the wide receiver.
Yeah. I mean, for the 2nd and the 3rd round picks, we're exactly the same, really. We're just slightly out on the 1st.
Well, that definitely means then that Panthers are not trading for Baker Mayfield.
Oh, they are not trading for Baker Mayfield. Interesting.
So that report was clearly way off that we saw. It's got good. great.
I mean, why would they? I'm surprised though. I would have thought this was the other guy.
So yeah, with the next pick, I'm trying to think ahead. So running back, tight end, linebacker. They're just the immediate three that springs to mind.
Quarterback.
I reckon they'll take a quarterback with their last pick because that's just what they like.
Kicker.
I'd like them to,
even though they won't.
Yeah,
Even
I'd
though
like
they won't, I know.
I'd like them to, but they won't. Right. Okay. Woo.
Oh wow! They've just Ian Rappaport saying that with Matt Corral, the issue is that saying that he'd some mental health issues and apparently some behavioural issues, and that's what I'll put a lot of teams off him.
Yeah.
Wow.
But the Panthers believe that they can help him with that, which is good to hear. You always want people to be able to have that, and that he's worth taking because the talent is there. So he's clearly going to a place that cares. That's the main thing.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. They're all dropping like flies.
Yeah.
But look at old Graham. Look at him up there, smiling away. Standing strong.
Zachary Carter from Florida has just gone to the Bengals. So then, who is your highest graded player left on your board, Mike?
Hold on then. My highest graded player is right now is Leo Chanel. Oh no, wait. Sorry, I'm filtered. Hold on. Let me unfilter all my picks. It's gonna be a quarterback, I can guarantee you. Yeah, Sam Howell. Sam Howell, Leo Chanel, Kingsley Ignogbare.
We have a trade. The Colts have traded up to 96 and their pick is in.
The way this might be going then.
So after this, we've got 2, 4, 6, 9 picks left. Yeah. Do we think the Cowboys are going to trade back up into the third round, or you think they're going to stay?
They just need to stand strong.
Stand pat.
In all honesty, yeah.
The highest graded player on NFL.com is Cade Otton. Tight end out of Washington at 6.31.
Yeah, no, Sam Howell, Leo Chanel, Kingsley Ignogbare, and then Zach Tom.
Colts just traded up to get Nick Cross from Maryland.
Yeah.
Which is a shame. I liked him. Would have done our back end pretty good. But that it was.
So, what would you say right now is our biggest need positionally?
Linebacker.
Linebacker.
Is corner a little bit thin?
No.
Yes.
Corner's fine.
Yeah.
Yes.
Why? Where's it then?
You've no depth beyond this year. Anthony Brown, you could cut. Jordan Lewis, you could cut. Trayvon Diggs is your only corner that's worth starting. So you could take a corner.
Hey, you've got 4 guys that can start this year. So I'm not going to worry about depth for next year, especially if I'm Mike McCarthy. I'm just thinking I'm going to fill my other needs. Like people, I know what you're saying because of Calvin Joseph, but when you truly think about it, Calvin Joseph was your cornerback 4. Go through the depth chart.
He was going to move up this year. He definitely was.
Possibly. You got your 2 starting cornerbacks, right? they were there, and Jordan Lewis was your slot. So that would make Calvin your 4th.
So Kelvin would have moved up to 2, and then Anthony Brown would have been your slot.
Possibly.
I mean, obviously that's not going to happen now.
Yeah. I mean, like, he didn't show you anything last year, you know?
He was injured for most of it. Let's be honest. So we're now into the picks, which are part of the new Rooney Rule, isn't it?
Yeah. Kirby Joseph's gone.
Oof. That kind of sucks.
All right.
I'm surprised Darian Kennard is still on the board.
Like I say, the offensive line is just purely down to depth. It's like you got your pick of the litter of what traits you're after.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
So thinking, what time will we? Time we going on air in the morning? Tomorrow, the same morning.
We will be starting at just before 5 p.m. UK
Just before 5, 10 minutes before.
Yeah.
Things kick off tomorrow. We're going to go live.
It's going to be going on for a good 6-7 hours.
Yeah. Well, I'll be catching the back end of it because I'm off to go watch Leeds get beat against Man City. It's 5:30 kickoff. So
yeah.
Well,
I am going to be going in a moment because I've got a young lady who's requiring a bottle of milk. So by the time I've done that, you guys would have been finished.
Yes.
So the bottles are done. It looks like it's steaming away nicely. You know exactly what I'm looking at, Graham.
Oh, I know exactly.
Yeah. So yeah, you're obviously going to wrap things up on you then. Finish her off. We'll be back, as I say, 5-10 minutes before the end. But yeah, you got a handle on this then, Bri? All yours?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sweet as a nut. Enjoy, guys, and I will see you tomorrow. Say about 4:45.
So see you in a few hours.
Yeah, see you in a few.
See you in a few minutes when the Cowboys trade back into the third round.
Yeah. All right. Stay safe, guys.
Catch you tomorrow.
Maybe Joseph's just gone to the Lions. Why are they taking his DBs? Why are they taking his DBs? Moment. I like Kirby Joseph as well. Not on. It's not.
Yeah. It's just unfortunate, Jay, that this is what happens.
So we've given grades. So come on, sum up the first 3 rounds in 3 words, if you can.
We've addressed needs.
In 3 words.
Because yeah.
Oh, I've got a cracker.
Go on.
Hope they're right.
Like
yeah. That is fair, G. That is fair.
I mean, I wouldn't deny it. A small part of me is a little bit disappointed, but
yeah,
trust the process, trust Will McClay. Mike McCarthy knows how to draft. The Cowboys know how to draft in the first round and can handle off-field issues. We all know what I'm talking about.
Brian Robinson Jr. to the Commanders.
Who?
Brian Robinson Jr.
Oh no.
Sorry, G. Sorry for
At least you get to watch him twice a year, Brian.
Oh no. That is disappointing.
Hey, one of them things, isn't it? The East is definitely get a little intrigue after the draft tonight.
Wow, that is disappointing.
So, have you got your board up?
Me?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I do.
Who's your highest left player? Highest rated player left on your board? Have you got one, Joe, or have you used mice like me?
Nah.
I've used my own.
I just, I'll be honest. My knowledge gets a little bit foggy now. Tomorrow, I'd quite like Channing Tindall.
Yeah.
Just as a kind of, as you get to the fourth round, you're kind of looking at backups and special team. So you've got, for me, just what I'm reading, to be perfectly honest, I've got guys like Tyndall, Logan Bruss, the guard out of Wisconsin. Is it getting close to Daniel Falele territory? I mean, would you give up a fourth round pick? I mean, if you can coach him
Possibly.
up, you can't coach size and strength.
Yeah.
So everything else you can kind of take care of.
David Bell just gone to the Browns.
Still, a tight end would be nice. Maybe a Jeremy Rucker.
Yeah, 100%.
But again, these are all guys that I don't know if they'll be there this time tomorrow. You know what I mean? But
like I was hoping Brian Robinson would be there in the fourth or fifth. So that says everything you need to know about me.
I mean, on the subject of trading up and staying at home and just picking where you are, I'm always torn between, could you package a fifth, a sixth, and a seventh, move up for a fourth, and get somebody that might actually make your team? You know what I mean? Somebody that could challenge, as opposed to just bringing guys in. But on the other hand, we have so many positions to fill. Like, I don't know how many guys we've got on future contracts and all that kind of stuff, but I still think we've got a fair amount of filling to do before the start of training camp. I think there'll be quite a few undrafted rookies.
Yeah, they always tend to bring about 10 in.
Especially if they're not going to fill them full of veterans, because it doesn't look as if that's going to happen. Certainly, you might get veterans on cheaper deals after the draft, because teams have filled their rosters full of fresh young talent, and it might make rookies a bit twitchy. I don't know. Just on that subject, a rough night for James Washington. I don't know if he plays much anymore, to be perfectly honest. He'll play in September.
I think James Washington was brought in as an insurance policy. And I know one person who's going to be very, very disappointed about James Washington potentially being cut.
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah. And when I suggested that he would not survive, I was told I was off my head.
Yeah.
Well,
makes
you
you
are
wonder why
locally, right?
makes you wonder why the Steelers let him go, doesn't it?
Like he didn't do much with the Steelers, and this was the thing. Like he was playing with his college quarterback in games, and even his college quarterback didn't target him. So, I think you're totally right, Jay. I can definitely see James Washington moving on, possibly as early as next week.
Wonder as well, when you look at it that way.
Week 1 of the season, though, who would your 3 be?
If there'll be another
Brown in? So Brown, Lamb, and
Tolbert.
Yeah.
You Simi Fahoko as the fourth guy.
But then again, is the fourth guy on the roster in terms of, is there someone a bit further down in the draft? There's a couple, like I say, we mentioned Austin from Notre Dame or Josh Johnson from Tulsa that is a late round kind of guy. That can also then help on special teams. And let's say that you got the younger guy, cheaper contract. And if you look at maybe doing it that way, like you said, it's the insurance policy for now. They've managed to get a receiver, so like you say, Washington would definitely be the odd man out, wouldn't
he? Yeah.
Interesting that the punter hasn't gone yet. That Rainbow thought would go.
Yeah.
He's still there.
He might go, yes.
He might go. Yeah, he might.
And it makes you think, I wonder how high we've got, let's say, because we haven't got brought a kicker. So we need someone for that perspective. So then, are we looking completely out wide and we take the highest rate one, the kid from LSU, or do we like
Bones Fassel won't take a kicker. This was talked about extensively on the draft show on Tuesday. They said Bones Fassel thinks he's the smartest guy in the room and will say he can go out and get a guy off the street to kick. And I can see from G's reaction already that he's like, what the hell is going on? And I agree with Graham.
We're going to sit there and say, well, what about, let's say, the versatility of Cameron Dicker? It's obviously not going to happen, is it?
Go on, G.
I mean, my initial thought on that is that who put him on the street to begin with? Because if you're signing somebody now, everybody's got over their cap issues.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're cutting somebody now to get underneath the cap.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure there's a list as long as your arm of kickers looking for a job. So,
Don Bailey.
Well, you never know. Interesting. Blake Willis didn't stay in the green room.
I wouldn't bring Don Bailey back. He's declining now.
Yeah.
I mean, let's see.
Kai Forbath.
Nope.
Brett Maher.
Get somebody out of the draft that wants to prove themselves. The last thing you need is a cast-off kicker.
I mean, even an undrafted guy.
Or even draft one, because there's a couple of guys that draftable.
It's a pretty short list. Somebody like Michael Badgley, Brett Maher, Sam Picken, Elliot Fry. Don't know if they mean anything to anybody.
Yeah.
No.
The Cardinals are having a great draft. They are really nailing it.
The Jets have just drafted Jeremy Ruckert.
The Jets are nailing it too.
They're having a cracking draft.
They are absolutely nailing it.
They're absolutely loaded up for that QB.
For a front office that's under pressure, they're doing extremely well.
Yeah.
I mean, what I will say is they're putting pieces around Wilson.
Yeah. And the Cardinals are doing the same. They're putting pieces around Kyler Murray. Yeah. They really are. They're adding.
Well,
is Zach Ertz still there?
Yeah.
Yeah. Putting in place for hopefully for Kyler Murray, but unless he carries on to hold out, because they can franchise him, can't they? And I think they've got the 5th-year option as well. Excuse me. The Dolphins on the board for the first time.
4 picks to go, Jay. We're nearly there.
You can do it, Jamie. We can power through. This is only going to take 10 minutes.
The Dolphins have drafted Dan Marino. Oh crap! That's an old replay.
I'm just looking at the Jeremy Ruckert pick there. It's a slight pen throw for me.
Look at those helmets.
Because I'd like to get Kate Dalton. But they're going to have to.
Dan Marino's helmet is made of tinfoil. 50 years.
When he was lifting the microphone, I thought, what's he got in his hand then, Wally Brain?
They love wearing their rings, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
It always reminds me of draft day when he sat and thinking she's like the most macho sport with
That's a ring.
A piece of jewellery. Are we cracking out the quotes?
Shannon, there you go. Shannon Tyndall's just gone to the Miami Dolphins.
Wow.
I know, that defense did not get enough credit last year.
I did text my dad during the first night and said that nobody went to Quay Walker's birthday.
How was that created?
I laughed. He laughed.
Oh Lord!
Have you seen the deleted scenes for draft day?
No.
I can't remember who's the head coach?
Dennis Leary.
He tells the Cap Queen to leave Kevin Costner in one of the deleted scenes. No wonder they deleted that. That's quite strong.
Yeah.
Did either of you see, just seeing the Miami fans, did either of you see the Fins Nation UK banner last night?
The banner, sorry.
Fins Nation or UK are over there.
No.
No.
Well, one of them is anyway.
See, that's what we need to do when you go to the draft.
Oh, I have looked up the price. See for Vegas. Oof,
yeah.
You can't get into the Bellagio, the Mirage.
Leo Cheney just gone to the Kansas City Chiefs.
Who?
Leo Chanel.
Yeah.
Sorry.
This is the running. The linebackers are starting to go now and fall.
I always fancied the draft when it was at Radio City Music Hall, and you used to go first come first served, a queue for tickets, and if you got them the year after, you got put into a ballot to be able to get them the year after, kind of thing. It always seems right.
It was good at Music City, but I think they've realised how big they can make it by moving it around, and hundreds of thousands of people show up now as opposed to a few thousand.
It'd be a good weekend, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Has anybody seen the Kurt Warner film yet?
Not yet.
It's supposed to be really good, isn't it?
This is a Rams pick.
Yeah.
Yeah, they were pick 1 and 4.
Did you see their video?
Yes.
The press conference and Sean McVay said, "Oh, Cole's gone," and we thought we were going to try and get him at 104. Burn.
Yeah. They absolutely did.
Vegas will be pumping tonight with all them what they wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah. Beer cans and underwear all up and down the street.
What are they after? Tackle for Whitworth?
Could be. Like they've Filele Kennard available to them.
Or could it be Howell? Stafford hasn't got forever.
Maybe. Maybe. I'd say they might go tackle here. They might look at Filele Kennard.
It's going to be a decent step pledge up into the fourth.
They might even look at Jamari Sallier.
Or Spiller. Because they're running back, aren't they? Right, here we go. Oh, they're going to keep talking, aren't they?
Yeah.
They've all got
Logan Brust from Wisconsin. That's the pick. Logan Brust.
Oh, G called his name already.
My guards are deserting me.
He's a picky on him.
Wow.
Nice to plug up that hole.
Wow. Do you have any more picks tonight?
Just one more. The Niners
Just
are on the clock.
Yeah.
One sack allowed in his career.
Wow.
That's Wisconsin lineman.
Yeah. They're tough dudes.
You allow this Logan Brust allowed no sacks in the last 2 years.
Yeah.
That'll be why there's only one sack.
The Niners picked it in. So we don't have a trade up. Back into the round.
The Cowboys look like they are doing as they did last year and sitting and picking players.
Yeah, I definitely have no problem with that, to be fair.
Yeah. I think this is going to be the strategy moving forward. Because
that's definitely a Mike McCarthy influence.
Danny Gray from SMU that the Niners have just drafted. Well, that's how I had him as the fifth, sixth round.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Jay.
Is Sam Howell going to day 3?
You what, sorry?
Did either of you see Sam Howell fall into day 3? Is that a surprise?
No. It is a surprise, yeah.
It's a massive surprise.
It is a big surprise for me. Like Sam Howell was... This time last year, Sam Howell was the first pick in the draft. That's how far he's fallen off. You know, so...
it's a little reminiscent of Jimmy Clausen. And Jimmy Clausen, if he'd come out the year before, would have been nailed on.
Yeah.
Gotta admit, it's tempting. It's tempting with Cooper Rush being the backup.
Take Sam Howell. Yeah.
Would it be a bad idea at 4? In the 4th, I should say, sorry.
I mean, that's where we got Dak.
Yeah. It is. Wow.
Should bang on 4:30 as well.
Yeah.
I can hear the birds tweaking as well outside.
Yeah. Have we? I did hear your knee crack. Jesus, yeah. Jamie, you sound old.
Old.
And you're younger than me.
What can I say?
Yeah. You're younger than me. Yeah. And you don't have a significant birthday this year.
Yeah. Next year. It's always significant
next year. Yeah, it is. Another trip around the sun for you. You're always happy. Yeah. So I'm just looking at my board here, and the top ranked players that are still available: Sam Howell, Kingsley Enagbare, Daniel Filele, Darian Kennard, Darian Kendrick, Jalen Weidermeyer, Isaiah Spiller, Perrion Winfrey, Tariq Woolen, Damone Clark, Justin Ross.
Some good players in there.
Yeah. Kobe Bryant is still there.
2 or 3 of them will be available to the Cowboys on that first pick tomorrow.
Yeah, it is true. I don't think we've anyone still watching. If there is, can you drop us a message and just let us know? I can't see anyone looking in the live viewers. There's no one watching us on YouTube or on Facebook. So unless it's on Twitter.
Yeah, so nothing on Twitter. Nobody's been saying, might be worth wrapping it tonight, and we just
whether like nobody watching,
we get some games.
Yeah.
So just in case anybody is watching you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we will go live 10 minutes before the draft starts tomorrow night, folks, at it'll be 5 o'clock here in Ireland, in the UK, 6 o'clock in Central Europe, then 12 o'clock on the East Coast, 11 o'clock in Texas, and 9 a.m. on the West Coast.
Mm-hmm.
But from me, it is a good night, and a thank you to both of you, gentlemen, and to everyone who joined us tonight.
Peace out. We'll see you all tomorrow.
See you tomorrow, folks.
Good luck.